Suddenly, a deafening explosion is heard in front of Jerem and Pakiso, shaking the entire underground tunnel, causing its arches to collapse. Heavy debris begins to fall from above, blocking the way forward. Jerem comes to the conclusion that the monster called Root was quite a clever creature, since it was able to collapse part of the tunnel in order to thwart the pursuit and escape. The young men look at the huge rubble blocking their path and realize that the monster is heading towards the city, which could lead to a serious threat. Jerem realizes they have no other choice and suggests that Pakiso go back. Together, they make their way back to the secret laboratory, Jerem carefully helping the girl out of the tunnel. The young people are walking back through an abandoned tunnel to the car they arrived in, when Jerem suddenly stops and looks around the walls. Jerem approaches the suspicious wall and notices that it looks strange and different from the other nearby walls. The guy starts tapping on it and, hearing a dull sound, tells Pakiso that there is clearly a void inside the wall. Without wasting a second, Jerem raises his hand to strike, intending to check whether the wall is really hollow. Jerem slams his hand hard against the suspicious wall, causing cracks to instantly appear and a bright blue light to flash at the point of impact. The wall begins to crumble under the force of his power, making it clear that something important is hidden behind it. Pieces of the wall fly apart with a roar, confirming that it is indeed hollow inside. Jerem and Pakiso can now explore what was hiding behind this barrier. Behind the broken wall, a cache is revealed, filled with a huge amount of red glowing crystals, their bright light reflecting on the faces of Jerem and Pakiso. The crystals look incredibly valuable, and their quantity is enormous. Jerem calls up his inventory pouch. A satisfied smile appears on his face. The guy realizes that soon he will have a huge supply of magic crystals. The inventory pouch begins to work, instantly absorbing the crystals at an incredible speed, as if they were being drawn to it. Jerem, with a satisfied smile on his face, holds an inventory pouch filled with magic crystals. He looks clearly pleased. Jerem hands Pakiso a large handful of the most valuable yellow magic crystals and asks her to use them. The girl is surprised by such generosity, because she has never seen such a number of rare and powerful artifacts. Jerem confidently states that she deserves this gift, since without her help he would not have been able to deal with the commander-in-chief. Pakiso thanks Jerem and confidently promises that he will use the magic crystals wisely, understanding their full value and power. The magical crystals in Pakiso's hands begin to disintegrate, releasing a massive amount of energy that glows brightly around her. The next second, a blinding aura flares up around the girl, and she plunges into a deep trance, completely absorbed by the power of the crystals. The virtual system informs Jerem that skills such as analysis, governance, and biotechnology are available for him to enhance. Without a second's hesitation, he begins the process of enhancing his abilities. A column of bright yellow energy instantly flares up around him. With each passing moment, his power becomes more and more noticeable. The guy feels how his skills are moving to a new level. Kimbong is deeply immersed in thoughts about the young people, wondering how visiting the secret laboratory might have affected them. He recalls that he himself was there only once in his life, but this event completely changed his destiny. As Kimbong approaches the car where the young people are, he cannot understand why they have chosen such a quiet and deserted place to meet. Pakiso and Jerem stand next to a military vehicle, lost in their thoughts, aware that an important moment is approaching that could change everything. Kimbong asks Jerem and Pakiso with caution how they felt about visiting the secret lab. He clearly senses uneasiness from their silent behavior and looks. Jerem calmly replies to the director that they have put the secret lab in order, his words causing Kimbong great anxiety and tension. Sensing danger in the young man's words, Kimbong anxiously asks what exactly he meant by restoring order, to which Jerem, with cold confidence in his voice, answers the director that he destroyed everyone who was behind this. Kimbong is stunned, his face expressing deep fear and bewilderment after Jerem's words. He cannot believe what he heard. His face reflects confusion and anxiety when he realizes the scale of what happened. Kimbong is overcome with fear, his gaze full of horror. Jerem calmly asks him if he has any more questions. Jerem casually pats the director on the shoulder. Kimbong can hardly contain his despair and fear, realizing that he is in a hopeless situation. Kimbong looks at Jerem in horror, his face covered in beads of sweat and the fear in his eyes becoming more and more noticeable. Kimbong, realizing how afraid he is of death, begs Jerem to let him live, desperate to escape his fate. Jerem, keeping a cool calm, tells him that he has a chance to survive if he makes a deal with him. Jerem explains that the conditions are simple. Kimbong will become his subordinate and will never betray him, otherwise the consequences will be fatal. Kimbong does not understand the basis for Jerem's confidence that he will never break this agreement. Jerem calmly explains that the contract skill is everything, and in the event of betrayal, the man will not be able to stay alive. Kim Bong carefully reads the text of the contract. He is convinced that the phrase uttered by the young man sounds too vague and unclear, which makes him doubtful. The director realizes that he is backed into a corner and understands that he has no other options for getting out of the situation. He agrees to sign the contract, despite his concerns. Jareem congratulates the director on the successful conclusion of the contract. The guy says that he will soon entrust him with a small task that will be of great importance. Jareem approaches the man, stating that he has significant experience interacting with large groups of people, and hands Kim Bong the phone that contained the recording made in the classified lab. Almost the entire local community has gathered in the camp's main square. Residents are feeling bewildered and tense, unable to understand the significance of the important announcement the director is about to make. Kim Bong takes the podium and begins his speech, openly declaring to everyone present that the founder of the Shield, Son Cheon, was a real dictator and a cruel tyrant. The director holds up a phone, showing the crowd evidence that Shield's top management was involved in inhumane experiments, causing shock and outrage in the crowd. The crowd in the square freezes in shock, their faces expressing surprise and horror. People are stunned by what they have heard. Their looks are full of incomprehension and fear at the revealed truth about the actions of the Shield's leadership. Those present are deeply shocked to learn that prisoners were fed vile mutants during horrific experiments. The soldier turns on the film projector, and the large screen begins to show compelling evidence of the inhumane experiments that were carried out in the secret laboratory. The screen begins to show horrifying footage from a secret laboratory, where mutilated bodies, the result of inhumane experiments, are kept in special capsules. Kim Bong narrates the slides, explaining how the management stopped at nothing to bring their crazy ideas to life, regardless of sacrifices or moral principles. The people present are in deep shock. They cannot believe that the top management committed such horrific acts behind their backs. Kim Bong reports that thanks to a righteous hero named Jareem, all the villains have been destroyed, causing a wave of relief among those present. The director announces that this hero is among them and points to Jareem standing nearby. He invites him onto the stage so that people can see him with their own eyes. Jareem confidently approaches the podium, raises his head, and looks with dignity at the large crowd, who are closely watching his every move. Jareem addresses the assembled group, declaring that the Shield organization's time has come to an end, and its era is over. The young man explains that the organization's power gradually diminished, and after the horrific experiments, its authority finally collapsed. The surviving people are scared. Many are starting to think that this is the end, since the Shield organization has long been their only support and protection. Questions begin to be heard in the crowd about how they will live now, and who will be able to protect them from the threat of monsters. Jareem, seeing their anxiety, confidently urges them not to despair, and says that he has an offer that can change their future. Jareem confidently declares that they will create a new paradise, as he already has dozens of awakened ones with useful skills, a powerful fortress, and a large amount of supplies. Suddenly, the survivors standing at the podium turn around sharply, hearing the roar of running engines and the blinding light of headlights behind them. Cars containing members of the Hammer Group enter the main square, causing unrest among the crowd. The neat rows of cars slowly move forward, heading towards the podium where the main character stands. Kwok Dupal emerges from the car, accompanied by his subordinates, and confidently moves towards the podium, causing tense anticipation among those present. Jareem informs the survivors that the Hammerheads will take them to their new camp and provide protection along the way, which gives them a sense of confidence. The young man again urges them not to lose hope, and says that he has complete trust in the members of this group, which further calms the crowd. People begin to chant loudly, shouting his name and expressing sincere gratitude for his care and leadership. The virtual system informs Jareem of a significant increase in his authority in society, stating that the number of people he can influence now amounts to hundreds. Meanwhile, a man with an athletic build stands on a hill next to the Rai camp and carefully studies its territory. The stranger is deeply immersed in heavy thoughts, realizing that the founder of the Shield organization is already dead, and this event has finally changed the course of history. The man considers the death of the Shield's founder an interesting event, realizing that it will radically change the balance of power in the current situation and create new opportunities. The military helps the survivors load into vehicles and organize loading operations. Jareem thanks the leader of the Hammer Gang, Kwok Dupal, for his help in transporting the survivors, and expresses his gratitude for his assistance in this difficult matter. Kwok Dupal remains silent for a moment, and then tells Jareem that he has something important to report. The leader of the Hammer Gang admits that he is already quite old, and adds that with Jareem's unique abilities, the youth of his gang will be ready to trust him and follow him. Kwok Dupal tells Jareem that he has all the necessary qualities to become the new leader, as he sees in him not only a capable and generous person, but also someone who knows the future. The gang's leader, Hammer, asks Jerem to accept the role of their new leader and lead them into battle, emphasizing his confidence in his leadership abilities. Kwakdupal then shouts to his subordinates, announcing that Jerem is now their new leader. The Hammer members bow before the young man, expressing their willingness to obey and follow the new boss. The former bandits confidently declare to Jerem that from now on they will serve him faithfully and truly. Jerem is confused by what is happening. He finds it hard to believe that Kwakdupal so easily handed over his position as boss to him. This leaves him with mixed feelings. Jerem addresses the bandits, declaring that he hopes for successful cooperation and is ready to work together for the common good. The protagonist firmly shakes the gang leader's hand, expressing his sincere gratitude for the assistance provided. Both look at each other with respect, recognizing the importance of cooperation in the current situation. A huge convoy of vehicles leaves the camp known as Paradise and heads towards a new shelter, following a predetermined route. Soon, the forward patrol transmits an alarming message to the main forces that a swarm of zombies has been detected ahead. Ahead of the column appears a swarm of zombies, consisting of various horrible creatures with deformed bodies and disfigured faces. These terrible creatures, stained with blood, rush forward. The survivors in the back of the truck look on in horror at what is happening ahead, their faces expressing extreme shock and fear at the approaching threat. Pakiso asks Jerem if he can see how many zombies are ahead. She is worried about their number. She doubts whether they will be able to cope with such a threat. Kwakdupal tells Jerem not to worry, assuring him that they will take on this swarm of zombies and deal with them. Kwakdupal loudly gives a command to the members of the Hammer group. He says that it is time to show what they are capable of. At high speed, cars reinforced with powerful steel frames rush straight towards the crowd of zombies, intending to break through it. The next moment, heavy vehicles crash into the swarm, crushing the monsters and tearing their bodies apart with reinforced frames attached to the vehicles. Survivors in the back of trucks watch in horror as the torn bodies of zombies litter the road, adding to their sense of anxiety and shock at what is happening. A moment later, the survivors realize that the danger is behind them and begin to scream loudly and rejoice, feeling relief that they are saved. After several hours of travel, they arrive at the place and look at their new shelter in amazement, amazed by its scale. Kwakdupal cannot hide his surprise. He did not expect to see such a powerful and fortified camp, which clearly inspires a sense of security. In front of them rise the massive fortified walls of the camp with strong gates. The walls seem impregnable, which makes a strong impression on all who arrive. Kwakdupal finds this camp to be significantly more secure than their previous camp called Paradise, admiring its strength and powerful defense system. The guards standing on the wall carefully watch the arriving convoy of cars through binoculars and immediately pass on the information to their superiors. The arriving survivors, having left their cars, slowly enter the camp, examining its territory. People walk in a tight group, holding children's hands and looking around. In front of the survivors lies a huge camp, arranged in a circle, with massive fortifications and an imposing building in the center. The camp appears well organized and well thought out. The soldiers give Jerem a military salute, happy to see their leader again, showing respect and loyalty. One of the soldiers informs the survivors that they should head to a residential area to settle there. Pakiso is very surprised and asks Jerem if this is really the same village she knew before. Jerem answers in the affirmative, assuring that this is exactly the village. He also reports that he was aware of all the changes taking place here, as he periodically received secret reports from the Ravens, who informed him of the events in the village. Jerem, despite being aware, was a little surprised himself. The guy didn't expect to see such significant changes in the village. Psychoanalyst Chanae runs towards the young people. The girl happily waves her hand and says that she is very glad to see them again. Chanae asks the young men how they are feeling and if they have any wounds, thus showing genuine concern for their well-being after a long journey. Jerem tells the psychoanalyst that they are fine and adds that the village has changed a lot since they left it. Chenier says that during their absence, the village has expanded considerably and they have many new units. Chennai invites young people to follow her to show them the new areas and explain all the changes in detail. In the village's combat training area, numerous squads of recruits are diligently training in preparation for the upcoming battles. Pagdalbong strictly orders students to push harder in their strikes, emphasizing that every attack must come from the heart. Suddenly he interrupts his instructions, noticing the approaching young people. His attention switches to them. Clenching his huge hands into fists, Pagdalbong loudly declares that he is incredibly happy to see the young people again. Pakiso immediately rushes to the elder. The girl is overwhelmed with joy at the sight of her grandfather. She tries her best to hug him as soon as possible after such a long separation. Jerem, smiling and playfully calling the elder Grandpa, asks with interest how he is doing. Bagdalbong replies that things are going well in the village, and he is fully focused on teaching the young boys martial arts, proud of their progress. Jerem watches the neat rows of students practicing their moves with precision, and considers the possibility of incorporating members of the Hammer Group into the martial arts school, so that they too can improve their fighting skills. Jerem immediately informs the elder of his decision, and asks him to take care of the people from the Hammer organization, so that they can undergo martial arts training. Pagdalbong accepts this offer with a fanatical glint in his eyes, and asks Jerem with interest how well the Hammer bandits fight, anticipating new challenges in training. Chanae invites the young people to continue their tour of the village to see the remaining important places. Pakiso asks Jerem to continue the tour without her, as she wants to stay with her grandfather and spend some time with him. Jerem watches Pakiso with a slight smile, his face calm and confident. Chanae is waiting for him to show him the rest of the village. Jerem notices that the village security department is much larger than he imagined, and tells Chanae so. The psychoanalyst tells the guy that she still has a lot of things ahead of her that she needs to show him. They enter the intelligence department, which is headed by Professor Sebastian. The young men enter the intelligence department, headed by Professor Sebastian, and immediately notice that the atmosphere here is permeated with constant activity and intense work. Jerem immediately notices how one of the soldiers brings a report that was delivered by a small field mouse, which causes him great surprise. The guy immediately turns to a psychoanalyst and asks what is going on here. At this moment, Professor Sebastian suddenly appears in front of them, who, upon seeing Jerem, rushes to him and happily tells him that he is incredibly happy to see him. Jerem immediately points to the field mouse and asks Professor Sebastian what he just saw. With a kind smile on his face, the professor explains that these are new recruits, hinting at the use of trained animals for reconnaissance. Jerem, clearly skeptical of such methods, tells the professor that agents can transmit information by radio, which seems much more reliable to him. Sebastian agrees to the young man's proposal, promising to reconsider his work in the near future. He confidently announces that his reconnaissance unit will soon become the best in the entire village. Sebastian enthusiastically tells the protagonist that things will now improve in all divisions of the village, since their leader has joined them. Jerem is pleased with the professor's optimism and says he has high hopes for his success. The space is illuminated by discharges of powerful energy, controlled by Elder Jongyong, and massive structures erupt from the ground. Using his architectural skill, the Elder creates a new, durable building in minutes. Chanae informs Jerem that Jongyong is the village's construction minister. The next stop they make is the canteen, where cheerful cooks, singing simple songs, serve food to people with smiles on their faces. After visiting the cafeteria, the young people head to the hospital, where they observe how doctors, using their unique skills, quickly get seriously ill patients back on their feet, restoring their health before their very eyes. Chanae informs Jerem that it is time to visit the village's district center. They come to a huge square. Jerem looks with interest at a massive wooden sculpture holding heavy metal chains in its hands. The young man asks Chanae what kind of monument this is, although deep down he already clearly understands that the monument was erected in his honor. Chanae confirms his guess, explaining that the village is deeply grateful to Jerem for saving them, and sees him as their leader, and as a sign of gratitude, they decided to erect this monument in the central square. Jerem considers the monument unnecessary, but Chanae refuses to listen to his objections and suggests heading to the administrative office. Suddenly, a soldier runs up to them with an urgent message that clearly cannot be delayed. Jerem, noticing his excitement, asks why he is so excited and what information he brought. The soldier reports that strangers have arrived at the camp, and one of them is rumored to be an agent from the National Intelligence Agency. Chanae, surprised by this news, does not understand why a representative of such a powerful organization could come to their village. Soon, a man of athletic build approaches the young people with a confident gait, accompanied by several people, which attracts the attention of everyone around and emphasizes his status and importance in this situation. The soldier points out to Jerem the approaching people, informing him that they are the same representatives of the National Intelligence Agency he spoke of earlier. A stranger approaches the young man and asks if he is really that Jerem. The young man confirms this, after which the man introduces himself as Hanwanuk and says that he is the deputy director of the National Intelligence Agency. Jerem immediately activates his analyst skill to scan the stranger. The virtual system informs him that Hanwanuk has a high combat rank and is a clairvoyant. Hanwanuk wastes no time in telling Jerem that he has a few questions and suggests that the young man talk in a more private and quiet place. Hanwanak orders his men to be ready, then follows Jerem to a secluded place for a talk. Jerem immediately asks the intelligence officer why they came to the village. In response, Hanwanak asks a provocative question, asking if Jerem trusts the government. Jerem, extremely irritated, replies that he has no trust in the government, since they moved the administrative center to a remote island immediately after the zombies appeared, and were more concerned with their own safety than with protecting ordinary citizens. Hanwanak completely agrees with Jerem, admitting that the government has shown complete incompetence in protecting people from monsters. He continues to speak, stating that the government is now entirely focused on its own security, leaving ordinary citizens to fend for themselves. Hanwanak adds that the government has become obsessed with religious cults, which greatly alarms Jerem and makes him deeply suspicious. Leaning towards the young man, Hanwanak asks in a quiet voice if he has heard anything about the immortal cult, making the conversation even more tense. Jerem suddenly becomes alarmed when he hears the mention of the immortal cult, his face instantly changing to one of fear and worry, clearly showing his intense anxiety over this information. People who have sworn allegiance to the immortal cult worship zombies and revere them as superior beings. A monk standing on a ruined bridge used as an altar delivers a fiery speech to his followers below. His words are met with joyful cries and approval. The followers of the cult declare that they are ready to follow the immortals. The monk, pleased with their devotion, proudly says that he is glad to see so many adherents in his ranks, and proposes to begin the ceremony of immortality. The cult priest points to the people below the destroyed bridge to his followers, drawing their attention to them. 3 captives, tightly bound with ropes, watch the immortal in horror, realizing their hopelessness. Near them are numerous zombies, tied to the wall with massive chains. While the jubilant crowd behind them is in raptures, the captives are gripped by wild fear. The next moment, the zombies break free from their chains and pounce on the captives, tearing them to pieces under the approving glances of the immortal, who is enjoying what is happening. These events were deeply etched in Jerem's memory, as he relived them repeatedly in his tormenting nightmares. Hanwanak knows that Jerem is already aware of the cult's existence and their inhumane rituals. An officer from the National Intelligence Agency hands the boy a tablet with a picture of the head of the immortal cult on the screen. The man tells Jerem that the leader of the immortal cult is named Manhwa, and emphasizes the importance of this information. Hanwanak continues by saying that the head of the immortal cult is an awakened one, and many pieces of evidence indicate that he has a unique skill. The officer adds that Manhwa appears to have the ability to control zombies at will, making him a dangerous enemy. Jerem is very surprised by the information he received, because he had not previously suspected that zombies could be controlled. Hanwanak continues his story, explaining that over the past 2 months, they have seen significant activity from this terrible cult. On the 30th day of the zombie invasion, the terrifying monsters reached the most remote provinces of the country. People running away from zombies suddenly encounter a strange man standing in their way, with a huge staff in his hands. It was Manhwa who began to utter strange words and prayers, calling the zombies evil creatures and ordering them to follow him, claiming that these were the words of the Lord. The people behind the monk are left in a state of great surprise after he points his staff at the zombies, causing them to stop instantly. The surviving people were in shock, astonished that the zombies had stopped their attack and obeyed the monk's order. Manhwa turns to the surviving people and states that everything depends on faith, as God will be kind to true believers. The leader of the immortal cult gives a sermon, calling on people to follow him and believe in the immortals, claiming that only through this can they reach the heavenly kingdom. Hanwanak continues his story, explaining to Jerem that the country's government came under the control of the immortal cult in just 1 month. The deputy head of the National Intelligence Agency is in the president's office, who persistently asks him to arrange a personal meeting with the cult representatives. Hanwanak warned the president that this religious cult was extremely dangerous and that they should be very careful. But his words failed to influence the head of state's decision. The president is furious and declares that there is no time to think about increased security. Since civilization is on the brink of destruction, he wants to use any opportunity to save himself and members of the government, even using the cultists to his advantage. Hanwanak informs Jerem that after this meeting, the government began to actively use the cult of immortals for its own purposes. Jerem learns that the intelligence officer is taking a huge amount of medication, which is already making him nauseous. Hanwanak shows the young man a bottle of unusual pills and explains that they have been injecting this drug into their bodies for a long time. Jerem picks up the bottle and activates his analyst skill, quickly discovering that it is a vengeful spirits liquid, which is highly addictive and increases physical stats. The young man speculates that this drug may be directly related to a monster named Root. He is deeply troubled by the thought that the cult of the immortals may be connected with this disgusting creature. Hanwha-nuk, with alarm and despair in his voice, tells Jerem that the country's government has become part of the cult of immortals. Jerem, trying to understand the situation, asks why this cult is so bad, because it saves many people and fights against a corrupt and incompetent government. Hanwha-nuk responds that while saving people is important, he is very unhappy with the cult's use of sacrifices and the production of medicine from human bodies. Jerem asks the officer how exactly he learned this information, and the guy tries to understand what such serious statements are based on. Hanwha-nuk raises his head, his eyes flashing with a bright fire, after which he reports that he has checked everything with the help of his clairvoyance skill. Hanwha-nuk asks Jerem for assistance and states that the immortal cult must be stopped as soon as possible. The deputy chief of intelligence asks the young man not to rush into an answer, but does not hide the fact that he hopes for his help in the future. Jerem wonders what he will get in return if he agrees to help destroy the cult of the immortals. Hanwha-nuk replies that if he agrees, Jerem will receive access to classified information, which, in his opinion, will be of great interest to the young man. The officer's answer intrigues Jerem and he asks what information he is talking about. Hanwha-nuk notes that his camp is becoming more and more crowded every day, and that there will soon be major food problems. He tells the boy that it is extremely important for him to find a solution to this problem. The officer points to a distant province and informs Jerem that the district contains military personnel and awakened beings with unique food-related abilities. Hanwha-nuk once again asks the young man to carefully consider his proposal and expresses hope for a positive response. He adds that only a few military personnel know about the existence of these awakened ones, and they carefully conceal this information. Jerem finds the proposal extremely interesting and directly communicates this to the officer, expressing interest in further discussion. Hanwha-nuk tells the young man that as a sign of trust, he will provide him with information known only to him personally. An intelligence officer tells Jerem that there are powerful pockets of resistance against monsters in the central province. Hanwha-nuk also mentions that in this hellish place, there are real madmen who have dedicated their lives to fighting zombies. These desperate daredevils fight without thinking about their lives, and unite into various small guilds to continue their struggle. The officer reports that powerful fighters from the central province call themselves players. The player, gathering all his strength, delivers a powerful blow to the huge monster, which throws the beast aside. It screams loudly in pain and crashes to the ground with a roar, raising clouds of dust. Realizing that the monsters are extremely powerful, the player looks at the corpse of the defeated monster and contemptuously calls it a bastard, expressing his indignation. After this, the player decisively approaches the monster's body and deals it a crushing blow, causing a huge explosion that scatters parts of the monster's body in different directions. After the monster dies, a bright green crystal materializes in the air, which attracts the player's attention. He takes the crystal in his hands and, looking at it carefully, becomes immersed in thought. The man begins to scratch his ear, thinking that someone is probably talking about him at this moment. Jerem asks Hanwha-nuk if they have ever contacted players to try to unite for a common goal. Hanwha-nuk responds that, unfortunately, players have no interest in religious cults or government. Their only goal is to fight zombies. The intelligence officer says that all his numerous attempts to establish contact with the players were completely unsuccessful, despite all the efforts and methods used. Jerem is deeply interested in this kind of information, believing that players can be lured to his side and thus gain very powerful allies in the upcoming battles. The protagonist sincerely thanks the intelligence officer and informs him that this information was indeed very useful and valuable for their future plans. Hanwha-nuk asks the guy what he decided about their cooperation. Jerem replies that he thought everything through carefully and agrees to do business with the officer. The intelligence officer thanks the young man for his understanding and asks him not to tell anyone about their conversation, emphasizing the need to maintain complete confidentiality. Jerem goes outside with the officer and, under the watchful eyes of other intelligence officers, states that he will consider his offer, demonstrating indecision. As the intelligence officers leave, the young man watches them closely, trying to catch any details or hints about their true intentions. The officer, noticing the lengthy conversation, cautiously turns to Hanwha-nuk and asks what exactly he and the young man had been talking about for so long. Hanwha-nuk, trying to conceal the true nature of their conversation, replies that he discussed with the guy the possibility of working for the government. The officer, squinting suspiciously, looks at Hanwha-nuk and expresses hope that the young man will nevertheless accept the offer and begin to cooperate with the government. Hanwha-nuk continues to play his role skillfully, assuring everyone around him that the guy listened to him carefully and that nothing else was discussed in their conversation. The officer believes that they desperately need awakened people to carry out their operations successfully, and he continues to look at Hanwhanuk with suspicion, trying to detect anything unusual in his behavior. The deputy chief of the National Security Agency, addressing his subordinates, declares that he is ready to do anything for the sake of loyalty to his government and achieving common goals. The intelligence officer is delighted to hear his boss's words, feeling a surge of inspiration. Hanwhanuk finally calms down, believing that he has succeeded in deceiving his subordinates, and that his true intentions have gone unnoticed. Jerem struggles to comprehend what is happening, and is greatly surprised by the fact that the intelligence services are disunited, and many are playing their own game, pursuing personal interests. The young man gives a decisive order to the military, demanding that they bring all troops to a state of full combat readiness for the upcoming actions. The first thing the guy intends to do is deal with the military who control the awakened people who have a skill called food. A scout enters Jerem's office and informs him that he has brought a detailed report on the current situation and activities of the military camp. Jerem expresses his gratitude to the soldier for the work done, and takes the folder with confidential documents from his hands for further study. After reading the report, Jerem learns that the military camp is under horrific conditions, with soldiers forcing ordinary people to work, abusing them, and mired in debauchery and drunkenness. The camp has over 1,000 personnel, including a separate mechanized tank battalion, making it a formidable force. Pakiso, shocked by the unexpected news of a large number of tanks and military forces, believes that this represents a serious problem that could seriously complicate their plans. However, Jerem remains optimistic, especially now that he has detailed information, and is determined to carry out a carefully planned operation in the near future. At the entrance to the military camp, there's a huge checkpoint, which is surrounded by a large number of soldiers, closely monitoring every movement around. The duty sergeant, yawning and not hiding his boredom, expresses dissatisfaction with the fact that zombies have not appeared for a long time, and admits that he has nothing at all to do. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to a strange sound that gradually approaches the checkpoint, breaking the monotony of their duty and causing wariness. A few moments later, the soldiers notice a motorcycle rushing towards them at high speed, raising a cloud of dust. The soldiers report to the sergeant about the approach of an unknown motorcycle. The sergeant calls the soldier an idiot, pointing out that he himself sees it perfectly well. Jerem, without slowing down and protected by a force field, continues to rapidly approach the checkpoint, ignoring all warnings. The sergeant quickly realizes that the men on the approaching motorcycle are awake, and at that moment they are hit by a powerful sonic attack that deafens everyone's ears. The soldiers are unable to withstand the incredibly powerful acoustic attack. Many of them lose consciousness and fall lifeless to the ground, not having time to understand what happened. Jerem offers the remaining soldiers an immediate surrender, promising to spare their lives and guarantee their safety if they stop resisting. The sergeant, no longer able to withstand the unbearable acoustic impact, falls to his knees and raises his hands in surrender, admitting his defeat. Jerem smiles broadly and tells the sergeant that he made the right choice by saving his own life and avoiding the needless deaths of his men. The young men, dismounting from their motorcycles, pass unhindered through the checkpoint, which no longer poses a threat to them, and confidently head deeper into the military camp. The soldiers are gradually beginning to recover from the powerful acoustic attack. The sergeant, struggling to cope with pain and weakness, quietly orders his subordinates to immediately raise the alarm. The soldiers in the barracks immediately rise to the alarm and head towards headquarters, quickly arming themselves and preparing for further orders. Large columns of tanks and armored vehicles immediately emerge from the closed boxes. The general commanding the garrison storms out of his office, seething with rage and bewilderment that anyone would dare attack their impregnable military camp. The officer, standing at attention in front of him, reports that the camp has been attacked by 2 awakened people, who are demanding that the soldiers immediately surrender. Despite the officer's serious warning that these young men are awakened and pose a great danger, the general laughs loudly and says that he will grind these 2 idiots into dust. He is confident that the young men will either surrender themselves or be instantly destroyed by the superior forces of his garrison. Jerem slowly approaches the soldiers, telling them in a firm voice that he will spare their lives if they surrender immediately and swear allegiance to him. The young man's ears are blocked by the deafening sounds of the loudspeaker and the wailing sirens. He understands that it will not be possible to reach a good agreement with the military. Jerem shouts furiously at the officers, declaring that he is well aware of the atrocities committed by the command and senior officers of the garrison. The young man announces that he will destroy them all today, calling them vile scum and expressing his deep contempt. The general insults the young man with rude words and in an angry voice orders his subordinates to immediately shoot this scoundrel. The officer informs the fire crews that an order has been received to open fire and demands that they begin to carry it out immediately. Young men stand motionless in the middle of a huge square, watching as tank guns are aimed directly at them. The fire team aims their gun at Jerem, and the soldiers are shocked that the guy doesn't react at all and continues to stand in place, as if not noticing the danger. Jerem calmly asks Pakiso if she is ready to begin the battle, and the girl nods her head in confirmation. The young men take up fighting stances, and Pakiso remarks with a grin that they are about to have some real fun. The general, pointing a pointer in their direction, confidently gives the order to open fire with all guns, counting on the immediate destruction of the enemy. The tanks open fire on the general's orders, and shells immediately begin to explode around the young men, causing a series of powerful explosions. A deafening roar shakes the air, and flashes of flame illuminate the space. The soldiers, having taken up positions, fire from machine guns, creating a dense barrage of fire. Some fighters lie on the ground to increase their shooting accuracy, while others fire while standing. Under the cover of a powerful protective energy field, the young men rush forward, ignoring the hail of bullets and shells. No amount of fire can stop them. Bullets fly past, and shells are repelled by a force field without causing them the slightest harm. They continue to approach the military positions at incredible speed. The soldiers, watching what is happening, are in shock, realizing that their shots are useless against these invulnerable opponents. Pakiso is the first to reach the front rows, pushing off the ground with incredible force and jumping onto a nearby tank. Pakiso confidently approaches the tank's turret and grabs the gun barrel with an iron grip. The next moment, with a loud scream, she rips it off the tank as if it were a piece of plastic and then throws the barrel into the air with great force. The soldiers nearby froze in a state of absolute shock. They couldn't believe their eyes. The girl had just torn off a tank's gun with her bare hands. Meanwhile, Jerem continues to approach the soldiers with a confident, relentless stride, simultaneously calling upon his inventory pouch, from which he takes out massive metal combat chains. Jerem swings his battle chains with incredible agility, creating powerful waves of energy around him. Bright blue flashes emanating from the chains, cutting through the air and creating devastating blows. The devastating strikes from the battle chains cause powerful explosions that instantly destroy all armored vehicles parked at the entrance to the building. The general cannot hide his deep surprise. He clearly did not expect that young people could possess such enormous fighting power. Jerem jumps up to the general with lightning speed, getting very close to the man and looking him straight in the eyes. The next moment, the young man grabs the soldier by the throat with a strong grip and lifts him into the air. With a cold smile on his face, Jerem asks the general if he has any last words or wishes before his inevitable death. The soldier makes wheezing sounds and tries to discreetly move his hand behind his back, where the holster is located. The general pulls his pistol from its holster and points it at the young man. The next moment, the soldier pulls the trigger and fires a clip of bullets into the young man's head. But Jerem is protected by a strong protective field that the bullets cannot penetrate. Jerem, in a state of rage, coldly informs the general that he has made his choice and will now inevitably die. The young man continues to squeeze the general's throat with force. The soldier wheezes loudly and begs Jerem to spare him. The soldiers, standing a short distance away, watch in shock as Jerem fights with unprecedented force and destroys their general. They cannot believe their eyes. The guy who at first seemed like an ordinary enemy took the life of their leader in a matter of moments. Jerem turns to the soldiers and asks in a loud voice whether they intend to continue their futile resistance or are ready to surrender. Realizing that the forces are clearly unequal, the soldiers throw their weapons to the ground, raise their hands, and beg Jerem to spare them. Pakiso silently watches the huge mass of soldiers kneeling, their heads bowed in submission. Jerem addresses the soldiers, informing them that he knows there are awakened beings being held in their camp, and demands to know everything they know. The soldiers confess to Jerem that there is indeed a prisoner in the camp who is awakened, and offer to escort him to the place of imprisonment. Jerem can't hide his deep surprise, as he hadn't expected at all that the awakened one in the military camp would turn out to be a prisoner, and not an ally. 2 months ago, soldiers arrived in a remote village, kneeling before the village elder and begging him for help, claiming that the people in their camp were dying of hunger. The old farmer responded to the military, saying that although he had few skills, he would do his best to help the suffering people and ease their plight. Despite the old farmer's help in solving the food problems in the military camp, the survivors continued to receive small, meager portions of low-calorie food that barely sustained them. The farmer asked the military camp management why they were not distributing enough good food to the people, since the reserves now allowed for this. A well-fed and contented general picks his teeth with a toothpick, and tells the elder that well-fed people manage poorly and begin to think about all sorts of stupid things that undermine discipline. The old man calls the general a scoundrel and tells him that he has no right to wear a military uniform. He says that he will immediately leave their military camp, not wanting to have anything to do with them. The general gets up from his desk and begins to laugh loudly and mockingly, telling the old farmer that he is a complete fool and a naive simpleton. Two soldiers immediately run up to the old farmer, grab him by the arms and lead him to a prison cell, ignoring his protests. Jerem finds the old farmer's story very unfortunate and suggests that many people who are supposed to serve society are actually scoundrels. The young man asks the military where their prisoner is and demands that he be taken to him immediately. The soldiers take Jerem to the far side of the camp, where there is a fenced-in area surrounded by a high fence and barbed wire. The young man is surprised to notice that there is a huge warehouse on this territory, the boxes of which contain a large quantity of fresh, high-quality products. After a while, Jerem notices a hard-working old man who carefully carries the groceries and carefully stacks them, showing great diligence. The young man activates a skill called analytics, after which the virtual system informs him that this person is awakened and has the farmer skill. Jerem introduces himself to the man, telling him that he is well aware of his tragic story and how unfairly he was treated by the military. The boy tells the farmer that from now on he is free and says that he personally punished and destroyed the general responsible for his suffering. The farmer listens attentively to the young man. Although he does not fully believe his words, he still sincerely thanks him for trying to help. The soldiers notice that the farmer doubts the young man's words and confirm that their commander has indeed been destroyed. The farmer admits that it is hard to believe, but he is happy about the news and continues to thank the young man for freeing people from the terrible tyrant. The virtual system informs Jerem that the awakened one's favor has reached its limit and a new skill can now be transferred to him. Jerem is pleased with what is happening. He believes that the acquired skill will be extremely useful to him in the future to achieve his goals. Jerem and the farmer find themselves in a parallel space filled with bright red energy, standing inside a pentagram where the skill transfer takes place. The virtual system informs the young man that the skill has been successfully acquired, and he can now grow plants using mana, opening up new horizons of possibilities. Jerem believes that he needs to convince the farmer elder and take him to his village to use his skills for the benefit of his community. The boy approaches the elder and tells him that his village really needs his strength and skills, which can significantly improve the lives of local residents. The elder farmer clearly remembers the day when the military came to him and plaintively begged him to help people in need, promising care and gratitude. The old man is in no hurry to respond to his proposal. Jerem understands that the farmer does not want to step on the same rake twice, fearing a repetition of previous mistakes. The elder tells the young man that he will not hide his thoughts and says that he does not want to repeat his mistakes, which have already brought him much grief. Jerem offers to visit his village and promises that if he doesn't like it, he can leave at any time. A long column of vehicles belonging to the Hammer Group enters the captured military camp. Quackduple looks closely at the captured soldiers and ponders how the young men managed to capture this well-fortified camp in such a short time. Jerem approaches him from behind. The guy informs him that he is appointing him as the commandant of the military camp, transferring responsibility for its management. Quackduple agrees to the young man's proposal and asks him to fulfill one important request for him. He points to the captured tanks standing nearby and says that his hands start to itch when he looks at these huge and powerful machines. Jerem suddenly realizes that tanks are machines, and Quackduple is a natural-born mechanic who cannot live without his creativity. He offers the man the opportunity to do whatever he wants with the combat equipment, which causes him great joy and enthusiasm. Quackduple approaches his truck and declares that he will begin upgrading the equipment immediately, without wasting a minute. His truck instantly starts moving, rises into the air and begins to transform into a huge robot. Quackduple calls upon his mana, a bright energy field instantly erupts around him, and he tells his car that it's time for it to improve. After some time, the huge armored combat vehicle begins to disintegrate into its component parts and assemblies, which rise into the air. The tank's tracks, guns, and other components fly up to the parked robot truck and begin transforming it into an armored vehicle. Now the Quackduple vehicle has not only acquired powerful armor, but also increased its firepower with the help of a tank gun. Quackduple finishes his work and looks at his updated fighting machine with pride and pleasure, admiring the results of his skill. Jerem and the farmer also watch the robot's transformation and cannot hide their surprise and admiration. The Hammer Gang members praise Quackduple, telling him that they have never seen such powerful and impressive technology. Quackduple points out to the young man a row of tanks standing nearby and asks if he can use them for further transformations and improvements. The Hammer Gang members immediately rush to Jerem and plaintively ask him for permission to use the tanks for transformation, as they also want to upgrade their vehicles. Jerem allows the use of captured equipment. The guy believes that this will help the unit become much stronger and more effective in combat. Quackduple approaches the neat rows of tanks, looks at them appraisingly, and says that he will do a good job now. The man is determined to use his skills to their full potential. Using his mechanic skill, Quackduple transforms the hammer technique into a powerful armored fist, capable of withstanding any challenge. The armored column of the hammer group sets off on its journey and soon reaches its destination. Young people walk along the streets of the camp. Passers-by, seeing them, greet them, thanking them for the help and care they provided during difficult times. The farmer tells Jerem that he has changed his mind about the young man. He sees that the guy is a wonderful person, respected in society, and this is much better than he previously thought. After some time, the farmer apologizes to the guy for previously doubting him and not trusting his good intentions. The man admits his mistake and short-sightedness. The elder asks Jerem to stay in his camp. The young man's face lights up with a wide smile. He replies with great pleasure that he is glad that the farmer decided to stay in their camp, and looks forward to working together. Under the direction of a farmer elder, the soldiers sow the vast plantations located inside the camp. An elder farmer named Wangong expresses his deep gratitude to the military for their fruitful and high-quality work, and then begins energetically manipulating the sown fields. Wangong uses his mana. A bright energy field instantly flares up around him. The man activates his unique skill called Farmer. Within minutes, the small plant shoots begin to grow rapidly, and huge corn fruits appear on them. The soldiers are experiencing deep shock and incredible joy from what is happening. They understand that their nutritional problems have finally been solved, and now they can eat without any restrictions. Jerem admires a huge field of corn. The guy suddenly hears the voice of a psychoanalyst. A girl named Chanae notes that this is really great work and a big step forward for their community. Chanae asks the young man if he has thought about what to name their camp, as their village and organization still don't have a name, which is important for their unity and identity. Jerem is deep in thought. The young man tells the girl that this is indeed a very good question, worthy of attention. The guy reflects on the fact that their main goal is to destroy all the zombies on the planet, and that all normal people share these intentions. Jerem announces that he has carefully considered all the options and has decided to name their organization Unity, symbolizing the unification of all people against a common threat. Chanae is a little surprised by this name, as she was expecting a more provocative or powerful name that would reflect their strength and ambition. Jerem believes their name is a good one because it reflects their intention, as they want to unite all people regardless of their country, race, or culture. The guy asks the girl if she likes the name, to which Chanae replies without much enthusiasm that it's a pretty good name. Jerem believes that now that he has finished with all the urgent matters, it is time to become stronger and improve his skills. The boy intends to improve his skills with the help of magic stones stored in his inventory bag, which can enhance his abilities. Jerem intends to start with the skill of architecture. The boy approaches the elder Zhongyong and asks him to help him master this art. Zhongyong says that he will be happy to share his knowledge and tell the young man everything he knows about architecture, and pass on his experience. The virtual system informs the young man that his architecture skills have doubled recently, indicating significant progress in his learning. The next person the young man begins his lessons with is Professor Sebastian. The man takes the boy into the forest and explains in detail the basic patterns of animal behavior in the wild. Together, they track a huge wild boar through the forest. The professor explains the animal's habits and how to communicate with it, revealing the secrets of communicating with wildlife. After numerous sessions with Chanae, the young man greatly improved his skill called soul healing, allowing him to deeply understand and heal the emotional wounds of others. Following the psychoanalyst, Jerem begins his studies with Song Hamin in order to improve his culinary skills, striving to master the culinary art at a high level. Classes with acoustics professor Dongpak allow the young man to delve into complex physics and sound waves, expanding his intellectual horizons. Jerem looks at his data on the system's virtual screen. He's genuinely pleased with his improved skills, as he spent a whole week communicating with specialists and doesn't regret it. Chanae enters the young man's room and tells him that she has some very interesting information that will help him further improve his skills. Jerem tells the girl that he has just finished improving his skills, which he has been working hard on lately. The girl says that recently many new people have appeared in their camp who are awakened and have a variety of skills. Jerem could hardly contain his irritation. He thought that he had adopted the experience of all the awakened and did not expect to hear about the appearance of new ones. Chennai notices the guy's strange reaction and asks him what's wrong, trying to understand the reason for his dissatisfaction. Jareem says he's fine and says he's ready to continue his studies, but he tries to hide his true emotions. Jareem learns from a report that they have awakened ones in their camp who have the skills of a blacksmith, designer, and thief. The young man carefully studies the information and believes that some of these skills can really help him in the future to achieve his goals. Chennai informs the young man that the first two awakened ones are able to use their unique abilities to create powerful items with special properties and powers. The psychoanalyst carefully places several mysterious objects on the table and invites Jerem to examine them carefully. Jerem activates his analyst skill and scans the objects. The virtual system informs him that the knife and equipment have enhanced characteristics. Jerem is skeptical about these items, believing that they are no different from ordinary things that can be enhanced with magical stones. Chennai informs the young man that no magical stones were used in the production of these items, which makes them more unique and valuable. Jerem is greatly surprised that the items have enhanced properties, even though no magic crystals were used in their creation, and begins to realize their true value. Jerem intends to increase the production of such unique items and equip their armed forces with them to significantly enhance their combat capabilities. The third specialist remains on the list, whose main skill is theft. The young man does not yet understand how to use his abilities for the benefit of his organization. Chennai is a bit confused and admits that she will need time to think about it carefully and make an informed decision. The psychoanalyst believes that this skill can be effectively used in intelligence or some kind of espionage operations. Jerem agrees with the girl. He believes that in the fight against terrible monsters, absolutely all skills that can give them an advantage will be useful. The young people's conversation is interrupted by a loud knock on the door. Jerem has no idea who it might be and invites the guest in, wanting to know the reason for the visit. A military man enters the room, greets the young man, and announces that he has brought an important report from the intelligence department that requires immediate attention. Chennai notices how Jerem's face changes as he reads the classified report, and asks with concern what news the scout has brought. Jerem, frowning, tells the psychoanalyst that the advanced troops encountered the terrible monster that he saw in his 99th nightmare. The enormous worm rises high into the air, its massive body writhing, revealing numerous tentacles and terrifying mouths, each filled with sharp teeth, as the creature lets out a long, eerie howl that echoes throughout the area. Chennai realizes that Jerem is determined to go to the city to destroy this powerful monster. Jerem confidently tells the girl that it is their duty to liberate the captured territories from such threats, and to do this, they must strive for large cities. The Unity Organization's armed forces are approaching a large city. The city streets are in ruins. Buildings are almost completely destroyed. Traces of chaos are visible everywhere. According to information received from scouts, it becomes clear that there are a huge number of powerful evolved mutants on the streets of large cities, posing a serious threat to all survivors. The scouts noticed a huge creature with a humanoid body and an elephant's head. This monster has a magical crystal in its forehead, which is significantly different from those found in ordinary mutants, indicating its incredible power. In addition to high-level mutants, there are many ordinary zombies on the city streets, roaming in huge numbers and posing a danger to anyone who dares to enter. The young people learn that the total number of zombies in the nearest large city exceeds 20,000, making the task of clearing it out incredibly difficult and risky. Jerem considers the task of liberating the city quite difficult, but the guy does not intend to stop and wants to clear it of vile mutants as soon as possible to ensure the safety of the surviving people. Jerem intends to call all department heads together for an emergency meeting to discuss the information received and develop a strategy to rid the city of zombies and mutants. The guy believes that the time has come to target large cities and clear them of zombies in order to expand safe areas and give people the opportunity to return to normal life. At the meeting, Jerem conveys the information he has received to the department heads and details his further plans for liberating the cities, calling on them to actively participate and cooperate. Pakdalbong fully supports the young man. The elder believes that it is necessary to begin liberating large cities as quickly as possible in order to restore order and ensure safety for all survivors. Jareem informs the elders that in the upcoming operation he will have to take with him most of the armed forces. He asks them to organize a reliable defense of the camp with the remaining forces. Kwakdapal crosses his huge arms over his chest and says with a smile that this is great news, as his fists have been itching for a while now, and he is looking forward to getting into the fight. Jareem asks Professor Sebastian how well the areas surrounding the large city are explored, and whether they have detailed information about the possible dangers that might lurk there. Sebastian reports that they do have extensive information about the number and modification of zombies living in the area, but they have still not been able to find any traces of the huge monster that Jerem spoke of. The young man understands why it was difficult for intelligence to find the huge monster, since it only appeared in the 99th episode of Nightmares, which occurred after a large-scale attack was carried out on the city. Jerem asks the professor to increase reconnaissance of the area and find as many survivors as possible in order to expand their community and save more people from danger. Sebastian replies that similar work has been going on for a long time, and they have already discovered a huge number of survivors, many of whom have even united in groups for mutual assistance. Jerem asks the psychoanalyst to prepare treatment facilities to receive the large influx of survivors they will liberate in new territories, in order to provide them with the necessary medical care and support. Elder Jongyong promises to assist in this matter, and says that he will do everything possible to reconstruct the medical building, so that it is ready to receive the wounded and sick. A young man asks psychoanalyst Chanae how much time it will take for the girl to prepare, so that medical facilities are fully prepared to receive survivors. Chanae replies that, in general, they are already ready for the operation. They need to solve some small organizational problems, which will take 1 day. At the end of the meeting, Jerem thanks all the department heads and informs them that they will be moving out tomorrow, urging them to prepare their teams and equipment. Jerem leaves the conference room and is stopped by a soldier who had been standing in the hallway waiting for him, apparently with an urgent message. The soldier informs Jerem that the heads of the production departments want to speak with him alone to discuss important matters. The soldier informs the young man that the heads of the production departments want to convey something important to him and ask for an immediate meeting. Jerem is interested in this information. The guy thanks the military man and says that he will immediately meet with the heads of departments. After some time, Jerem comes to a meeting with the blacksmith and the clothing designer, waiting to find out what they want to tell him. The fashion designer greets the young man cheerfully and says that she has long wanted to meet him in person and discuss important issues. The designer informs Jerem that she has received information that tomorrow combat units will move out to liberate the city, and she wants to offer her assistance. The woman says that she and the blacksmith want to make a new weapon and special clothing for the young man to help him in the upcoming battle. The blacksmith extends his powerful hand to Jerem and asks the boy to show him his main combat weapon so he can evaluate it and suggest improvements. Jerem immediately summons his inventory pouch and takes out his metal battle chain, showing it to the blacksmith and clothing designer. The blacksmith examines the metal chain for a long time and carefully, after which he announces that he will improve the weapon and return it to Jerem tomorrow before the attack. The designer approaches Jerem and asks him to ignore the blacksmith's stern demeanor and uncooperative nature, explaining that while the blacksmith may appear stern and unfriendly, he is actually a good person, just very difficult to deal with. The designer asks the young man to follow her into the room where the production department is located. Jerem enters the premises and is immediately struck by the enormous quantity of clothes and materials displayed there, and is amazed by the variety of fabrics and details used to make the clothes. The designer compliments the boy, noting that he has a slender and strong body, and promises to sew him the perfect armor that will not only protect, but also highlight his physical assets. After this, the designer takes the young man's measurements and informs him that his new clothes will be ready tomorrow, assuring him that he will be satisfied with the result of her work. Jerem thanks the specialist with a sincere smile and says that he will be looking forward to tomorrow, anticipating the results of their work. The next day arrives. The bright sun floods the streets of the sprawling village with its warm rays, filling it with the life and energy of a new day. In the office where Jerem is, there is a cautious knock on the door. The young man raises his head and invites the guest to enter. The doors open smoothly, and a blacksmith with a serious expression and a smiling female designer appear on the threshold, carrying something in their hands. The designer approaches Jerem, telling her that she worked all night and put her heart and soul into her creation, sincerely hoping that the new armor will be to his liking. Jerem activates his analyst skill to thoroughly scan the items the craftsman brought, wanting to discover their true properties and potential. The virtual system informs Jerem that the designer has created a high-quality leather suit, a masterpiece that significantly increases mana and improves movement control. Jerem takes the garment into his hands and is greatly surprised to feel a huge amount of energy emanating from it, as if the suit had its own life force. The designer understands that the guy really liked the outfit. She cannot contain her joyful smile, and, full of enthusiasm, asks the young man his opinion about the new outfit. Jerem sincerely praises the designer and says that this armor is not only very comfortable, but will also undoubtedly help him in the upcoming battles, increasing his chances of success. The guy asks the designer how many magical stones she used to make this amazing costume. The woman says that 3 orange crystals were used for it. Jerem is amazed to realize that his suit is not just ordinary clothing, but a powerful combat artifact capable of significantly enhancing his abilities. The blacksmith hands the young man his improved battle chain, which now sparkles and reflects the light brightly. The young man sincerely thanks the blacksmith for the work done. The boy wants to learn all the properties of the new weapon and intends to scan the item using his skill. The virtual system informs Jerem that his battle chains now have a new explosion skill, greatly increasing their destructive power in combat. The blacksmith proudly informs the boy that his chains are now powerful explosive weapons, capable of inflicting crushing blows on enemies. Jerem holds the upgraded chains in his hands with joy and anticipation. The boy feels a strong desire to test their new function in action as soon as possible. A young man stands before a line of soldiers, his gaze full of determination, as he addresses them, declaring that the time has come to show these vile monsters the full power of the human spirit and strength. Jerem asks the soldiers if they are ready to attack. The soldiers unanimously answer that they are ready, and confidently declare that they will follow their leader and carry out his orders without hesitation. Jerem announces that they have no choice but to defeat the monsters, and orders his army to advance immediately. Numerous columns of armored vehicles begin their movement towards the captured large city, the roar of their engines echoing throughout the surrounding area. The reconnaissance squad leader informs Quaktapal that a huge crowd of zombies has been detected ahead, blocking the way and posing a serious threat. Quaktapal informs the soldiers in the back of his vehicle that there are zombies nearby and that they need to take the energy bars they were given in advance. The soldiers carry out the order without hesitation and begin to eat energy bars, feeling the strength filling their bodies. After some time, the soldiers are filled with a huge amount of energy. They instantly calm down and lose their sense of fear. The military approaches a huge group of zombies, among which several menacing mutants with disfigured bodies and terrifying grins stand out. Quaktapal informs his comrades that a group of zombies has appeared in their line of sight, causing concern among the fighters. The man, realizing the seriousness of the situation, orders all fire crews to immediately take aim and open fire on the zombies. Dozens of tank guns simultaneously open powerful and continuous barrage of fire on the approaching zombies, turning the battlefield into fiery chaos. Powerful explosions are heard in front of the head of the column, their destructive force scattering the destroyed zombies in all directions. The armored column, without slowing down, continues its movement, sweeping away the surviving zombies with its reinforced protective structures installed around the vehicles. Meanwhile, terrifying evolved mutants roam the deserted streets of a vast, ruined city, instilling terror in the few remaining survivors. A huge humanoid mutant with the head of an elephant, raising its head to the sky, lets out a heart-rending scream that pierces the air and makes everything around it shudder. This eerie scream echoes through the ruined and deserted streets of the vast city, adding to the atmosphere of horror and hopelessness. The military column reaches the city's suburbs. Soldiers quickly disembark from their vehicles and line up in battle formations, preparing for the upcoming battle. Jerem, with his head held high, looks forward. The young man understands that a serious battle awaits him ahead, the outcome of which will determine the fate of many people. A moment later, a huge swarm of field mice rapidly approaches the military battle lines. A scout receives an urgent report from the field mice, informing them that the military has spotted zombies, which are beginning to surround them from all sides. The streets are teeming with hideous, disfigured creatures that are a mixture of zombies and mutants. These creatures with mutilated bodies, disgusting mouths and long, writhing tongues look at approaching people. Quaktapal, standing in his car, carefully loads his gun and says with a confident smile that he is going to give the zombies a really warm welcome. A huge monster, reminiscent of an elephant in its appearance, slowly moves towards the people. And under the powerful blows of its feet, the hard asphalt cracks and splits. Following this monster, right behind its back, move less massive but no less ugly mutants, forming a whole army of terrible creatures advancing on the positions of people. The elephant-like mutant stops in front of the military formations and stares at them. The crystal located on its forehead begins to intensify its bright glow. The soldiers, seeing the approaching huge horde of monsters, are overcome with fear, each of them realizing that these creatures, approaching from the destroyed streets, pose a mortal threat. Jerem realizes that they will inevitably have to destroy these mutants in order to continue their search and find the giant worm. A young man asks the soldiers in a loud and confident voice if they are afraid of the impending battle, and the soldiers unanimously answer that they are not afraid. Jerem raises his hand, wrapped in a shining metal chain, into the sky and declares to the military that from this day on, he will lead them to victory over the enemy. The metal combat chain begins to glow brightly and intensely. The virtual system reports that the explosive weapon has been activated. A moment later, the huge chain disintegrates into individual links, which rush towards the zombies with incredible speed, turning into deadly projectiles. The chain links slam into the front lines of attacking zombies with tremendous force, tearing their disintegrating bodies apart and wreaking havoc on their advance. The chain links do not stop at destroying the first rows of enemies. They perform a rapid circular maneuver and attack the subsequent rows of mutants with even greater speed. The massive elephant-like mutant begins to back away, roaring loudly and trying to protect its head with its massive paws. Realizing the danger posed by the deadly links of the chain, the remaining mutated creatures also retreat, emitting eerie screams that send a terrible vibration through the surrounding area, causing the ground to tremble and frightening even the bravest fighters. Jareem once again raises his shining metal chain high into the sky, and with a decisive voice gives the order to his army to attack the retreating mutants. The soldiers, inspired by his determination, loudly and in unison shout the words, "Long live the leader," and with unwavering confidence begin to move towards the monsters. The elephant-like monster, gathering all its strength, lets out a wild roar and runs straight towards the attacking ranks of soldiers, intending to crush them with its might. His terrifying attack is joined by smaller, but no less dangerous mutants, forming a deadly wave with him, aimed at destroying the human army. Jerem, realizing the gravity of the situation, orders his soldiers to hold their formation firmly and simultaneously advance forward to attack, not giving the enemy the slightest chance to break through their defenses. Enormous monsters fall upon the front lines of soldiers with a furious rage, overturning and throwing aside massive armored vehicles as if they were light toys. Jareem's chain suddenly bursts into a bright blue flame. The virtual system informs the boy that the weapon's additional properties have been activated. His mana is fully activated, and his body is covered in a powerful protective energy field. Moving swiftly towards the elephant-like monster, the young man activates his special skill called Rule. The virtual system asks him how much life force he intends to use. Jerem orders the maximum values to be activated without hesitation. Jerem instantly imbues himself with the life force of 700 men, and, with incredible force, delivers a crushing blow with his battle chain to the elephant-like monster, hoping to bring it down with one blow. The monster retreats, desperately trying to block the blows with its massive arm, but Jerem relentlessly continues to strike it with colossal blows, not giving the monster the slightest chance to catch its breath. The elephant-like monster slowly retreats back, letting out a loud roar under the colossal onslaught of the young man, whose blows become increasingly destructive. Suddenly, the monster explodes in a bright flash of energy and flies back several dozen meters, struck by the incredible force of Jerem's attack. Jerem is pleased with the result of his devastating attack, the young man praising the blacksmith who imbued his battle chains with the explosive power that allowed him to achieve such an effect. The protagonist does not stop and continues his attacks. He delivers several more powerful blows with his combat chains, resulting in a huge explosion that throws the monster even further. The elephant-like monster crashes into a massive concrete wall, which, from the force of the impact, becomes covered with deep cracks and begins to collapse, unable to withstand the impact. The smaller zombies, seeing that their leader has suffered a crushing defeat, begin to slowly retreat back, emitting terrible screams full of fear and despair. The soldiers watching the scene are amazed by Jerem's incredible fighting power. They have never seen such a huge monster being brought down with just a few blows. Jerem himself is also surprised by his powerful fighting skills, realizing that he was able to destroy a rare and powerful monster with just a few attacks. His body continues to glow with a bright blue energy fire, enhancing his fighting abilities, and he realizes that his chains have now become a far more formidable weapon than ever before. Jerem doesn't stop and continues to move forward, heading towards a group of mutants trapped in a corner. The monsters slowly back away. They hiss and scream loudly, trying to defend themselves from the oncoming enemy. Jerem exchanges a glance with Kwak-Tupal, who understands without further ado that it is time to act. The man quickly reloads his car's gun, preparing for the next volley. At that moment, Jerem pushes off the ground and leaps forward, raising his glittering battle chain for a powerful strike. He begins to spin the glowing metal chain, triggering his explosive ability. The next second, the chain breaks into individual links, which, with incredible speed, head straight into the horde of monsters trapped against the wall. The chain links strike the mutants with devastating force, tearing their bodies apart, and Kwak-Tupal gives the order to open fire with all weapons. Flying chain links, coupled with tank shells, turn zombies into a cloud of explosions that tear them to pieces. The The sergeants quickly order the soldiers to open aimed fire with their small arms to finish off the remaining zombies. Machine gun fire pierces the bodies of the few remaining monsters, who miraculously survive the devastating fire attack. A mutated creature resembling a huge spider appears among them. It emits a loud and eerie cry and slowly approaches the ranks of the military with the clear intention of attacking. Kwakdupal, inside his robot car, accelerates to maximum speed and makes a powerful leap, rising high into the air to slam down with incredible force on the approaching spider-like mutant. With fury in his voice, the man declares that today all hellish creatures will be destroyed, leaving no trace behind. His multi-ton transforming machine lands with a roar next to the mutant, its powerful manipulators delivering a crushing blow. The dust raised by the impact gradually dissipates, and Kwakdupal sees that all that remains of the once formidable and enormous monster is a puddle of formless biomass, slowly spreading across the ground. Kwakdupal clenches his teeth in anger, his gaze full of determination. He knows that with one powerful blow, he has crushed the monster. Kwakdupal and his team continue their furious attack, crushing the monsters with the tracks of their vehicles and shooting at them with onboard guns. The fighters do not give the mutants a break. The mutants panic and try to move quickly, dodging the flying projectiles, and desperately try to escape. Pakiso notices that some of the mutants have agility that allows them to avoid bullets and projectiles. The girl rushes into battle, using her martial arts to destroy them. The girl sees a huge mutant off to the side and, making an impressive leap, gracefully jumps over him, instantly getting into a fighting stance. Pakiso challenges the monster to a fight, declaring that this fight will be his last in life. The huge monster, roaring furiously, rushes towards Pakiso, intending to crush her with one blow. At this time, a group of ordinary mutants bypasses the military from the left flank and quickly approaches the first rows of soldiers, who are reliably protected by armored shields. The monsters, having managed to evade the barrage of fire, crash into the ranks of the defenders and begin to furiously beat their massive paws on the strong shields, trying to break through the defense. However, the military, relying on proven tactics, holds back the onslaught. The front rows hold back the monsters, while the soldiers from the second row, armed with bladed weapons, deliver precise and deadly blows. One of the soldiers, raising a battle axe, delivers a crushing blow with incredible force directly to the zombie's head, instantly killing it. The military, to their surprise, discovers that their new weapon allows them to destroy zombies with a single blow, something they had previously been unable to achieve in hand-to-hand combat. They share their impressions, discussing how unexpectedly easy it is for them to now deal with dangerous monsters. The monster continues its furious attack, intending to break through the ranks of the military. It tries to crush their battle formation and break through inside. The huge mutant slams into the soldiers' shields with incredible force, the back rows quickly forming a neat line, pointing their weapons towards the monster. A second later, the soldiers release a dense energy grid that quickly engulfs the monsters. The net squeezes them so tightly that they are completely immobilized and unable to resist. At this moment, the next row of soldiers, armed with long spears, confidently steps forward, preparing to deliver the decisive blow to the immobilized monsters. The trapped, terrifying creatures squeal and twitch wildly, trying in vain to escape the strong energy grids. Jareem watches with admiration the soldiers' coordinated actions, realizing that the countless training they have undergone has yielded good results. The young man, confident in his abilities, begins to move towards the elephant-like monster, which still cannot recover from the attack and sits motionless to the side. Jerem's aura suddenly takes on a demonic appearance, his chains erupting in a bright blue energy flame as he continues to slowly approach the massive monster, preparing for the final blow. The next moment, Jerem, without much effort, crushes the monster, and a rare green magic crystal, sparkling with an unusual light, falls out of its head. Jerem looks closely at the crystal lying at his feet. The guy realizes that this artifact can significantly enhance his strength and skills. The young man summons his inventory pouch, which instantly absorbs a rare magic crystal, adding it to his trophies. Jerem reflects on how today's battle yielded excellent results, with the military able to liberate part of the city and secure powerful trophies that will increase their chances of victory in the future. He looks around the battlefield, seeing that the monster's attack has been repelled, and most of the monsters have been destroyed, confirming the success of their mission. Jerem approaches Kwakdupal and asks with a serious expression about the losses their army suffered after today's battle. Kwakdupal, to the young man's surprise, replies that this time the losses were minimal. Jerem, not hiding his joy at what he heard, waves his hand forward and activates a skill called architecture. At the same moment, huge wooden pillars burst out of the ground, forming a dense protective palisade around the soldiers, which will ensure their safety. Jerem informs the soldiers that they can now rest and get themselves in order, which is met with approval from the soldiers. The young man, seeing the wounded, gathers them around him and activates the heal skill. At the same moment, he is surrounded by flashes of bright energy discharges that begin to heal the fighters. The military, realizing that the battle is not yet over, put up increased guards on their defensive fortifications to be prepared for possible attacks. The soldiers, in relative safety, are beginning to gradually recover from the grueling battle, trying to warm themselves by the fires and regain their strength. At this time, Jerem is broadcasting to the unit commanders. The guy reports that most of the city has been liberated, but they need to move on as quickly as possible to consolidate their success. Kwak Dupal asks Jerem if they expect to see the huge monster he mentioned earlier anytime soon. Jerem replies that he is not sure about this, but emphasizes that one must always be prepared for the appearance of a huge worm, which could be their next enemy. Pakiso, with optimism in her voice, declares that despite the strength and power of this enemy, they will definitely cope with him. The girl believes in the strength of her team. Jerem, assessing the current situation, adds that they have some time to rest, and while they are safe, suggests that the soldiers recuperate. Zombies begin to gather around the defensive palisade, their bodies colliding with wooden posts as they wander chaotically, searching for a weak spot to break into the camp. At that moment, with a loud crash, the palisade collapses, and an armored Kwak Dupal vehicle bursts out, crashing into the crowd of zombies, mercilessly crushing them under its heavy tracks. The huge armored column continues its planned route, moving further and further towards the city center. After some time, Jerem finds himself in the very square where a huge monster appeared in his nightmares. A dark premonition once again overwhelms the guy. Jerem turns to his comrades, saying that this is the very place where he saw the giant worm in his nightmares. A bad feeling begins to grip him more and more. A moment later, the ground beneath your feet begins to shake, and the asphalt around you begins to crack, as if something huge and terrible is about to burst to the surface. Jerem instantly realizes that his intuition was right. A giant monster is about to emerge from underground, and they will have to face a mortal threat. A huge monster with many sinister mouths, studded with razor-sharp teeth, bursts out from underground and lets out a heart-rending roar. Jerem watches in horror as numerous appendages begin to grow from the body of the enormous worm, each topped with a terrifying mouth. The young people carefully examine the monster and realize with shock that this is the very route that they missed from the awakened laboratory. Pakiso, clearly surprised by what is happening, notices that the appendages on the monster's body are beginning to devour their mother's body, which seems very strange to her. A girl's voice is heard. She says that she didn't expect that monsters could fight each other. A huge monster rolls on the ground, trying to destroy the appendages that are mercilessly devouring its own body. The monster continues its futile attempts to free itself, but to no avail. In desperation, it rises into the air, opens its enormous mouth and lets out a terrifying roar that shakes the space around it. A moment later, his lifeless body falls to the ground with a deafening roar, and a bright blue magic crystal falls out of the monster's body and rolls right to Jerem's feet. The young man carefully examines the rare mineral, instantly realizing that this crystal is significantly stronger than those he has encountered before. The young man reaches down to the ground to pick up the magic crystal, and suddenly, a huge number of tendrils that were previously on the monster rush towards him. Jerem instantly activates his inventory pouch and takes out his combat metal chain. He begins to swing the chain around himself, delivering precise blows to the terrifying, toothy appendages attacking him. The appendages open their disgusting mouths and their shape begins to change, transforming into something resembling a squid. Jerem instantly activates a skill called Blue Dragon Flame, his battle chain instantly bursting into a bright glow. The terrible creatures do not dare to attack him directly. Surrounding the young man, they froze and only watch him. A moment later, the creatures bite into the asphalt and try to hide underground, avoiding a direct confrontation. Jerem shouts loudly that they won't be able to escape and begins to strike at the retreating monsters. With each strike of the chain on the ground, powerful, bright blue energy blasts are created. Jerem activates the skill rule and summons the life force of 700 people to strengthen his attacks. The parts of the monsters that failed to hide underground turn towards Jerem, open their vile mouths and emit eerie, piercing screams. Jerem immediately activates his skill called Architecture, and the next moment, huge wooden tentacles materialize in the air. These powerful tentacles instantly pounce on monsters and wrap them tightly, making them unable to move or resist. Taking advantage of the monster's immobilization, Jerem activates his skill called Analytics to gather more information about the strange monsters and understand their nature. He orders his troops to maintain concentration, emphasizing that the battle is not over yet, and they must be prepared for new threats. The armored column slowly but surely continues to advance towards the city center, occasionally stopping to destroy scattered groups of zombies and mutants encountered along the way. The soldiers, using honed tactical techniques honed in training, effortlessly dispatch individual zombies, acting in a coordinated and swift manner. After numerous battles, the Unity Organization army accumulates more and more magic crystals, which allow them to constantly improve their combat skills. Empowered by magical stones, the soldiers become unrivaled fighters, capable of effectively combating zombies and mutants. During these battles, Jerem discovers a large number of survivors hiding among the ruins. The survivors are gathered into groups and sent by transport to temporary camps, where they will be protected by the military. Meals are provided for people inside the camps, and cooks are happy to prepare tasty and nutritious food. The kitchen staff distributes food to people in need with love and care, providing them with nutrition. In addition to the kitchen, these camps are equipped with mobile medical units where doctors provide prompt medical assistance to the injured and wounded. The military maintains constant contact with the surviving population, providing them with all possible assistance and providing them with everything they need. Each survivor receives an individual package containing essential survival resources from the military personnel. People who receive support sincerely thank Jerem, noting that for the first time in a long time, they began to smile and feel safe. Every day, the United Nations Armed Forces liberate settlements, collecting survivors and sending them to secure temporary camps. Within 10 days, the military managed to liberate a large number of territories and restore order. A soldier from the reconnaissance unit approaches Jerem, holding an urgent message. He happily reports that not a single zombie has been spotted in the big city or its suburbs. Jerem can't hide his joy. Pride overwhelms the boy. The liberation of the provincial capital and its suburbs has become an important achievement for him. The military cannot believe that they managed to clear such a huge area without significant losses. The soldiers are overwhelmed with joy, hoping that civilization will survive and that happy life will once again flourish on the site of the ruins. Jerem claps his hands, creating a bright flash of energy around himself, and asks the soldiers to remain calm, warning that this is not the time to rejoice prematurely. The young man reminds the military that there are still survivors suffering from zombies in neighboring provinces, and calls for them to begin liberating them. Jerem raises his hand to the sky and loudly declares to his soldiers that their next step is to liberate the neighboring province from vile monsters. The soldiers loudly chant the name of their leader, assuring that they are ready to follow him even into the depths of hell. A short time later, the Unity Organization's armed forces begin an operation and manage to liberate the neighboring province. In fierce battles with massive hordes of zombies, soldiers demonstrate their honed skills, combat prowess, and enhanced stats, achieving victory after victory. During these battles, the military destroys a huge number of zombies and obtains many magic crystals, which make them stronger with each battle. After a month of continuous fighting, the armed forces manage to clear the entire northern part of the country of zombies and mutants, leaving only one province under the control of the monsters. The soldiers report to Jerem that a new group of survivors has joined them in the liberated province. The scout reports to Jerem that not a single zombie has been found in the liberated province yet, which causes cautious optimism among the fighters. Jerem joyfully announces to his troops that the northern part of the country has been completely cleared of monsters, a news that causes a storm of emotions among the soldiers. Tears of joy well up in the eyes of many soldiers, who can hardly believe that a significant part of the territory has finally been liberated from the monsters. Jerem bows low before his soldiers, acknowledging that all the credit for this belongs to them, and sincerely thanks each of them. In response, the military claims that much of the credit goes to Jerem himself, as it was he who was able to organize them, train them, and inspire them to victory. Quaktupal approaches Jerem and says with a smile that he has an interesting idea. The man believes that after all their hard work, they deserve a grand celebration, which can be held as soon as they return to their main camp. Jerem supports Quaktupal's proposal and says he wouldn't mind throwing a lavish party with lots of food and alcohol once they get back to camp. Quaktupal happily notes that he always considered Jerem to be a life-loving guy who never misses an opportunity to have fun. He addresses the soldiers, announcing that as soon as they return to base, they will be able to eat and drink to their heart's content. At this point, the virtual system informs Jerem that he has received a reward for his incredible achievements and now has the right to freely organize territories within the liberated provinces. A grand victory celebration is taking place in the village's central square, with tables laden with exquisite dishes and alcoholic beverages. Jerim stands on the top floor of a tall tower, silently watching the festivities below, the young man in no hurry to join the celebration. Chennaya enters Jerim's office and asks him with interest why he is sitting there alone instead of joining the celebration. Jerim calmly replies that he has a lot of things to do and needs to think everything through carefully. The virtual system suddenly informs the young man that he has acquired a new skill, the ability to combine 3 skills of his choice, which will be active for 3 hours. Jerim feels great joy, realizing that this powerful skill can greatly enhance his capabilities. He becomes immersed in thinking about which skills should be combined to achieve the best result. Chennai, listening to him, admits with bewilderment that she did not understand what he was talking about. Jerim explains with a smile that it doesn't matter because he was talking to himself, and then asks her if she has any new information about the creature called Root. Chennai replies that all the data they rely on indicates that the root consists of only 1 cell. She says that despite numerous studies, they have not been able to piece together a complete picture of what is happening. Jerim admits that he also has no new information, even after using the analyst skill. Chennai reveals that she has one way to expand her knowledge about the monster. But this method is very dangerous. The psychoanalyst suggests that this monster is more connected to the spiritual world than to the physical one. Jerim is surprised by her words. The guy admits that he had not thought about it before. The young man suggests that this monster may be of the same class as the one that possessed Pakiso's soul. Chennai suggests enhancing her abilities with magic crystals and trying to read the monster's cell's memories. Jerim praises her resourcefulness and agrees that it is a great way to get the information she needs. The psychoanalyst warns that, despite the apparent simplicity of the method, such manipulations can pose a serious threat to life. Jerim, despite the risks, decides to undertake this dangerous experiment because it is crucial for him to understand why the cell attacked the huge monster and destroyed it. He is convinced that there is a high probability that the intelligence controlling this cell has incredible power and poses a serious threat. The psychoanalyst emphasizes that the final decision about the experiment is made only by Jerim, and the responsibility lies with him. Jerim firmly believes that despite the dangers, they must conduct this experiment to better understand the enemy and prepare for future battles. The two of them approach the captive monster, which is bound in chains and is part of a huge, menacing organism. The psychoanalyst, sensing the tension of the moment, gently takes Jerim's hand and quietly asks if he is ready to begin the dangerous experiment. Jerim's face shows complete concentration, and in a serious tone he answers that he is ready. They hold each other's hands tightly, and at that very moment their bodies are enveloped in a bright blue aura, which illuminates everything around with its dazzling light. The young people find themselves in a strange and ominous place, bathed in blood-red light, where a huge moon hangs in the sky. They stand on a vast desert plain. The psychoanalyst tells Jerim that they have begun to delve into the monster's memories. A moment later, their hearing is pierced by a terrible scream that echoes throughout the area, accompanied by a powerful earthquake. The psychoanalyst's attention is suddenly drawn to movement behind their backs. Turning around, the girl freezes in horror. A creepy, phantasmagorical creature, devoid of a clear form, with numerous tentacles, eyes and mouths that writhe monstrously on its body, slowly approaches the young people. Young people experience a strong attack of fear when looking at an extremely frightening and unusual monster, which causes them bewilderment and horror at the same time. After a moment, Jerim realizes that this creature is the main body of the monster, and realizes its true purpose. A huge eye located in the center of the monster closely watches the young people, as if studying them. Jerim is completely under the influence of this creature. His body begins to be constrained by an eerie, oppressive energy emanating from the monster. The boy realizes that the monster has focused all its attention on him, and this realization further intensifies his fear. Suddenly, his body is pierced by incredible pain. His muscles begin to contract in spasms, causing him to let out a loud scream, unable to bear the pain. In just a few seconds, the guy loses almost all his energy. The therapist runs up in time and manages to catch him, preventing him from falling. Chennai experiences a feeling of horror, which gradually develops into panic. The girl suggests Jerim to immediately leave this terrible place. The psychotherapist activates his mana, and a brightly glowing energy spiral instantly begins to rotate around the young people. The girl realizes with horror that returning back is currently impossible. This knowledge intensifies her feeling of helplessness and fear. Jerim receives a message from the virtual system, which informs him that their retreat is being prevented by powerful forces. The young men rush away from the monster and run across the deserted and ominous plain, flashes of lightning illuminating their path, tearing apart the darkness around them. Chennai clearly hears the monster's voice in her head, telling her that it will not let them leave. Suddenly, a huge ball appears in space, the surface of which is dotted with many eyes. It opens its terrible mouth and tells the young people that it will not let them leave. A huge spherical creature grows long arms with which it tries to reach the young people. The virtual system reports that the escape progress is 30%. The young men don't stop. They continue their run, dodging the huge paws. The virtual system reports that the escape progress has increased to 70%. The young people experience terrible fear. Their bodies are permeated with energy of colossal power. The system reports that the escape progress is 95%. A moment later, a spatial portal suddenly opens, and the young people fall from a great height directly onto the floor of their room, experiencing shock and confusion from what happened. Chennai is feeling very unwell, but she is glad that they are safe and asks Jerem how he is feeling after his experience. The young people sit comfortably at the table, leisurely enjoying a cup of coffee and actively discussing recent events, trying to make sense of what happened. Chennai doesn't understand how the powerful monster could know about them, as they were immersed in memories of the past. Jerem suggests that this monster has the ability to control time and is able to move through it, which could explain a lot. Jareem says he has a very interesting idea and asks the therapist to run some calculations. Chennai is interested in this information and asks Jerem what data he needs to analyze for further action. Jerem reports that they will soon have to organize the territory of their association. The virtual system informs that Jareem has the ability to organize territories within his province, but indicates that as the territory increases, its advantage and level of security decreases. Jerem shares this information with a psychoanalyst and asks her for her opinion on further action. Chennai believes it is unsafe to significantly increase the territory, as it will then lose its advantage. Jareem reports that he has found a solution to this problem that will allow them to effectively organize the territory without losing their advantages. Jerem reports that to solve the problem, it is necessary to expand the space not laterally, but deeper into the earth, creating an underground city. Jerem tells the surprised girl that in this case, they will be able to bypass the ban of the virtual system. And in addition, they have awakened ones with tomb-robbing skills who will help them in the field of technology. Chennai expresses her doubts. The girl replies that this could be very dangerous. Jerem doesn't see this as a problem and says that they will strengthen all the necessary building materials with magic crystals. The psychoanalyst says it sounds simple, but she believes that implementing this project will require a lot of resources. Jerem says he has a great idea on how to solve this problem and get a large amount of magic crystals. Chennai asks a question, wondering how they will be able to obtain such a large quantity of stones needed for their plans. Jerem pauses for a moment, collecting his thoughts. Then, smiling, tells the psychoanalyst that they will go into business. Jerem's answer greatly surprises Chennai. The girl is completely confused. She is unable to understand how he came to such a decision. Jerem tells Chennai that in the outlying provinces, there are many people who call themselves players and who possess significant reserves of magical crystals that can help them in their plans. Jerem stands atop a huge tower in the very center of the village, watching closely what is happening below. A rapidly developing village stretches out before Jerem, who is carefully searching for a suitable place to build his underground city. A moment later, the guy contacts the virtual system, informing it that he has selected the necessary territory for further assignment. Instantly, some areas of the village burst into bright flashes, and the concentration of energy in these places increases significantly. Passers-by in the village see strange flashes of energy and watch them in complete bewilderment, not understanding what exactly is causing these mysterious phenomena. The blacksmith is in his workshop, where he is hard at work creating melee weapons. The next moment, the blacksmith's body is enveloped in a bright energetic aura, filling him with strength and abilities that were previously unavailable to him. The system informs him that there is a special place in the village where his mana will increase by 50%, and his skills will increase by 30%. The awakened designer, who creates clothes, is also enveloped in a bright aura. The system informs her that in the underground city, her skills and powers will increase many times over, allowing her to create even more perfect products. Many people received a message from the virtual system. They noticed Jerem standing on top of the tower and loudly shout words of gratitude to him. Jareem understands that thanks to the system's rewards, residents will be happy to move to the underground city. Young people head to a remote province to meet with a group of players who control the area and can help them realize their plans. The young men stop on an abandoned street and dismount their motorcycle to continue on foot and find the group of players that controls the area. Suddenly they hear a loud voice ordering them to stop, stand still, and not move. A group of men, who are clearly gamblers, come out to meet the young people. They are holding bladed weapons in their hands. The players slowly approach the young men, asking them questions, wondering who they are and why they have come to their territory. Jerem immediately activates his skill called Analytics to scan players and get the necessary information about them. The virtual system reports that the leader of this group of players is a commoner, but he is awakened and has a high rank, indicating his importance and influence within the group. Jerem understands that he has the highest rank among the players, and therefore he needs to negotiate with him. Jerem introduces himself and says that he is the leader of a group called Unity. The older player asks again what their association is called, and says that it is the first time he has heard of such a group. The players standing nearby support their leader. They also say that they have never heard of such an organization. The older player addresses the young men, stating that their words are meaningless nonsense, and clearly indicate that they are clearly out of their minds. In an extremely rude manner, he informs the young people that they are on foreign territory and warns that if they do not leave it immediately, they will face severe punishment. Such aggressive reactions from players lead Pakiso into a state of extreme irritation. The girl is unable to contain her pent-up anger. Jerem asks the players to calm down and explains that he needs to discuss the situation with a powerful warrior known as Hercules. The older player answers the young man, saying that this is the first time he has heard such a name, and that such a player does not exist in their area. Jerem speculates that this powerful player may be known by another name or nickname. The older player starts laughing loudly and insistently asks the young man to stop talking nonsense. The player reports that young people are beginning to irritate him as much as the government, which he believes is hiding like pathetic rats. The senior player also reports that he is acquainted with the leaders of various guilds, but he believes that such powerful warriors would not meet with strangers. The hunter urges the young men to leave their territory peacefully and without conflict, while Jerem summons his inventory pouch. Various items and a large amount of food begin to appear from the inventory bag at incredible speed. The older player immediately falls silent, shocked by what is happening, and watches in amazement as the young man manipulates the inventory bag. Jerem informs the players that the purpose of their mission is trade, and tells them that they have a large amount of useful goods and food to trade. Players standing nearby cannot take their eyes off the huge amount of food and clothing generated by the inventory pouch. The older player approaches the table where the goods are located and hears Jerem's voice, offering him something to try from the products on display. The senior player takes the jacket, which radiates bright energy and has protective functions, into his hands with obvious pleasure. After this, the main player's attention is drawn to a huge sandwich, which can increase his energy and mana by 20% for 2 hours. Jerem approaches the senior player and asks if this demonstration of their capabilities is enough for them to arrange a meeting with the guild leaders. The older player looks at Jerem silently, convinced that the young man is a treasure trove and poses no real threat. He reflects that the young men do not look like powerful warriors on the outside, and believes that he can easily deal with them without expecting any serious resistance. The older player then tells Jerem that he has a lucrative offer he can't refuse. The man offers the young man to leave him all his things and his girlfriend, adding that perhaps he will pay him back later if he behaves well. Jerem notices Pakiso's reaction. The young man informs the girl that they intend to peacefully conclude trade deals for mutually beneficial cooperation. The guy realizes that he's unable to keep Pakiso under control, and turns to the girl with one request: not to kill the players. The older player starts to get angry. He tells the young people that they don't understand in a good way. Now there will be a conversation in a bad way. The player suddenly notices the girl approaching him at great speed, her fist surrounded by a bright flash of energy, heading straight for his face. The player's reaction is insufficient to repel this attack, and the girl delivers a powerful blow to the man's head. The leader of one of the player guilds, Hercules, trains in the gym, doing squats with a barbell to maintain his strength and endurance. His intense training session is suddenly interrupted by one of the players who timidly enters the gym. Hercules throws the heavy barbell down hard, focuses his gaze on the newcomer, and asks him what happened to his face. The player quietly announces that he has met some wonderful people and that they currently have guests. Hercules, looking at his interlocutor in surprise, asks again what happened to him and what guests he is talking about. At this moment, young people enter the room. Jerem, introducing himself to the head of the guild, declares that he is the leader of an association called Unity. The young man addresses Hercules in a serious tone, informing them that he has come to them with a very advantageous offer. Jerem immediately activates a skill called Analytics to scan the other person. The virtual system tells him that Hercules is an awakened human with bodybuilding skills. Despite Hercules' impressive size, Jerem quickly realizes that the bodybuilder's fighting skills are greatly overrated and do not pose a serious threat. A vibrant energy pulses around Jerem and Hercules. Hercules stands opposite Jerem with an intense gaze, showing his strength, while Jerem remains calm, showing his confidence. A player named Dongpei is unable to withstand the pressure from the powerful energy fields and crawls back in fear, feeling the full force of the people present. Dongpei harbored a deep grudge against Pakiso for beating him and punishing him for his misbehavior. Hercules, having assessed the situation, says with suspicion that the young men must have had a serious reason to come to their territory and beat up one of his men. Jerem calmly tells the bodybuilder that he didn't mean to do it, but his people have extremely bad manners. Hercules, not wanting to waste time on empty talk, directly inquires about the purpose of their visit, expecting to hear a clear answer from Jerem. Jerem informs him that they have come to their territory to sell some valuable items. Hercules invites the young people to go into the next room to demonstrate the goods they have brought. On a large table lay out a variety of melee weapons, magical clothing, as well as drinks and food saturated with mana. Hercules carefully examines the food, which emits a bright blue energy glow, saturated with mana. Jerem explains that this product increases strength by 50%, and the effects will last for 3 hours. Hercules is clearly interested in such products, and asks what else young people can offer. Jerem demonstrates various energy drinks that significantly increase energy and enhance magical abilities. Hercules, impressed by the quality of the goods, says that they are really excellent. He understands that in return, Jerem and his team want to receive magical stones. Jerem confirms the bodybuilder's words, stating that he accepts payment exclusively in magic crystals. Hercules asks Jerem to list the prices of the goods on display, wanting to know how much the food and magic items will cost him. Jerem explains that one dish will cost 3 red magic crystals, and clothes and weapons will cost significantly more. Although Hercules does not particularly value low-level red magic crystals, he notes that the price is too high. Jerem realizes that he has priced his products too high and begins to think about the need for adjustments. He concludes that, over time, people who move to a new territory will be able to establish mass production thanks to magical effects, which will allow prices to fall in the future. Jerem also believes that Songhamin will be able to produce large quantities of mana-infused food without the use of magic stones, making the process more accessible. Jerem reflects that the village already has a significant number of awakened craftsmen who produce their goods without the use of magic crystals. The guy claims that the price in crystals for one dish is objective, since this product has high value. Hercules agrees, admitting that the products are indeed saturated with a large amount of mana and are extremely beneficial. He understands that by accepting Jerem's offer, players will be able to improve their combat skills and obtain more magic crystals. However, the bodybuilder fears that Jerem might cheat in business and take all their crystals earned in tough fights. Jerem understands that in order to continue negotiations, it is necessary to offer the bodybuilder more favorable terms. The young man states that he is willing to offer gaming guilds a significant discount to make the deal even more attractive. Jerem announces that he is willing to lower the price to 2 crystals per serving of food, and also reduce the cost of clothing by 50%. Hercules, with a serious expression, asks if there will be any additional conditions and awaits clarification from Jerem. Jerem demands that the gaming guild enter into a partnership and mutual assistance agreement with him. The guy emphasizes that he hopes to create an unbreakable fighting alliance. Jerem then approaches Hercules and asks him if he has ever heard of the immortal cult, hoping to confirm his suspicions. Jerem says that government officials are trying to carry out their dark plans, and there is powerful black magic behind them. He comes to the conclusion that the monster called Root may be connected to this immortal cult. Jerem recalls information given to him by a representative of the intelligence services, who reported that the cultists were using narcotic substances obtained from the Root. The boy comes to the conclusion that the government is closely collaborating with the immortal cult, which indicates a hidden and powerful connection between the official authorities and occult organizations. Hercules thanks the young man for the information provided and offers to continue discussing their collaboration, emphasizing the importance of the data obtained. Thanks to the young man's explanations, the bodybuilder begins to consider the religious cult extremely dangerous and comes to the conclusion that powerful and influential forces are behind it. Hercules understands that if the agreement is concluded, his guild will be forced to fight against the government and the sect of immortals along with Jerem. Jerem informs the bodybuilder that he fully understands the essence of their intentions. Hercules asks Jerem if the young man knows about the laws that govern the Gamers Union. The young man asks what the bodybuilder is talking about, to which Hercules replies that the main rule of the Gamers Union is that there is no place for the weak among them. Hercules tells Jerem that he needs to prove his willingness to be their ally not with words, but with actions. Jerem confidently replies that he is ready to accept the challenge and fight. Pleased with the young man's energy and confidence, Hercules smiles and invites him to follow him. Jerem comes to a huge arena where a large number of players are discussing what is happening. one of the players tells his friend that their leader is going to fight a new merchant. The players gathered around the arena continue to exchange information, and rumors begin to spread through the ranks that the new merchant was able to defeat Dongpei. Dongpei looks to Hercules with hope, believing that the bodybuilder can easily handle the young man. He recalls how Hercules crushed huge and ferocious mutants in numerous battles. Hercules' powerful blows easily knocked these monsters down, leaving behind a trail of destruction and demonstrating his unrivaled strength. Dongpei is convinced that their leader possesses divine power and superior fighting skills that will make him invincible in the upcoming duel. The player loudly encourages his leader, claiming that the outcome of the fight is predetermined, and it is clear who will win and who will lose. Hercules, upon hearing this, orders his subordinate to immediately calm down and go to rest, believing that the player has a severe concussion, causing such reactions. Jerem enters the battle arena, taking his combat chains out of his inventory pouch and wrapping them around his hands. The guy reflects on the fact that a bodybuilder most likely relies solely on physical strength, so he is going to use clever tactical techniques. Jerem realizes that he needs to be proactive in this fight, and through the virtual system, he activates the special skill focus selection, adding to it the Joseon martial art and acoustics. At this moment, a bright blue energy field flares up around the fighters, which instantly attracts the attention of the players standing around. Players who enter the arena are amazed by the powerful radiation and pressure of force emanating from this field, which causes them to feel awe and admiration. The young man's aura suddenly takes on a powerful appearance, his energy pulsating with such force that it astonishes everyone who observes him. Dongpei's expression changes abruptly, shocked by what he is witnessing. He is surprised by the powerful energy field emanating from the players, and for the first time in his life he feels such a huge pressure of force. Pakiso looks at Jerem, surprised that she has never seen him in such a powerful state. Hercules can't believe his eyes, as this is the first time he's felt such incredible pressure of force in an ordinary fight, which leaves him confused and surprised. Jerem, observing the bodybuilder's reaction, asks with a slight grin if he is ready for the upcoming fight. Hercules finds this display of strength extremely interesting, and admits that Jerem is a worthy opponent. The bodybuilder says in a serious tone that in that case they will fight like adults, and activates his skill called body enlargement. In a moment, his body begins to increase in size several times. His muscles become significantly stronger and more powerful. The players gathered in the arena cannot hide their surprise, as they rarely see their leader use this skill. Confident of Hercules' victory, the players begin to loudly chant his name, believing that he will easily defeat the young opponent in this fight. Having grown to a huge size, the bodybuilder approaches Jerem and with a slight mockery asks if he is ready for a serious game. The next second, Hercules runs at incredible speed and makes a powerful leap, rising high into the air to deliver a crushing blow from above. Jerem remains motionless, carefully watching his opponent approach, not making the slightest move to dodge. Hercules, noticing this, is surprised, not understanding why the young man does not try to maneuver, and does not react at all to the attack. With only seconds left before the collision, the bodybuilder begins to view Jerem's behavior as overconfident, as he has no intention of dodging his powerful attack. The next second, a powerful wave of energy explodes, a blinding blue glow spreading around, emphasizing the colossal force of the blow, which plunges everyone into shock. The players standing around cover their faces with their hands, trying to protect themselves from the powerful flash of energy that blinds them. The energetic pressure becomes unbearable. The spectators try to weaken its impact and move back. Dongpei is confident that one punch from his leader will be enough to win this fight. Hercules unleashes a powerful energy field on Jerem, which transforms into something like a huge blade. But Jerem remains in place, raising his hand and stopping this crushing blow with incredible ease. Hercules is very surprised by what is happening. He did not expect that the young man could stop his powerful attack. In amazement, he tells Jerem that he is a real psycho. At this moment, Jerem's aura takes on a demonic appearance. His eyes flash with a bright white light and emit enormous energy. Hercules continues to press on Jerem with his energy field, which has taken the form of a huge sword, and after a few moments a bright explosion occurs, illuminating the arena. Hercules begins to feel uneasy as he realizes that Jerem has disappeared from where he was before the explosion, realizing that his colossal blow did not cause any harm to the enemy. Jerem begins maneuvering at incredible speed, moving around his opponent so quickly that Hercules cannot detect his movements. Suddenly, the bodybuilder feels strange movements behind his back and turns around sharply. At that moment, he notices Jerem approaching him at great speed, raising his hand to deliver a powerful blow. Hercules notices that the blow is already inevitable. He does not have time to react. Jerem delivers a crushing blow that instantly breaks through the bodybuilder's defense. After receiving a powerful blow from Jerem, The bodybuilder is thrown to the side a long distance. The force of the impact is so powerful that Hercules flies off and falls to the ground, his body moving across the surface with such force that it literally plows it, leaving a deep mark. The spectators in the arena watch the events in shock, unable to believe the force of the blow that has just fallen on their leader. Hercules recovers from the shock caused by the powerful blow, spitting out blood and struggling to get to his feet. Jerem calmly asks the bodybuilder if he intends to continue the fight, realizing that his opponent is still not giving up. Hercules reflects on the fact that the young man is a real find. With determination in his voice, the bodybuilder declares that if he refuses the fight, he will not be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life. Clenching his massive fists, Hercules assumes a fighting stance, ready to continue the fight. The opponents quickly scatter, instantly approaching each other and intending to strike again. The opponents are approaching each other with incredible speed, ready to deliver the decisive blows. The eyes of Jerem and Hercules are full of determination. Each of them is focused on defeating the opponent in this tense duel. The opponents collide, at which point a huge explosion occurs, accompanied by a powerful release of energy that spreads throughout the arena, surprising the spectators with its power. Hercules slowly regains consciousness and barely realizes that he is in a bed, his body heavy and his mind still clouded from the serious blow. Dongpei slowly walks up to the bed where his leader is lying and states that he is very glad that Hercules has finally woken up. Suddenly, Hercules grabs the player's head and in a threatening tone asks if he had hoped for his death in the duel. Dongpei breaks down in tears and starts crying like a child, admitting that at that moment he was overcome with fear and truly thought that his leader might die. Hercules orders him to stop whining immediately and pull himself together. He hopes that his opponent, Jerem, felt the full weight and power of his blows at the last moment, and also received serious injuries during the fight. At this moment, Jerem enters the room and confirms Hercules' suspicions, saying that the fight was indeed difficult for him. The bodybuilder notices the bruises and abrasions on Jerem's face, and his mood immediately improves. Jerem shares his impressions. The guy admits that the fight brought him a lot of pleasure, and asks if Hercules is now ready to cooperate. Hercules slowly approaches the young man and silently extends his huge hand to him. In a serious tone, he asks if Jerem agrees to lower the prices of his goods. Jerem shakes the bodybuilder's hand with a smile and replies that they will definitely find an acceptable price. The next moment, Jerem activates his skill called Heal, and a bright energy field flares up around him, illuminating the entire room. The bodybuilder's body is enveloped in a bright glow of energy, and he instantly realizes that Jerem has the ability to quickly recover. Jerem restores his and Hercules' physical condition to normal, and says with a smile that this is his gift. The bodybuilder is delighted with what happened, jokingly replying that Jerem really does have excellent service. In one of the abandoned neighborhoods, players organize trading stalls, bringing boxes of goods and setting up makeshift stalls. Casual players are quite surprised to discover that a new and interesting store has opened in this area. Suddenly, an unfamiliar man appears behind them, coughing loudly and theatrically, trying to attract their attention. A man in huge glasses loudly informs the players that he has an excellent product that doesn't appear every day. He attracts their attention with the promise of huge discounts, and the stranger is delighted to see how many players succumb to his tempting offers. New players arrive at the market stalls and are surprised to see a wide selection of food and clothing. Despite the fact that Jerem's goods are quite expensive, their high quality attracts customers. One of the players tells his friends that the same goods in the next row are several times cheaper. Players, looking at the price tags, are perplexed as to why the goods in the next row are so cheap, suspecting fraud. The stranger approaches them from behind again and assures them that there is no deception. This is just a super promotion, and such an opportunity does not come along often. Players quickly switch from Jerem's wares to the stranger's and begin to spend their magic crystals generously. The stranger, seeing the surge of interest, reassures the customers, assuring them that his goods are enough for everyone, and that he will be able to keep such low prices for a long time. Smiling broadly, he enjoys the reaction of players lining up to buy his low-quality wares. Chennai suggests that Jerem look at the report to analyze the sales figures for the past week. Jerem carefully studies the data, which indicates that in 1 week they earned 1,500 red magic stones and 250 orange ones. Despite the apparent success of the trading operations, Chennai notes that this quantity of crystals is not yet sufficient to begin the grand construction of an underground city. Jerem asks Chennai where the earned magic stones are now. She replies that they are all stored in the warehouse. Jerem orders 10% of the magic stones to be distributed among the craftsmen working on the goods, believing that such a bonus will be an excellent incentive for their work. Chennai wonders if they will start building the underground city right now, or continue to accumulate magic crystals. Jareem replies that the accumulated crystals are not enough yet, since for maximum protection, it will be necessary to use magic stones for all materials. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted by Professor Sebastian, who runs into the room out of breath, and excitedly announces that he has just seen something interesting. Jerem looks at the excited professor in surprise, and asks him to calm down so he can tell everything in order. Sebastian tells Jerem and Chene that he just saw strange robots that have artificial intelligence. Jerem immediately jumps up from his seat, amazed by the professor's story, and asks for more details. Sebastian begins to explain that he recently sent animals to a small neighboring town, during which operation his large black raven performed reconnaissance to check if there was any danger on their way. Flying over an abandoned factory, a raven noticed a strange movement below. Sebastian says his bird's attention was drawn to the spider-like robots. The clever bird instantly realized that these creatures were mechanical robots, not living monsters, and began to observe them more closely. The abandoned factory housed many of these robots, performing various tasks. Jerem asks with concern if the professor is sure that these were indeed robots and not unusual mutants. Sebastian confidently replies that they carefully examined these mechanisms, and there is no doubt that they were indeed robots and not mutants. Jerem shares his thoughts and says that this is clearly related to the skill that allows the stranger to create such robots. He believes that it is necessary to establish contact with the owner of these robots as quickly as possible and offer him cooperation. Jerem realizes that with these machines and the skills of a stranger, the underground fortifications of the new city can be effectively mechanized. Together with Pakiso, they learn the coordinates of the abandoned factory from the professor, get on a motorcycle, and immediately set off. After a short time, the young men reach the desired location, dismount, and carefully walk towards the abandoned factory structures. Jerem immediately notices a multitude of robots engaged in various tasks throughout the factory, which further confirms his suspicions. Jerem instantly activates his analyst skill to scan mechanisms. The virtual system informs him that these mechanisms are low-ranking spider robots with significant physical strength, but low levels of artificial intelligence. Jerem is finally convinced that these robots were created using some kind of skill, and suggests that Pakiso find their owner. The young men approach the spider robots, which immediately stop their work and begin to watch them closely. The robots activate their laser sights and announce that there are intruders on their territory, ordering Jerem and Pakiso to stay put. Jerem, raising his hands, declares that he has no hostile intentions. One of the robots warns him that any further movement will be considered a threat, and they will open fire. Jerem tells the robots that he is not aggressive and asks them to tell their master that they want to talk. The spider bot replies that it has called the parent object and asks the young man to wait. A few seconds later, a small humanoid robot with a large ball instead of a head lands next to the robots. Jerem immediately scans the new robot. The virtual system reports that it is a low-ranking bodyguard, but with a fairly high artificial intelligence. The robot bodyguard introduces himself as his master's butler and asks why the young people want to meet him. Jerem explains his intentions to the robot, and after a while, the robot bodyguard changes its smiley face to a friendlier image and invites them to follow it for further communication. The young people follow a robot bodyguard who warns them that if they try to use mana, they will be instantly destroyed. Jerem carefully examines the well-fortified metal corridor, noting its reliability and protection. The young people find themselves in a brightly lit underground room, where combat robots instantly approach them, pointing their weapons at them. At this moment, a voice comes from the speaker, which says that it knows that they are awakened and asks what they need. Jerem replies that he is impressed by the robot owner's skills and would like to offer him an interesting job. The robot's owner watches the young people through a video camera for a while, and then, with obvious caution in his voice, asks if they are followers of the cult of immortals. Jerem tenses at the question, realizing that the immortals have already made contact with the robot's owner. He assures that he has no connection with the immortal cult, and explains that he is the leader of a movement called Unity. The robot master continues to carefully examine Jerem and Pakiso through the video camera, after which he agrees that they are indeed different from the followers of the immortal cult. He then asks directly what exactly he will receive in return if he decides to accept their offer and cooperate with them. Jerem wastes no time in asking what exactly the robot owner wants to achieve and what attracts him. A voice from the speaker informs him that he has enough food, and his loneliness is brightened by his robot friends. The owner of the robots declares that this place is his fortress and asks what the young people can offer him when he has everything. Jerem replies that he is ready to offer him many interesting research projects where he can realize his most daring ideas. Jerem hands over a tablet with a picture of his village and explains that he wants to turn this settlement into a huge walking fortress. The robot owner quietly laughs, finding the idea of a walking city fortress stupid, and asks if Jerem has been watching too many science fiction films. Jerem seriously replies that their organization has many awakened ones, and a huge number of magic crystals that the owner of the robots can use to realize their ideas. He also emphasizes that the owner of the robots is greatly limiting himself by locking himself into this small factory, and over time this will lead to the degradation of his potential. Jerem invites him to stop hiding from reality and come out to discuss everything face to face. Jerem's words greatly anger the robot's owner, and his mechanisms immediately begin to emit a red light, signaling his irritation and anger. Pakiso notices that the situation is getting tense and suggests that the robot owner resolve the matter peacefully. However, the robot bodyguard informs the young people that they have greatly offended its owner with their behavior and criticism, and now he will teach them a lesson, after which they will beg for mercy. In response to the threat, Pakiso activates her mana, her body becoming covered in a dense energy field that emits a tremendous amount of power. The robot owner immediately orders his mechanisms to shoot the mana user. The bodyguard robot asks its owner not to rush and not to make hasty decisions. The bodyguard robot stops the combat robots and tells its owner that he needs to pay attention to something important. He scans Pakiso and reports that the girl's energy field has exceeded the predicted values. The bodyguard robot warns that when fighting these opponents, the probability of destroying all combat robots is 100%. Jerem watches the robot's behavior closely, realizing that their owner has probably already realized the seriousness of the situation. Pakiso defiantly asks how long the robot's owner will hide, and declares that if this continues, they will come inside themselves. Jerem, looking into the camera, adds that if they continue to just look at each other, they will not solve anything. After a short pause, the robot's owner falls silent and asks the young people to wait a minute, clearly considering his next steps. With a quiet hiss, the massive metal doors begin to open, and the young men see the silhouette of a girl approaching them. Jerem, to his surprise, realizes that the robot's owner is a young girl. He immediately activates the analyst skill to scan her, wanting to understand who he is dealing with. Pakiso is surprised that this girl is not only a foreigner, but also a blonde, which increases her interest. The virtual system informs the young people that a girl named Tatiana has a high rank and skills as a mechanical engineer, which explains her control over robots. Pakiso asks the robot's owner what her name is, and the girl shyly gives her name. Jerem, in response, politely tells the girl that they are pleased to meet him and introduces himself, demonstrating friendliness and openness in communication. During the conversation, Jerem is surprised by how polite and courteous Tatiana is in communication, which seems unusual to him. Tatiana starts to worry. She believes that politeness is an important sign of respect in Korea. At this point, the robot bodyguard raises an alarm, detecting that its owner's pulse has increased excessively due to fear. Tatiana begins to have a panic attack. She tries to use breathing exercises to calm down and cope with her emotions. Jerem, realizing the gravity of the situation, instantly activates his soul healing skill, and Tatiana is enveloped in a bright energy flame. Tatiana instantly calms down, although she doesn't quite understand what happened to her, and looks at Jerem in surprise. The robot bodyguard begins to happily jump up and down next to him, reporting that his master's pulse has returned to normal and calling Jerem a great man. Jerem, seeing that the girl is now okay, says that he would like to continue the conversation. The robot approaches them and offers to take everyone to the living room so that they can calmly discuss the details and continue negotiations. Jerem and Pakiso follow Tatiana and the robot bodyguard down a metal corridor leading to a spacious room, the young people considering their next steps. During the conversation, the young people learn that Tatiana's father was a very famous mechanical engineer and professor from Russia, who achieved significant success in his professional career. Tatiana says that her father was a talented specialist who received large orders from a well-known company. Pakiso understands that the girl next to her is the same age, so she suggests switching to informal conversation and asks Tatiana what she is doing in Korea. Tatiana explains that she really likes the country of Korea and its culture, and that is why she decided to move in with her father to continue her studies here. Jerem approaches the robot's owner with a question about what she is doing in this abandoned factory, trying to understand her presence there. Tatiana tells her story about how she did an internship at this plant, but due to a zombie invasion, she was blocked and had no way to leave. The young people notice that Tatiana has large stocks of canned and freeze-dried foods, which indicates her preparedness. Jerem praises the girl for being well-prepared and relatively safe, after which the young man says that people cannot live outside of civilization in complete isolation, Tatiana asks Jerem whether their base is real and whether the union called Unity is a fake. The girl expresses a desire to receive confirmation of the information. Jerem tells the girl that he told her nothing but the truth and hands her his tablet so she can take a closer look at their camp. Tatiana is very surprised that the Unity organization's camp turned out to be very large and well protected. She admits that at first, she thought it was all Photoshop, and now she wants to talk about the interesting projects the young man mentioned. Jerem tells the girl that he doesn't see anything fantastic in the idea of creating a walking fortress city. The guy notices the robot bodyguard Tatiana and tells the girl that he will need a manager to ensure the functioning of the fortress city. He asks her if she can create a robot with the same characteristics as the existing robot. Tatiana tells the young people that her robot was created by accident as a result of numerous experiments and expresses doubts about her ability to reproduce the same result. She adds that she has tried many times to create such a highly intelligent robot, but all her attempts ended in vain. Jerem realizes that the robot bodyguard was created completely by accident, which makes it a unique and inimitable creation, different from other similar devices. Tatiana shares her thoughts with the young people and informs them that at the moment it will be extremely difficult for her to create such a robot. However, if such a need arises, she will make every effort to try to accomplish this task. Jerem expresses gratitude to the girl and asks her not to rush. The young man adds that they still have some time. The young man instantly changes his expression and turns to Tatiana with a question about the representatives of the immortal cult, with whom, according to him, she had dealings. Tatiana confirms Jerem's words. The girl says that the cult representatives really did visit her, at which point the robot bodyguard offers to show a recording of their visit. A bright beam of light shoots out from its spherical head, projecting video onto the adjacent wall. Jerem and Paquiso see a group of masked, robed people, led by a figure with a staff and a strange symbol on his chest. The robot bodyguard meets the representatives of the immortal cult and informs them that he will convey their message to the master. The priest of the cult announces that he is a bishop and says that he will now begin to speak, calling on all those present to listen carefully to his address. The cult representative announces that their leader is asking the robot owner to join their organization and calls the girl a divine child, which emphasizes her special significance and calling in the eyes of the cult. The cultists approach the robots with an offer, claiming that if their owner joins their cult, he will gain incredible strength and power. The bishop claims that this is a wonderful opportunity provided by the immortal god himself. The cult's priests, whose faces are hidden behind masks, transmit messages to the robot's owner, giving the girl 2 days to think about it. The bishop warns that if she refuses, God's wrath will fall upon the owner of the robots, so he suggests that the girl think carefully about her decision. Jerem is very surprised by how far the cult of immortals has gone, because the abandoned factory is located in the far corners of the province. The protagonist insistently asks Tatiana not to worry, and promises the girl that he and his team will definitely protect her from any threat. The guy tells the robot's owner that she will be completely safe if she joins their organization called Unity. Jerem believes that even if the girl refuses his offer, he will protect her from persecution by the bloodthirsty cult. The bodyguard robot approaches Jerem, calls the guy a great man, and asks permission to ask a question. The robot asks Jerem if they have any canned food in their camp, to which the guy confidently replies that they have a well-established food system, providing a huge number of delicious dishes prepared by a professional chef, and also reports that a large quantity of fresh vegetables has arrived in recent days. Tatiana is very surprised to hear about fresh vegetables, since recently her diet consisted only of cheap canned goods and freeze-dried noodles. Jerem shares information that they have recently been joined by an awakened human with farming skills, greatly improving their ability to provide food. The robot bodyguard approaches Tatiana, explaining that she has received a great offer and will be able to eat as much fresh vegetables as she wants instead of subsisting on canned tuna and instant noodles. Tatiana smiles at the young people and declares that she intends to join their organization. Jerem assures the girl that she will not regret her choice and suggests that she immediately go to their main camp, where a safe and comfortable life awaits her. Tatiana asks the young men to wait a little and give her time so that she can collect the basic things. Young people, accompanied by a robot bodyguard, emerge from their protective shelter and slowly move through the abandoned plant area. Suddenly, their movement is stopped by a large number of monks, who ask the young people where they are going. Jerem looks closely at the group of monks from the immortal cult, and realizes that they have been watching the robot's mistress the whole time. Jerem instantly activates a skill called Analytics, and is surprised to learn that the monk leader is extremely hostile and is a godlike zombie. The guy carefully scans the ordinary monks who are in close proximity to him, and suddenly realizes that all of them are not people, but humanoid zombies. The bishop asks Tatiana how she dared to refuse the offer of the Great Oracle. The mistress of the robots hides behind Jerem and firmly informs the representatives of the immortal cult that she has already informed them of her refusal. She insistently asks them to leave this place immediately. The bishop calls the girl a child of God and demands that she come to him immediately, threatening to destroy her friends otherwise. He calls Tatiana's new friends vile scoundrels and tells the girl that they are servants of Satan. The man expresses his contempt and dissatisfaction with their actions. The bishop looks at Jerem with a haughty look, clearly believing that the boy does not pose any threat to him. Jerem answers the bishop with a decisive voice, demanding that the representatives of the immortal cult leave the territory immediately. The guy demonstrates his confidence and persistence. The bishop clearly did not expect such an answer from the young man. He was greatly outraged by his impudent behavior and brazen challenge. Jerem suggests that the priests leave the factory grounds immediately if they want to stay alive, and tells the bishop that he will never give them the girl. The priests of the immortal cult draw their weapons. The bishop, greatly outraged by the young man's behavior, asks how he dared to challenge divine power. The bishop calls the young people minions of Satan, and orders his subordinates to destroy them immediately. The monks immediately carry out their bishop's orders and launch a furious attack on the young men, displaying loyalty and fighting spirit. Jerem informs Pakiso that the monks of the immortal cult are not human, and asks the girl not to spare them in the upcoming battle. Pakiso gets into a fighting stance. The girl decides not to hold back, since her opponents are not people but monsters. Pakiso deftly dodges the first monk to approach her, and delivers a powerful kick to his head, demonstrating her excellent fighting skills. The powerful blow knocks the monk's hood off, and the young men see that he is an ordinary zombie with a broken neck, the blow revealing the true nature of their enemies. Pakiso is surprised that this zombie survived her powerful blow. The girl moves to a safe distance and takes a fighting stance, preparing to repel his next attack. The zombie takes out a huge metal chain and begins to strike the girl. Pakiso deftly moves from place to place, dodging his powerful blows. Having gained the necessary distance, Pakiso jumps into the air to deliver the finishing blow. With a powerful kick, Pakiso breaks the neck of the ugly monster, but it does not die and continues its aggressive attack, emitting a loud wheeze. Pakiso understands that this type of monster has high vitality. The girl decides to check if it can move when she tears it apart. Without wasting any time, Pakiso launches a decisive attack on the group of zombies, inflicting numerous blows and tearing their vile bodies apart. The girl demonstrates her indomitable determination and strength. Jerem and Tatiana are surrounded by a large group of armed and clearly aggressive monks who are slowly approaching them. Standing behind the young man, Tatiana begins to cry and tells him how scared she is of what is happening. The bodyguard robot glows with bright red energy, activating its combat mode and preparing for battle. In the blink of an eye, a huge number of metal tentacles with powerful pincers at the ends emerge from the robot's back. The bodyguard robot rushes into the thick of the monks, instantly piercing their bodies with its deadly metal tentacles. The next second, the robot lifts the trembling bodies of the monks into the air above itself. The bodyguard robot's arms transform into huge multi-barreled guns. He then begins to shoot the monks with these cannons, which he lifted into the air with his metal tentacles. The bishop cannot hide his surprise. He did not expect the young people to resist so desperately, demonstrating fortitude and determination in the fight against the cult. The bishop raises his hands to the sky, addressing the young people with a threat. He says that they will be punished by heaven, and begins the ritual of sacrifice to the great immortal god. The virtual system informs Jerem that a sacrificial ritual is about to take place. The guy believes that it is somehow connected with a creature called the Root. The monks attacking the young people instantly fall to the ground, and dark energy begins to emerge from them. The cult's followers scream loudly and writhe in agony, their bodies continuing to melt and disintegrate, releasing even more dark energy. One of the monks crawls towards Jerem, experiencing severe pain. He asks the young man to help him and kill him. Jerem activates his skill called Heal and directs an energy field towards the monk. At this moment, the virtual system informs Jerem that the use of the skill Heal is impossible because the target is already dead. Meanwhile, the bishop gathers the dark energy extracted from the fallen monks, concentrating it into a dense, brightly glowing ball of energy. Playfully tossing this shining ball of energy between his hands, the bishop calmly declares that he is ready to do anything to achieve great immortality. The bishop brings the brightly glowing energy ball to his mouth and begins to greedily devour it, absorbing the dark energy. The next moment, the bishop's body begins to transform, rapidly expanding and tearing apart his clothes. The bishop falls to the ground, his body completely losing its human shape, turning into something terrible and inhuman. The bishop transforms into a terrifying monster with multiple eyes, massive limbs, and tentacles growing out of his body, giving him a terrifying appearance. Pakiso is convinced that behind the attractive religious slogans uttered by the followers of the immortal cult, ordinary disgusting monsters are hidden. The bishop, transformed into a hideous monster, opens his ugly toothy mouth and lets out a terrible piercing scream. Pakiso watches closely as the bishop's body pushes off the ground and he begins to rush towards her with great speed, intending to strike. The monster quickly reaches the place where Pakiso previously stood and delivers a powerful blow, scattering the earth in all directions. Pakiso nimbly and gracefully dodges a powerful blow aimed at her, then calls the bishop an idiot and informs him that she is right behind him. The next moment, the girl jumps high into the air, using her Joseon martial art, and delivers a series of powerful and precise blows to the monster. The monster barely fends off Pakiso's blows, steps aside and lets out a loud, inhuman scream. The next moment, the monster puts its hand behind its back and pierces its own body. The monster then pulls its spine out of its body with the intention of using it as a deadly sword. The bishop quickly lunges at Pakiso and begins to strike her repeatedly with his own spine. Pakiso deftly dodges the bishop's attacks and jumps high into the air, intending to move behind the monster. Flying over the monster and ending up behind it, Pakiso delivers a powerful series of kicks, using all his strength to neutralize the enemy. Blows of colossal force throw the bishop aside and knock his spine out of his clutches. Pakiso notices that the monster has wavered and is retreating, which gives her confidence to continue her attack. The bishop, unable to withstand the onslaught of the attack, falls to the ground in front of the girl, emitting loud wheezing from pain and exhaustion. Pakiso approaches the monster and confidently tells it that its time to die has come, after which he delivers a powerful blow to its head, crushing its skull. Standing next to the monster's fallen, ugly body, Pakiso watches as dark energy begins to leak from its torn body. At this moment, Jerem remembers that this monster was part of his nightmares, but he did not expect that the monster would be so strong and powerful, which causes him a feeling of anxiety. Jerem expresses his gratitude to the robot bodyguard next to him for being able to destroy the group of monks. Pakiso asks the young man if all followers of the immortal cult are capable of such transformations. Jerem decides that in this situation, it is necessary to attract allies to his side and report everything to the Union of Gamers. The guy decides to join forces to successfully fight the cult. Tatiana enjoys a fresh vegetable salad. During her confinement, she's deeply missed natural food. She savors the taste she hasn't experienced in a long time and feels joy at the opportunity to return to her usual diet. Tatiana can't contain her emotions. She considers the vegetable salad she ate divine and is delighted to be able to enjoy natural food after a long period of restrictions. After this, the satisfied girl falls onto the huge bed and tells her faithful robot bodyguard that she never thought she could be so happy. The robot bodyguard tells Tatiana that she needs to prove to the young people that she is useful to them and emphasize the importance of her role in the team. The robot then tells her that it is time to demonstrate her talents in action. Tatiana decides to listen to the advice of a robot bodyguard and become useful to an organization called Unity. Hercules can't hide his anxiety as he learns that more and more evolutionary creatures are appearing, many of which are very similar to humans, which causes him great concern. Jerem tells the bodybuilder that the immortal cult is planning to attack their province and reports that he has already fought their advance guard. Hercules realizes it's time to take action and asks the young man if he has any plan. Jerem tells the bodybuilder about his decision to act preemptively and suggests attacking the province where the cult followers are located from two sides simultaneously. Hercules praises the young man, saying it is an excellent plan and suggests that they join forces, emphasizing the importance of working together to achieve a common goal. The bodybuilder extends his huge hand to the young man and shakes it in agreement, demonstrating his willingness to cooperate in the upcoming fight. In the central city of the captured province, on the main square, there is a large temple of the Immortal Sect, which is the center of their religious activities. Wen Myanho is located inside the temple, with a man kneeling before a huge root and quietly reciting prayers, asking for higher powers for support and blessings. Wen Myanho hopes that the great immortal god will answer his prayers and help him in his struggle. Suddenly, a huge creature called a root begins to move, rapidly vibrating its top appendage. Wen Myanho gives orders to his subordinate standing behind him to gather all the people immediately. The bishop tells the man that he will carry out his order immediately, demonstrating his loyalty and determination to follow the instructions of the cult's top leadership. At the room where Wen Myanho is located, the bishops arrive and ask him why he has called them. When Myunho tells them that he just spoke with God and has information that a servant of the devil has broken through the border, the bishops begin to whisper quietly among themselves. They believe that the existing border defenses are very weak and unreliable. When Myunho tells the bishops that God has not given him clear instructions, and the divine being wants them to figure this problem out for themselves. When Myunho asks the bishops a question, wondering how many warriors there are in their immortal army, the bishops report to their leader that they have been able to train more than 10,000 people recently. When Myunho announces that the restoration process is complete, and it is time to accept God's will, the bishops begin to perform a hellish ritual, and the pentagram they are standing on suddenly lights up with a bright, ominous light, filling the space with dark energy and foreshadowing something terrible. When Myunho orders the bishops to prepare the divine army for the decisive battle, he stands in front of a huge root and addresses it as the Great Immortal, promising that his faithful servant will soon join him. Jerem stands silently by the window, lost in his thoughts. His gaze fixed on the void, the guy reflects on upcoming events and upcoming battles. The young man's silence and reflections are interrupted by Professor Sebastian, who runs into the room and announces that he has urgent news. Sebastian reports that the borders of their province have been violated by an army of immortals. Jerem asks how many attackers there are, and learns that there are more than 7,000 of them. Sebastian adds that the enemy is attacking the province from 4 different directions at once, making defense extremely difficult. The professor takes out a map and begins to tell Jerem detailed information about the movements of the immortal army. Jerem learns that each squad is commanded by a bishop, and their advance into the interior is happening at an alarming speed. He recalls that the cult's followers have a high level of survivability, and realizes that if the immortal army really does have 7,000 fighters, then they are in serious trouble. Without wasting any time, Jerem contacts the Gamer Union via radio, transmitting all the operational information he has received to coordinate actions. Hercules learns from Jerem that the cultist army is large in number and is attacking from 4 directions simultaneously, posing a serious threat. He informs the young man that he intends to take charge of the western direction and takes responsibility for this front. Jerem agrees to his plan, stating that their forces will move east to corner the immortal army. Hercules, realizing the seriousness of the upcoming battle, wishes Jerem an easy victory and urges him to take care of himself during the battle. Jerem gives the order to immediately gather all armed forces. He says that soon they will march against the army of the immortals. Soldiers rush to the weapons depots, where they undergo detailed instructions and are then given a variety of weapons for the upcoming operation. Quadruple, encouraging the soldiers with his barracks jokes, persistently asks them to act faster and more efficiently. Jerem approaches Pakiso, who warns her that the immortal army poses a mortal danger and asks her to keep a close eye on the soldiers to minimize losses. A huge armored column, led by Jerem, moves out of the defensive camp and begins a rapid advance towards the enemy army. At this time, the advanced border detachments of the Unity organization are having difficulty repelling numerous attacks from the immortal cult sectarians, who come in waves, giving no time to respite. Bishops commanding the monks fighting for the cult inspire their subordinates with spiritual speeches, constantly sending more and more troops into battle to break through the people's defenses. At the foot of the sectarian camp, a continuous battle is underway, which has been going on for many hours. Inside the camp, in one of the tents, a young witch sits, lost in her thoughts, worried about the protracted battle. The witch asks the bishop with irritation how things are going at the front, and why the 7th detachment has still not been able to break through the people's defenses. The bishop informs the witch that the soldiers defending the mountain road are not only well-trained, but also incredibly strong. After a short pause, he adds that the defense will definitely be broken through, but it will take a little more time. The witch, looking at him with disdain, slowly raises her hand. Suddenly, a huge magical force squeezes the bishop's throat, causing him to choke. He is unable to free himself from this grip. In despair, the man begins to scream loudly. The witch uses telekinesis to lift the screaming bishop into the air, reminding him that he promised to capture the mountain road yesterday. The bishop continues to scream. He begs the witch to spare him, and swears that in the near future they will definitely defeat the human army and capture the road. The witch lowers her hand, and at the same moment the bishop's body falls to the ground with a crash. She appears extremely irritated, believing that she can no longer rely on anyone, and decides to act on her own. The witch looks with irritation towards the fierce battle and loudly says that she is fed up with all this. With full concentration, she raises her right hand forward and begins to cast magical spells. At this moment, a huge amount of dark energy begins to gather around her, taking the form of a tornado. The witch directs this destructive vortex of dark energy towards the soldiers defending the front lines. The tornado, composed of dark energy, continues its merciless movement, capturing soldiers in its path and scattering them in different directions. Two soldiers on the left flank notice the witch and decide that they must destroy her immediately. They realize that it was she who caused the destructive tornado. The soldiers quickly take aim and open fire with their machine guns, directing bullets towards the young witch. The girl overhears their conversations and becomes upset that they call her a witch and not a beauty, as she wants. With a sharp wave of her hand, she creates a dense ring of dark energy that instantly stops all bullets flying at her. The soldiers look at her with irritation and surprise, realizing that their attack was powerless. The witch grins and tells them that they are about to receive a gift, then slowly raises her hand and snaps her fingers, preparing for her next move. Suddenly, the bullets, hanging in the air, turn around and fly back towards the soldiers at great speed. In the blink of an eye, they destroy a platoon of soldiers. The young witch walks past their corpses with a satisfied smile. One of the officers, miraculously surviving the witch's attack, draws his sword and rushes at her with a battle cry, intending to deliver the decisive blow. The witch reacts calmly, watching his desperate attack, and sarcastically states that he is surprisingly brave for an insect like him. Then the witch asks the soldier with a grin if he wants to know what she likes the most. The officer ignores her words, continuing his run. He pushes off the ground, and bringing his sword forward, makes a leap towards the witch, intending to strike. The girl uses a powerful telekinesis skill, stopping the soldier in mid-flight. The man freezes motionless in the air. Clots of dark energy appear around him, wrapping around his sword and instantly capturing the officer's body. He soon realizes with horror that his body is completely immobilized, and he can no longer move on his own, being under the complete control of dark energy. The witch approaches his face with an evil smile and says that she likes playing with dolls the most. The officer screams loudly in impotent rage, realizing that he has completely lost control of his body and cannot resist the will of the witch. The witch silently watches his useless attempts at resistance, after which she begins to laugh loudly. Dark energy forces the officer to move towards his soldiers. It has deprived him of his will. The man is unable to stop his body. The soldiers, not understanding what is happening, ask the officer in bewilderment about his intentions, trying to understand what is happening. The soldiers watch in surprise as their officer quickly approaches them and raises his sword to strike, his strange behavior leaving them perplexed. The officer, under the witch's control, shouts at his subordinates to run, explaining that he has completely lost control of his body. The soldiers don't have time to react quickly. The officer, weakly submitting to dark magic, deals them fatal blows with his sword. The sorceress, enveloped in dense, dark energy, laughs loudly, enjoying what is happening, and continues to control the actions of the officer, forcing him to attack his men. The officer, screaming and cursing the witch, is forced to watch helplessly as he destroys his fellow soldiers, unable to stop. Many soldiers do not understand that the officer's body is under someone else's control and watch his actions in horror. The officer screams loudly, desperately trying to regain control of his body, but all his attempts are in vain. The young witch raises her hand and smirks, saying that he is not tired enough yet, and forces him to continue his attack with telekinesis. The dark energy binds the officer even more tightly, and in despair he curses the witch, promising to destroy her if he can free himself. Despair and impotent anger overwhelm him when he realizes that he is unable to resist her charms. Under her control, the officer rushes towards the platoon of soldiers standing nearby. Quickly approaching them, he loudly orders them to run immediately, knowing that he cannot stop himself. Such actions bring the young witch great pleasure. She watches what is happening with delight and laughs loudly, feeling her power. After some time, the entire clearing turns out to be strewn with the bodies of dead soldiers of the Unity organization. The soldiers, unable to withstand the powerful onslaught of the sectarians, try to escape by running towards the nearby forest, while the monks pursue them. The sorceress watches the progress of the battle. The bishop commanders fall to their knees before her in submission. She is dissatisfied with the fact that it took too long to destroy such weak opponents. The bishops begin to ask for forgiveness for their slowness and inability to quickly deal with the military. The sorceress generously declares that she forgives them for the last time, but demands that they work harder in the future. The bishops thank her for her mercy and report that the mountain road is now completely under their control, and the enemies can no longer hold this strategically important position. The young witch silently turns around and begins to leave, and a moment later a powerful explosion of dark energy occurs in her place. The explosion tears the bishops into pieces, who just a second ago were kneeling and talking to her. The witch's attention is drawn to strange sounds, and she immediately turns around to see their source. A huge column of armored vehicles is moving towards the camp of the immortal cult. Soldiers jump out of their cars, and commands from sergeants can be heard ordering them to form battle formations. Within minutes, the soldiers form dense ranks, and under the cover of armored shields, begin to approach the cultist camp. The cult representatives, noticing their movement, immediately rush to the attack, intending to repel the onslaught of the military. The soldiers, in dense ranks protected by armored shields, slowly approach the cultists, who are watching them but are in no hurry to attack. The soldiers, using their spears and sharp blades, engage in fierce combat with the monks, delivering precise and deadly blows to their enemies. The young witch, watching the people's futile efforts to defend themselves, feels growing irritation, as it seems to her that their struggle is pointless. In a fit of emotion, the girl suddenly raises her hand to the sky, and with a loud snap of her fingers, awakens powerful forces within herself. In the following seconds, a stream of dark energy emerges, which quickly transforms into a huge tornado, threatening to destroy the military in its path. The soldiers, seeing the approaching huge tornado, cannot hide their horror. Their faces express extreme fear, and their eyes show the awareness of imminent death. The dark energy of the tornado is suddenly cut through by glittering battle chains emitting a bright blue glow. The young sorceress notices glowing chains rapidly erupting from the ranks of the soldiers, blocking her deadly magic. Jareem appears before the line of soldiers, his determined gaze directed straight at the immortals. The boy is ready for confrontation. The witch cannot contain her surprise, amazed that someone dared to challenge her and managed to destroy her tornado. Her interest in what is happening grows. She slowly moves forward, trying to understand who is in front of her. Jerem realizes that in front of him stands a cultist of extreme power, who most likely has the rank of archbishop. The guy activates his unique skill called analytics and begins scanning the witch to understand her true power. The virtual system confirms his fears, informing him that the object before him is an awakened mutant with telekinetic powers, making her an extremely dangerous opponent. Jerem warns the military not to approach the sorceress and under no circumstances to engage her in battle, concentrating their efforts solely on fighting the rank-and-file monks and bishops. Kwakdupal watches Pakiso closely, wondering whether the girl will follow the young leader's orders or show rebellion. Meanwhile, Jerem begins to slowly approach the sorceress, confidently declaring that he knows her rank and brazenly throwing insults in her face, deliberately provoking her. The young witch answers him with a cold smile, calling him an ill-mannered youth, and asks with interest who he is. Jerem calmly introduces himself, revealing his name and title and informing her that he is the leader of an organization called Unity. Jerem confidently informs the young witch that their main and only goal is the complete destruction of the immortal cult, and nothing can stop them. Hearing these words, the witch suddenly begins to laugh loudly, clutching her stomach, clearly mocking his determination. The girl admits with a smile that Jerem looks like a very skilled fighter, full of determination and strength, which, in her opinion, makes him an interesting opponent. The young sorceress, without losing her composure, declares to Jerem that she is ready to give him his only chance of salvation if he joins their immortal cult. In response to her words, Jerem suddenly thrusts his hand forward, revealing a sparkling, bright blue battle chain, showing that he does not intend to give in to her suggestions. The girl tells Jerem that he chose his own destiny, and thoughts of a sophisticated way to destroy the guy are already flashing through her head. She is about to play with him like a doll, but remembers that she has already recently engaged in similar games. Then, with a dark grin, the witch declares that she is going to do something more interesting. She wants to tear off the limbs of an insect, meaning Jerem. Full of bewilderment and anger, the guy cannot restrain himself and asks her what kind of nonsense she is talking about. The witch replies that he will soon see everything with his own eyes, and raising her hand, loudly snaps her fingers, putting her plan into action. Jerem watches as a massive field of dark energy begins to form around him, slowly approaching and ready to engulf his body. The young witch intends to bind the guy with telekinesis, and then methodically tear off his legs and arms, enjoying the process of destruction. Jerem, full of contempt for the girl, considers the young witch a sick person who says truly disgusting and cruel things. The girl, without hiding her mockery, asks him again what he just said and calls him a disgusting insect. Jerem's eyes fill with rage, and with cold calm he tells her that these words will be her last in life. The witch responds to him with arrogance, claiming that he still does not understand the depth of the situation he finds himself in, and continues to increase the pressure of dark energy around him. Jerem, realizing the danger, immediately requests the activation of the synergy skill through the virtual system, which asks him how many skills he wants to use in this situation. He chooses one of his strongest skills and summons the life force of 400 people. Instantly his body is enveloped in a bright blue aura. The young witch watches in amazement as Jerem activates his abilities. She did not expect such a turn of events. The life force of 400 people fills Jerem's body. He, with his arms crossed over his chest, prepares for the upcoming attack, demonstrating all his power and determination in this confrontation. Jerem wastes no time in launching himself from the ground and soaring into the sky at incredible speed, activating his next skill, acoustics, mid-flight. A vicious expression appears on the young witch's face, and she furiously begins to concentrate even more dark energy in her hands, intending to destroy the boy. Jerem, surrounded by a dense energy field, approaches her at high speed and delivers a crushing blow. The witch realizes with horror that her dark energy has no effect on Jerem, and her magical defenses are useless. His powerful blows send her flying backwards, and in flight her body is subjected to the destructive pressure of an energy wave that destroys her physical shell. After a successful attack, Jerem calmly lands on the ground, focusing his attention on the young witch. The guy watches her reaction and possible further actions. The creature freezes in place. The witch quickly surrounds herself with dense layers of dark energy, which begins to restore her destroyed body. Within moments, the witch's destroyed hands are completely restored under the influence of this power. Having completed the regeneration process, the witch lets out a wild cry and pushes off the ground with great force, surrounded by a dark aura, and quickly approaches Jerem. Having acquired a demonic form, the witch loudly shouts curses at him, wishing the boy immediate death. From both sides, powerful streams of dark energy fall upon Jerem, trying to tear him apart. But he continues to resist this hellish pressure with all his might. The witch, concentrating all her powers and skills, increases the pressure of dark energy to the maximum, trying to crush her enemy. Jerem, despite all his efforts, can hardly contain this colossal pressure. But deep down he is convinced that the witch does not have a single chance to defeat him, no matter how powerful her onslaught may seem. The witch is overcome with despair and surprise. She does not understand how this is possible. She put all her power into telekinesis, and Jerem was still able to withstand this pressure. The dark energy fields gradually lose their power. Jerem pushes them away from himself with incredible force, freeing himself from their influence. The next moment he suddenly jumps into the air and heads straight for the young witch with great speed, deciding to deliver the finishing blow. Upon reaching her, Jerem easily destroys her defenses and grabs her by the throat, rendering her unable to move. The witch, realizing her helplessness, screams wildly and resists furiously, trying to call upon the remnants of dark energy for protection. But Jerem continues to increase the pressure, mercilessly squeezing her throat. With horror in her eyes, the sorceress realizes that her attempts to defend herself were in vain, and that her time is running out. Jerem approaches her face and, looking straight into her eyes, coldly informs her that now she will die. Jerem continues to squeeze the witch's throat with great force. The space around them begins to fill with a bright red light. This causes an immediate reaction from the cultists. They stop fighting, noticing that their commander is on the verge of death. Paquiso realizes that the bishops will immediately rush to their leader's aid and quickly jumps high into the air, aiming his attack at them to prevent their intervention. Jerem, holding the unconscious body of the witch in his hand, is surprised that, despite the fact that he twisted her neck, she is still alive. Remembering her promise to rip off his arms and legs, the guy decides to do the same to her. With even greater force, Jerem tightens his grip, lifting her motionless body high into the air. However, the young man is again surprised, as the witch, despite everything, continues to recover, no matter how destructive his impact may be. Jerem delivers a powerful energy blow that tears the witch's body apart. But to his surprise, she remains alive and loudly curses, sending curses in his direction. The witch, through her rage, tells the guy that she will certainly destroy him, and she cannot be restrained even in this state. The virtual system immediately warns Jerem that his enemy has activated the sacrifice ceremony. The next second, the bishops' bodies begin to be surrounded by dark energy. They lose the ability to move, emitting quiet groans. The cultists, one after another, fall senseless to the ground, and even more dark energy appears around their motionless bodies, concentrating in the air. The dark energy emanating from the immobilized bodies of the cultists slowly begins to gather around the young witch, creating a dangerous force around her. A moment later, a huge explosion occurs, enveloping everything around in a blinding flash, engulfing the space in a powerful wave of destructive energy. Jerem jumps back sharply, tensing and watching carefully for further events, expecting something dangerous. At the place where the young witch was, a huge dense cocoon is formed, emitting a weak vibration. The soldiers standing nearby look with surprise and alarm at the huge cocoon that appeared after the explosion. They do not understand what could be hidden inside this mysterious object. The cocoon, hanging in the air, begins to move. Tentacles begin to grow from it, which slowly come to life and begin to move in different directions. With a loud crunch, the huge cocoon begins to disintegrate, revealing a transformed young witch whose body has undergone changes. The protective shell finally collapses, shattering into small pieces, and a transformed witch emerges from it, clad in new armor. With massive and powerful wings, the young witch soars into the air with incredible ease, moving with the grace of a butterfly, playing with the wind and demonstrating her superiority. Jerem can't hide his admiration for what the young witch is capable of, realizing that her level of survivability is truly colossal. At this point, the witch mockingly asks him if he now understands why her cult bears the name of the immortal. The girl clearly enjoys her superiority. She continues to circle above the ranks of the military, the dark energy emanating from her enveloping the soldiers, who are instantly paralyzed under her magical influence. Kwak Dupal, observing the young witch, recognizes her as a worthy opponent, because this monster possesses a huge number of skills and power. Jerem concludes that the young witch is likely significantly stronger than the leader of the immortal cult himself. The witch, taking out a long whip from her armor, loudly calls upon the forces of the great immortal cult. Looking at Jerem with disdain, she mockingly invites him to start the second round of the fight. The girl confident in her superiority. Jerem calmly replies that he also has aces up his sleeve and is ready to surprise her. However, the young witch only scoffs, believing that the guy is simply bluffing, uttering such pretentious phrases, and does not see him as a real threat. Jerem's body begins to be covered in a bright blue aura of energy. He confidently tells the witch that she will soon find out if he was really bluffing. The witch watches closely as Jerem activates all of his abilities, gathering all the power available to him. By concentrating, he creates a huge energy field around himself, which takes the form of a powerful deity. Jerem is completely immersed in his state, feeling how incredible power penetrates his body, intensifying his every action. The young man spins his energy chains, which instantly destroy the tongues of dark energy approaching him, neutralizing the witch's attack. The soldiers watch the scene with alarm and amazement, their faces reflecting deep shock at the incredible power emanating from Jerem. The young witch is amazed at how Jerem was able to easily get rid of her powerful energy attack without putting in much effort. In response, the guy suggests that she stop empty talk and immediately begin the duel. The enraged witch calls him a vile insect, and mockingly claims that he will never be able to defeat the power of immortality that she possesses. Without wasting any time, the witch rushes at Jerem with great speed, swinging her long whip to deliver a devastating blow. Spinning above him, she continues to attack the guy with colossal force, using her whip and trying to tear him to pieces. Jerem deftly dodges each blow, demonstrating incredible speed. The witch does not intend to weaken the pressure of her attacks. She continues to circle above him, delivering crushing blows one after another, each time increasing her magical power. Her face takes on a demonic expression, and through a wicked grin, she declares that she intends to tear the guy into little pieces. The soldiers watch the battle with anxiety and fear, their faces expressing the tension of what is happening. Seeing the power with which Jerem and the witch fight, they begin to realize the scale of this fight, realizing that their intervention may be futile. After some time, Jerem deftly intercepts the witch's battle whip, which leaves her in a state of shock and amazement. The young sorceress's face is distorted by wild rage. She cannot hide her irritation that Jerem was able to grab her weapon. She is troubled by the thought of where the young man got such colossal strength that allows him to resist her. Jerem, with a smirk on his face, asks the witch if this is all her power and if she is capable of more. With a sharp movement, he yanks the whip, causing the witch to lose her balance. She flips over in the air, desperately trying to stay afloat. Jerem, without wasting any time, spins the whip that the witch is holding onto and with great force directs it straight to the ground. When her body hits the surface, a powerful explosion occurs, scattering destructive energy in all directions. The young witch lies on the ground, her face contorted in pain and anger after the powerful blow, breathing heavily, clearly shocked that Jerem managed to knock her down. The witch cannot understand how Jerem is able to resist her, because the ritual was completed without errors, and in her opinion, no one should be able to resist her power. Consumed with rage, she becomes furious, unable to accept that someone would dare to treat her like this. With fury in her eyes, the witch rises into the air, spreading her arms out to the sides and calling for her dead servants to rise from the dead. Suddenly, the lifeless bodies of the monks lying on the ground begin to become enveloped in a dense field of dark energy, which awakens them to new life under its sinister will. Under the influence of the dark energy emanating from the sorceress, the dead monks begin to transform into creepy, monstrous monsters, with distorted bodies overgrown with tentacles and vile faces. The sorceress, with cold determination in her voice, addresses her terrible monsters, calling on them to mercilessly destroy all people in the vicinity. The young witch is in the air. She stretches her hands forward. Powerful streams of energy burst from them, which sparkle with electric discharges. The girl is preparing to deliver a crushing blow. The young witch, using her telekinesis skill, lifts huge stones into the air. Consumed with rage, she screams loudly, ordering her monsters to destroy Jerem immediately. A dense wall of creepy mutants, accompanied by flying stones, quickly approaches the guy. Jerem realizes that his opponents not only possess considerable strength, but also a variety of dangerous abilities that can seriously complicate the outcome of the fight if he is not extremely careful. Having concentrated the spiritual power of 400 people in his fist, the boy intends to finish off the witch, putting an end to her evil deeds. Jerem deals a crushing blow to the approaching monsters and rocks, causing a powerful explosion, an energy wave mixing them into a homogeneous mass and scattering enemy parts in all directions. The surprised young witch is thrown back, struck with incredible force, leaving her unsteady. As she falls to the ground, she feels a powerful energy field completely burn away her armor and huge wings, leaving her defenseless. The soldiers rejoice, realizing that their leader was able to achieve victory in a brutal fight with a powerful young witch, and their confidence in Jerem only grows stronger. Jerem slowly approaches the witch's body, taking out an inventory bag from the parallel space. Despite her charred and seemingly dead body, the witch continues to whisper curses at the young man, her skull slowly opening its mouth, and she asks Jerem with difficulty where he got such strength from. Jerem calmly answers the defeated sorceress that the cult of immortals is not nearly as omnipotent as they think, and even a simple person is capable of defeating them. Suddenly, the witch's body begins to regenerate. She jumps to her feet and with uncontrollable fury, moves towards Jerem, ready to continue the fight. The sorceress takes a running start and, leaping high into the sky, brings down a piece of her battle whip on Jerem. However, he reacts instantly, moving at great speed behind her back, and in a sarcastic voice the guy tells the monster that he is here. The witch tries to turn around, but suddenly her body stops and she lets out a loud, painful wheeze. Jerem transforms his energy field into the form of a combat sword and pierces the sorceress's body with incredible force, lifting her into the air. After the energy field pierced her body, the witch froze. Her eyes became empty. She slowly realized her defeat, making a hoarse sound. Jerem is sure that the powers of the immortal cult are greatly exaggerated. The guy intends to see how much longer the young witch can hold out. Under the influence of a powerful flow of bright blue energy, her body begins to rapidly disintegrate. The witch convulses, emitting loud screams, her dark power rapidly fading, with each second her body shrinking, disintegrating into atoms. Soon, all that remains of the mighty monster is a small piece of matter, which falls from the tip of the energy blade to the ground. Jerem looks forward with confidence. The soldiers standing behind him celebrate their victory, joy visible on their faces, because they just witnessed their leader triumph in a fight against a powerful enemy. Jerem approaches Paquiso and asks what losses their unit suffered. The girl calmly replies that there were no significant losses, only a few soldiers were lightly wounded. At that moment, one of the soldiers approaches Jerem, hands him a package, and says that he has brought an urgent message from the Gamers Union. Jerem learns from the message that Hercules intends to advance west, as he has received information that the Archbishop is located there. Hercules is determined to engage him in battle and destroy him. Jerem hopes that the player leader has enough strength and skill to fight and win the battle with the Archbishop, despite the seriousness of the upcoming battle. The boy thanks the soldiers for their courage and bravery in battle, and then tells them that they need to move to the next area. The abandoned construction plant was occupied by members of the Immortal Sect. A huge number of their followers lined up in neat rows, chanting demonic prayers to their god. One of the monks runs up to the Archbishop, informing him that he has an urgent message from the cult leader that needs to be addressed immediately. The Archbishop is deeply surprised to learn that a young witch has died in battle. He cannot hide his amazement, as he considered her to be one of the most powerful warriors in their ranks. The priest quickly informs his commander that the leader has ordered an immediate evacuation of the location and a retreat as the situation is rapidly deteriorating. The Archbishop immediately carries out his leader's order, decisively giving the command to all monks to prepare for a quick evacuation and leave the factory grounds. The commander of the Immortals ponders who could have destroyed the young sorceress, when a strange noise nearby attracts his attention. At that moment, Hercules suddenly jumps off the roof of a nearby building, landing on the ground with a deafening crash, so powerful that the ground beneath his feet becomes covered in a network of cracks. The Archbishop, with contempt in his voice, calls Hercules a scoundrel, and dismissively asks who he is and what he needs here. Hercules, without holding back, responds to his insults, saying that the Archbishop does not need to know who he is. The main thing is to know that he is about to die. The sectarian commander is greatly surprised by the man's impudence and self-confidence, admitting that he has not met such bold and arrogant people in a long time. The next moment, Hercules delivers a powerful blow to the Archbishop's head, and he is unable to withstand the bodybuilder's furious attack. Hercules continues to deliver multiple blows without stopping, crushing his opponent's resistance. The priests watch with surprise and concern as their leader is mercilessly beaten, and they decide to rush to his aid immediately. At this moment, loud screams are heard, and a large group of armed players runs out from around the corner of the neighboring building. They attack the cultists with fury, inflicting multiple blows with their bladed weapons and trying to suppress the resistance. Dongpei confidently informs the priests that he will kill anyone who dares to interfere in the duel and challenge their leader. The priests, shocked by the unexpected attack, come to their senses and line up in battle formations, calling on their comrades to unite to destroy all the infidels who dared to challenge them. A massive armored column of Unity vehicles slowly moves towards their next destination. At this moment, a message comes through the radio installed on Jerem's motorcycle that the Archbishop, who was nearby, has gone on the run, leaving his people behind. Jerem realizes that the column's speed is too slow, and it will not be able to catch up with the fleeing Archbishop. He decides to act quickly, and asks Kwakdupal to take command of the troops, as he intends to leave the battle lines and detain the Archbishop himself. Jerem turns to Pakiso, who is sitting behind him on the motorcycle, and asks her to hold on as tight as she can, warning her that he intends to squeeze every last bit of performance out of his vehicle. The space around the young people bursts into a bright blue light, and the motorcycle suddenly takes off, moving away from the military column at tremendous speed. After some time, Jerem and Pakiso catch up with the van, in which, according to operational data, the Archbishop is located. Driving closer to the truck, Jerem decides to take action and activates his skill called Explosive Force, the chain on his arm instantly igniting with bright blue energy. The next moment, the metal combat chain breaks into links, which rush towards the truck at incredible speed. The chain links reach the vehicle at incredible speed and slam into its body with great force, tearing through the metal and damaging the entire structure of the van. The truck explodes instantly, creating a blinding flash of light and a blast wave that spreads in all directions. Once the truck is stopped, the chain links quickly return to Jerem, reconnecting into a single combat weapon. The priest standing next to the Archbishop suggests to his commander that they retreat immediately, declaring that he intends to delay the young men pursuing them. However, the priest does not have time to explain how exactly he plans to deal with his opponents, as at that moment he receives a powerful kick to the head. Pakiso delivers a series of powerful kicks to the priest, the girl says with a grin that with such strength he would never be able to stop her. The Archbishop watches in amazement as the priest's body falls lifelessly to the ground next to him. He realizes that the girl possesses impressive strength and excellent fighting skills, but he is convinced that her abilities are clearly insufficient to destroy the powerful young witch who died in battle. Appearing behind Pakiso, Jerem immediately attracts the attention of the Archbishop, who quickly realizes that this guy is likely behind the death of the young witch. Jerem, using the virtual system, analyzes his opponent. The virtual screen tells him that the Archbishop is an awakened mutant with the skills of a guardian. The Archbishop throws off the hood of his cloak and asks Jerem point blank if he killed the young witch. Jerem replies with cold confidence that he will destroy anyone who serves the demonic cult and dares to stand in his way, and will show no mercy. The Archbishop smiles a grim smile at the young man, and while he is answering, he quietly takes out knives from behind his back and prepares for the upcoming confrontation. Taking a fighting stance, the Archbishop displays his massive combat knives, declaring to Jerem that he is ready to enjoy the upcoming fight. The cult minister adds that he will now test how powerful a fighter the boy really is. Suddenly, the Archbishop rushes towards Jerem with incredible speed, so high that his movement is difficult to capture visually. In an instant, the Archbishop is behind Jerem and swings his knife for a fatal blow. However, at that moment the Archbishop freezes, realizing that despite his fantastic speed, Jerem somehow managed to notice his movement. A moment later, the Archbishop strikes with his knife with incredible speed, hoping to catch the young man off guard and end the fight in one move. However, Jerem manages to react in time to this deadly attack and blocks the blow with his hand. The priest flies back a few meters. Jerem calmly tells the girl that she will not have to intervene, since the Archbishop turned out to be quite weak. The cult representative slowly rises to his feet. Realizing that his opponents are strong, he still cannot understand how these young people were able to destroy a powerful witch. At that moment, a large car drives up to the scene of the duel. 3 priests immediately jump out of it, and they anxiously ask the Archbishop if everything is okay with him. The Archbishop is relieved to inform the priest that the situation was quite difficult, and thanks them for arriving just in time. The Archbishop points a knife at Jerem and Pakiso, declaring that they will be destroyed and their souls will be consumed. Suddenly, his body begins to transform, and the virtual system informs Jerem that the Archbishop has activated the sacrifice ceremony. At this moment, the monks who were near the Archbishop fall dead to the ground, and dark energy begins to emerge from their bodies, which quickly moves towards the Archbishop and envelops him. The transformation occurs rapidly, and soon the Archbishop's body takes on the appearance of a huge knight in massive metal armor. The Archbishop turns to the dead priest lying next to him on the ground and expresses words of gratitude for the fact that thanks to their sacrifice, he was able to taste this higher power, filling him with new might. The Archbishop's combat knives begin to transform, turning into massive knightly swords, after which he mockingly announces that he has prepared a small gift for Jerem and Pakiso. The man slowly approaches the young people, and with a grin, announces that today he will be generous and give them a quick and easy death. Jerem looks with a smile at the Archbishop in knightly armor, considering his knightly theme to be childish and a sick fantasy. Jerem fearlessly rushes at the Archbishop. The guy says that he is talking complete nonsense, and with all his might strikes his hand right into his body. Jerem's powerful strike causes blinding flashes of blue energy to rip through the enemy's armor, the energy of the strike piercing the Archbishop's body, causing him to tremble under the powerful onslaught. The Archbishop, despite Jerem's devastating blows, attempts to strike back. But the energy emanating from Jerem blocks his attempts, reflecting every move and leaving the Archbishop no chance to counterattack. Jerem stands calmly next to his fallen opponent, carefully watching his unsuccessful attempts to rise to his feet. After some time, the Archbishop manages to get up. He cannot understand how this could have happened, because after the transformation, his strength and speed should have increased many times over. Slowly approaching Jerem, he threatens to say that the young man will now experience the full extent of his true fighting power. The Archbishop crosses his massive swords in front of his chest, and a huge amount of energy begins to rapidly accumulate around him, vibrating and intensifying. The next moment, he directs powerful destructive energy streams towards Jerem, hoping to crush him. Energy flows begin to intertwine, forming a brightly shining funnel, which gradually takes the shape of a huge skull. Jerem looks at the Archbishop's attack with obvious disdain, the young man confidently declaring that he will now end this unworthy farce. Jerem studies his opponent with a piercing gaze and activates his unique demonic martial art called Joseon. Entering the second level of this powerful art, Jerem performs a complex technique known as the Fierce Tiger Dance, causing a massive aura to instantly erupt around him, taking the form of an enraged tiger. An impressive and destructive energy, in the form of a tiger's head, quickly falls upon the shocked Archbishop, threatening to cause him serious harm. A powerful energy flow with incredible force completely removes the Archbishop's heavy knightly armor and massive muscles from his body, leaving only a fragile skeleton of the immortal. Jerem approaches the fallen Archbishop and confidently grabs him by the throat, then lifts him high into the air in a show of dominant strength. Despite his grave condition, the Archbishop remains conscious and reflects with amazement on how an ordinary person can possess such enormous and destructive power. Jerem, with cold determination, informs the Archbishop that he will now follow the young sorceress. Without ceasing his pressure, Jerem continues to use his colossal strength, compressing the Archbishop's skeleton to the point that it begins to fall apart into small pieces. Jerem crushes the immortal skull and casually throws its remains to the ground. The boy says that soon all the members of the immortal cult will join him. The Archbishop, despite the blows inflicted, still remains alive and, having gathered his strength, declares that the great immortal will certainly avenge them. Jerem slowly approaches the remains of the Archbishop's skeleton and decisively delivers a powerful kick that completely shatters the remaining fragments of the Archbishop's skull into many small pieces. Pakiso approaches the young man and informs him that the followers of the immortal cult are constantly spreading wild and meaningless statements. Jerem arrives at an abandoned factory, where he meets the bodybuilder and sincerely thanks him for his help in completing an important mission. Hercules asks the young man if they were able to successfully capture the fugitives who had previously escaped from the factory, to which the young man confidently replies that they managed to capture and destroy them. Jerem expresses his gratitude to the bodybuilder for the fact that he and his men were able to destroy a large detachment of cultists, as well as their Archbishop. Jerem suggests not wasting time and immediately striking the immortal sect while they are in a state of shock from the unexpected counterattack and are forced to retreat. Hercules completely agrees with the young man, and declares that he is ready to send his squad to finally put an end to this terrible sect and prevent further threats. The bodybuilder believes that the leader of the sect must be destroyed, otherwise it will quickly recover and continue to pose a serious threat to people. Jerem reflects on the fact that he did the right thing when he signed a contract with the Gamers Association, which now allows him to effectively fight his enemies. The young man suggests not wasting time and setting out as quickly as possible to find the head of the immortal sect. Hercules agrees with the young man's train of thought and suggests splitting the squads, surrounding the sect leader and attacking from different sides. Tatiana orders her robot bodyguard to test its new function immediately. The bodyguard robot activates its new plasma annihilator function and fires a massive energy field from its cannons that incinerates everything in its path. The robot's massive plasma field annihilates a large number of immortal cult priests with incredible force, reducing them to the smallest particles. The bodyguard robot continues to fire its annihilator cannon, and the entire space around it is illuminated by bright flashes of plasma fields. The bodyguard robot then connects to the spider robots in a single information network and gives them the order to begin the attack, after which, a moment later, the metal mechanisms begin to move. Quackduple previously believed that Tatiana would be weak and useless, but now he sees strength and great potential in robots. Quackduple is determined not to let up the pressure on the enemy, and orders his unit to immediately go on the attack, demonstrating his resolve. Rows of heavily armored vehicles quickly crash into the formation of priests of the immortal god cult. They ram and crush the enemy. The bishop notices that the humans have significantly increased their attack, and in response, he sends out a curse spell, while simultaneously ordering his monks to mercilessly destroy all the humans. The enormous monster, formerly an archbishop, concentrates thick, dark energy around itself and lets out a piercing scream. Tatiana orders her robot bodyguard to immediately begin transforming into combat mode. The bodyguard robot pushes off the ground with force and jumps high into the air. While in the air, the robot bodyguard materializes durable and armored tentacles that instantly begin to integrate into its body, enhancing its combat capabilities. Within seconds, the bodyguard robot transforms into a formidable fighting machine, equipped with powerful metal manipulators built into its back, which significantly increases its attack power. The robot bodyguard lands on the ground, already fully transformed and in active combat mode, ready for the upcoming battle. Quackduple, inside his armored vehicle, compliments the robot bodyguard and tells him that his form is perfect for battle. The huge monster notices Quackduple and the robot bodyguard standing next to him and then instantly rushes towards them, intending to deliver a decisive blow. At this time, the leader of the immortal sect is in a huge temple, cursing loudly, unable to contain his anger due to the worsening situation and the failed attempts to suppress the resistance. When Manhwa learns that his army of 7,000 members has lost 5,000 men in battle, which threatens the cult's future plans and undermines its authority among followers. The archbishop falls to his knees before the leader of the sect and informs him that the forces of the unbelievers are too great, and during the battles, they have already lost 5 of their archbishops. When the leader of the sect learns of the death of the young witch, he lets out a piercing cry, full of despair and anger, after which he decisively declares that he will destroy everyone involved in this incident. At this moment, another archbishop runs into the room and announces that they have more bad news. The archbishop informs the sect leader that they are being attacked from 2 sides by large human armies. From a fresh report, Archbishop Manhwa learns that 10 high-ranking officials of the immortal sect have already died. The archbishop reports that their brothers are putting up a worthy fight against the enemy, demonstrating fortitude and determination in battle. But the vile people who oppose their cult are considerable in strength and numbers. When Manhwa realizes that under such pressure, there is a real threat of their main temple falling, which would mean the end of their existence for the army of immortals. The sect leader realizes they have no choice but to retreat, so he orders his subordinates to rescue as many artisans as possible from the encirclement. After this, when Manhwa informs the surprised archbishops that they must prepare everything necessary for the ceremony. When Manhwa intended to hold the ceremony in 6 months, but he has no choice, he is taking a great risk and believes that this is the only way to stop the enemy and ensure the survival of the cult. The archbishops understand that holding the ceremony before the appointed time could lead to serious consequences. But they do not contradict their leader and agree to prepare everything necessary for the ceremony. The cult leader opens massive, imposing doors and confidently enters the deserted rooms, on the floor of which is a huge pentagram. The cult leader is thinking about the fact that he will have to conduct the ceremony so soon and take on great risks. Wen Myunho stands in the middle of the huge hall on a large pentagram and reflects on the fact that after the ceremony, events can develop in two possible ways. In the first scenario, the head of the immortal sect may lose his mind and turn into a terrifying monster, which will lead to catastrophic consequences. In the second version, Wen Myunho will become one step closer to the Great Ones and transform into a powerful divine being, gaining new powers and abilities. Wen Myunho begins to pray to his god, asking for mercy and permission to perform the ritual successfully ahead of time, hoping for divine support. The huge pentagram under the feet of the sect leader suddenly bursts into bright flames, and the room fills with dense dark energy. Wen Myunho calls upon a massive creature called Root, and vows to destroy all the small humans who stand in their way, demonstrating their ruthlessness and determination in achieving the cult's goals. Jerem approaches the building that houses the Chamber of Repentance, and notices a large amount of vile green slime on the walls of the huge structure. At this moment, Jerem remembers the story of Professor Sebastian, who told the young man that the Room of Repentance contains kidnapped people. Jerem activates his skill called Analytics to thoroughly scan the room in front of him. The virtual system informs Jerem that the vile green goo is a lower life form that absorbs the life force of people. Jerem believes that this vile green slime, capable of sucking the life force out of people, is definitely connected to the Root, a powerful being that controls these creatures. The young man feels a strong hatred for these creatures and intends to take decisive action in the near future. The roof of the building housing the Repentance Room is guarded by 3 armed members of the Immortal Sect, ready to protect this place from any interference. Jerem, acting stealthily, makes his way to the roof of the building and jumps on one of the guards to eliminate him. 2 monks notice how a young man runs past their partner at great speed and destroys him with one blow. The monks draw their bladed weapons and approach the young man, preparing to strike back. Jerem unleashes a sharp and powerful attack on nearby monks in unison, causing them to fly into the air. The young man heads inside the building, leaving behind the corpses of the destroyed priests. Inside the building, in the Repentance Room, there are a large number of people who have been attached to tendrils of green liquid that are capable of sucking out their life force. The man lying on the floor in the Repentance Room looks very unhealthy and exhausted, and he reflects on the fact that if this kind of sucking of life force continues, they will all soon die. Suddenly, the doors to the penitential room open and the bishop enters, accompanied by 2 priests, instilling a sense of fear and anxiety in those present. The prisoners turn to the bishop, telling him of their repentance for what they have done, and asking for forgiveness for not believing in the true power of immortality. The bishop asks the captives if they have all truly repented, and the weakened people confirm their sincere repentance, declaring that they will now believe only in the leader of the sect of immortals. A malicious smile appears on the bishop's face. He believes that the prisoners will be useful to him in the near future. He sees them as a tool for achieving his goals. The archbishop points to 3 people from the group of emaciated men and says that he has chosen only them. The cult leader tells the captives that they will be given a chance, which could mean the possibility of salvation or new opportunities within the cult. The bishop announces that they can leave the Repentance Room and become leaders like him, offering them a path to power and high status. The captives realize that if they do not accept the bishop's offer and refuse, the vile green liquid will suck the last of their life force out of them, and they will die. The emaciated and exhausted captives bow to the cult representative and inform him that they agree to accept his terms. A haughty smile appears on the bishop's face. He informs the captives that they have made the right choice and invites them to follow him. The priests are about to close the doors of the Repentance Room and ask the bishop what to do with the remaining captives, to which the bishop replies that their fate is to become food for the green ooze. Then the priest closes the Room of Repentance, and the people remaining inside knock on the door, begging for mercy and asking to be left alive. The freed captives understand that the fate of the people remaining in the Repentance Room is unenviable, and nothing can save them. The bishop informs the freed people that they should prepare to undergo the initiation ceremony. The bishop is thinking about how stupid and gullible the freed prisoners are, when his thoughts are interrupted by the sound of an approaching man. Jerem appears before the cultists, calling them crazy bastards and asking what they are planning. The bishop approaches the young man, asking him who he is and what he is doing here, after which he tells the boy that he is impressed by his look and invites him to repent and join the sect of the Immortals. However, before the bishop can finish his speech, Jerem delivers a powerful blow with his battle chain, cutting off the head of the cult minister. With the next blow of the chain, the young man destroys the 2 remaining ordinary priests, also smashing their heads into tiny pieces. The freed captives look at Jerem with surprise and fear, amazed that the young man was able to deal with 3 cult ministers with just 2 blows. The young man tells the surprised people that he is the leader of the Unity organization and has come here to free them. The men still cannot quite believe that someone actually came to free them, and they express their gratitude to the young man for his heroism and courage. Jerem activates his unique skill called Soul Healing to calm the captives and give them confidence. The prisoners instantly calm down. The young man informs them that they will soon be safe. After this, Jerem opens the doors of the repentance room. The men leave the terrible building, running out into the street with tears in their eyes. They still do not fully believe that they are free. Jerem carefully examines the building, which is saturated with a vile green liquid, and comes to the conclusion that it is necessary to get rid of this dangerous and destructive substance as quickly as possible. The young man spins his metal battle chain, which instantly begins to glow with a bright blue light. Jerem delivers a powerful blow with his battle chain to the largest cluster of vile green substance, intending to destroy the dangerous creature. In response to the attack, the green liquid emits a terrible scream and begins to disintegrate into many small puddles of biomass. Small puddles of green goo fall to the ground, some of them slowly beginning to approach Jerem. A huge eye suddenly appears on one of the small puddles of green substance, from which a voice is heard, declaring that she remembers this man. Jerem answers the green liquid. The guy says that soon she will leave the human world forever. After this, Jerem steps on the puddle, crushes the monstrous eye, and with powerful blows of his chain, begins to destroy the cursed room of repentance, freeing the space from dark energy. Jerem successfully rescues all the hostages from captivity, but unfortunately, he was unable to save those who were already dead. Hercules looks at the large number of dead captives left in the penitence chamber, and curses the servants of the immortal cult for their merciless actions and the creation of such a nightmarish place. Jerem asks the bodybuilder to calm down and explains to the man that the current situation cannot be resolved with anger, emphasizing the need for calm and a rational approach. Hercules agrees with the young man, realizing that his own anger and rage will not help change what is happening. The bodybuilder takes a pack of cigarettes out of his pocket and offers one of them to the young man. Jerem tells the bodybuilder that he doesn't smoke, to which the man replies that he also quit smoking, but is currently stressed out and needs a cigarette. Hercules lights a cigarette, takes a nervous drag on it, and then thanks the young man for his support, expressing his appreciation. Jerem asks the bodybuilder what he thanks him for. Hercules tells the guy that if it weren't for Jerem, he wouldn't even know what the vile servants of the immortal cult were planning. Jerem says that this is only a small part of his merit, since the bodybuilder is a good person, and sooner or later would have sorted out the situation on his own. Hercules is worried that he did not begin to fight the immortal sect sooner, before it had gained much power, and he understands that his delay allowed the enemy to strengthen its position and increase the threat. Jerem informs the bodybuilder that with his skills, it will not be difficult for him to deal with the immortal sect even in its current state. Hercules thanks the young man for his support, and states that he will not rest until the leader of the immortal sect is destroyed, the man demonstrating his desire to complete the mission. The bodybuilder casually throws his cigarette butt on the ground and says that there is no turning back, and that the sectarians must be destroyed as quickly as possible, emphasizing the need for urgent action. Hercules places his massive hand on the young man's shoulder, and hesitantly asks if he is confident that they can handle the powerful organization. Jerem makes no secret of the fact that the task ahead will be extremely difficult, as the sect of immortals has spread to almost all provinces, and everywhere there is a steady increase in the number of believers, which makes their destruction significantly more difficult. Hercules believes that it is necessary to eliminate the cult as quickly as possible before it increases its power and influence, in order to prevent further spread and strengthening of their position. Jerem senses that Hercules is a little unsure of his abilities, and tells the bodybuilder that together they can overcome this difficult task. Hercules tells the young man that he believes in his abilities and thanks him for his support. The man expresses his gratitude and confidence in their shared success. Jerem states that he has no intention of deceiving the man and tells him that he does not yet fully know how strong the cult leader is. A young man decides to put an end to the demonic cult of the immortals, and declares that nothing can stop him. He is not afraid even of the powerful leader of the sect. Jerem tells the bodybuilder that he will not stop until he achieves his plan to destroy the cult. Hercules expresses hope for the success of their mission, and tells the young man that it is a great honor for him to fight shoulder to shoulder with him. Jerem activates his skill transfer skill, believing that the bodybuilder's favor has reached the maximum level, and he can receive his skill. Hercules begins to sense slight fluctuations in the energy balance, and asks the young man what is happening. The virtual system informs Jerem that the requirements for the transfer have been met, and he can receive the ability to transform into a giant. which will open up new combat possibilities. Jerem informs the surprised bodybuilder that he will now acquire his ability to transform into a giant, and this will help in their mission to destroy the immortal cult. A multitude of diverse zombies and mutants gather around the enormous temple of the immortal cult, filling the entire space, surrounding the ominous temple, and preparing for something large-scale and terrifying. With each passing minute, more and more zombies and mutants arrive at the square, their numbers constantly increasing. These creatures wander aimlessly around the huge temple, making eerie sounds that intensify the atmosphere of horror. After some time, high-level mutants with enhanced physical characteristics, speed, and reaction time join the hordes of zombies. They open their huge, toothy mouths and emit eerie screams. On the steps of a huge temple, the leader of the sect stands alone and silently, surrounded by an atmosphere of power, priests and bishops carefully watching his every move, demonstrating their respect and devotion. One of the priests approaches the leader of the sect. He humbly falls to his knees and informs him that all preparations for defeating the devil are complete. Wenmyeonho remains completely silent, listening attentively to the priest's report and evaluating the information received. After a while, the cult leader nods approvingly, expressing satisfaction with the tasks completed, and informs his subordinates that they are already here. At this moment, the huge horde of monsters standing at the foot of the temple turns its heads towards the entrance to the square. Armored vehicles of the Unity organization begin to approach the temple. They are ready to fight the multitude of mutants and zombies gathered around the temple of the cult of the immortals. Jerem moves at the head of the armored column. The young man immediately activates his analyst skill. The virtual system instantly transmits important information to him that the sect leader is a believer in a false god, is extremely hostile, and has a high combat level. Jerem looks at the approaching monsters, his eyes full of determination. He is ready to fight the monsters that surrounded the temple. Wenmyeonho lets out a wild cry, calling upon the great god of immortality and asking him to accept the offering. The man demonstrates his devotion to the divine power. All the priests of the immortal sect begin to writhe in agony. Dense streams of dark energy begin to emerge from their bodies. Young people and a bodybuilder stand in the front row in front of the armored vehicles and carefully watch the ritual performed by the sect leader. In an instant, dark energy concentrates around the sect leader, turning him into a demonic creature with incredible power and a terrifying appearance. The sect leader thanks the great god of immortality for recognizing him, after which his deity orders the destruction of all humans who stand in their way. Wenmyeonho obeys the command of his great god of immortality and thanks him for the great power he has granted him. He swears allegiance and promises to complete the assigned tasks. The leader of the sect experiences great joy because his dream has finally come true. The monster feels satisfaction from the success achieved and the strengthening of his power. The demonic being is confident that by the end of the ceremony, the human armies will not have the slightest chance of victory. Jerem understands the complexity of the situation. Realizing that this episode never happened in his nightmares, the guy feels that they are about to face unprecedented trials. The demonic creature thanks the young man, saying that if it weren't for him, he would have had to wait another 6 months for the ceremony to be completed. The demonic being offers Jerem a reward, saying that he will give the young man a chance if he joins an immortal cult. Pakiso looks at the priests who gave their dark energy to the demonic creature. The girl believes that the sect leader uses people and creatures only for his own selfish interests, and his words and promises have no value and should not be trusted. The demonic being states that the immortal cult never turns its back on its believers, and that it is willing to protect its followers at any cost. The cult leader calls his followers the children of God, and orders them to be reborn immediately, after which dense dark energy begins to generate around the lifeless bodies of the monsters. Wenmyeonho believes that the death of his followers was only a temporary necessity in order to achieve complete immortality. The demonic creature lets out a terrible cry and declares that only torment and death await those who do not join their legion. Hercules can hardly hide his excitement, realizing that he is facing incredibly powerful opponents capable of inflicting serious damage. The demonic being demands that all people and creatures present in the square kneel before the incarnation of the immortal god. Jerem looks at the demonic creature fearlessly. The guy is not going to give up and intends to fight to the end. The leader of the sect turns to the young man and says that he asks him for the last time to bow before the great power. A huge snake throws its head into the sky, opens its mouth, and lets out a terrible cry that echoes throughout the entire area. The various zombies and mutants in the square raise their hands to the sky and begin to scream loudly, joining in the ritual and intensifying the gloomy aura of the event. Pakiso calmly watches the terrifying sight unfolding before them. The girl reports that she has never seen anything like it. The demonic being addresses those present and declares that now is the last chance for anyone who wishes to join the immortal cult. One of the players decides to answer the cult leader. He raises his hand, waves it, and shouts loudly in his direction so that he will notice him. The demonic creature turns its attention to this player, who rudely insults the leader of the sect, showing him an obscene gesture, and expresses his contempt and refusal to submit to the dark power. The demonic creature goes into a frenzy, its eyes filling with rage at the player's behavior, and it begins making eerie sounds. The players standing nearby begin to laugh loudly and mock the speeches of the sect leader. This causes the demonic creature to become very angry, and he is deeply outraged by the tone in which people treat him, whom he dismissively calls small insects. A massive monster moves towards the player, its arm extended forward, a powerful energy field rapidly generating around its finger. The creature prepares to deliver a crushing blow. At incredible speed, the energy beam released by the sect leader flies straight towards the head of the impudent player. The player realizes with horror that the released energy beam is heading straight for his head. Shock and fear are reflected on his face. He understands that there is practically no time left for salvation. Jerem intervenes with lightning speed, blocking the energy beam. The player behind him is amazed by his speed and skill, realizing that only thanks to Jerem was he able to avoid certain death. A beam of deadly energy, reflected by the young man, is directed towards the zombies standing nearby, and in an instant completely incinerates them. Players watching Jerem's actions are in a state of great delight and thank the young man for saving their comrade, expressing their appreciation for his heroism. The cult leader points to Jerem and asks the boy if he is really their leader, trying to figure out his true intentions and role in what is happening. Jerem points at the player and tells the monster that his question has already been answered once, and he probably won't appreciate it being answered again. The huge monster that the sect leader has transformed into calls on his army to begin the attack. Instantly, a huge number of monsters in the square begin to move and scream eerily, creating an atmosphere of horror. Quackduple believes that the time has come to show the vile monsters the power of the human union. The man orders his units to get ready. Tatiana orders her robot bodyguard to prepare to repel an attack and asks him to take care of himself in battle, thereby showing concern for her faithful protector. Quackduple realizes that the time has come and decisively orders his troops to begin the attack. The huge armored vehicles begin to move slowly forward, heading straight towards the monsters, followed by rows of spider robots and military personnel. The armored vehicles crash into the front lines of the monsters with furious force, ramming them with their massive metal armor and crushing them with their heavy tracks, breaking up their dense formations and opening the way for further advance. Spider-bots take up advantageous positions on the battlefield, firing their guns at monsters and tearing them apart with their powerful metal claws. Suddenly, the huge monster rushes forward. It lets out a wild cry, and with fury strikes with its massive paws at one of the spider robots, trying to stop their advance. The sect leader continues to accumulate more and more dark energy around himself. He is confident that people will not be able to defeat him, despite all their efforts and power. Pakiso moves deftly between massive monsters, delivering powerful and swift blows that weaken enemies and break their ranks. After some time, the bodybuilder and the young people make their way closer to the leader of the sect, preparing for the decisive battle. The enormous monster raises its many paws to the sky and declares that the immortal cult is a beautiful journey that begins with death. Hercules angrily states how tired he is of these meaningless religious phrases, and accumulates a powerful energy field around himself, preparing to attack. Jerem exchanges glances with Pakiso, and the girl immediately understands that he intends to fight alongside her. The bodybuilder activates his fighting skills, and is the first to attack the huge monster, demonstrating his determination and strength. The young men notice that the sect leader has focused his attention on the attacking Hercules, and, taking advantage of this, they go around the monster from the other side. The cult leader notices Jerem's approach and fires energy beams at him, which take the form of huge red arrows. The bodybuilder deftly dodges the energy arrows flying at him, demonstrating amazing agility, and gets ever closer to the huge monster, intending to deliver the decisive blow. Jerem concentrates a large field of energy around himself, which transforms into a huge energy shield, protecting him from attacks, after which the guy rushes towards the leader of the sect. The virtual system informs Jerem that he inhaled the smoke of death during the attack, causing his life force to drain. Meanwhile, more and more dark energy appears around the huge monster. He, watching the attacking people, emits a terrible demonic laugh, demonstrating his superiority and confidence in victory. Hercules was thrown aside by the monster's powerful blow, but the man has no intention of giving up. He is preparing for the next attack. The bodybuilder runs up and jumps high into the air, quickly approaching the cult leader and raising his hands for the finishing blow. He manages to break through the defense of the huge monster, and concentrating all his strength, he delivers a powerful blow to its head. To the bodybuilder's surprise, his incredible blow did not cause any harm to the monster. The cult leader looks straight at him and contemptuously calls him a stupid gorilla. Pakiso notices in time that the cult leader is distracted by a conversation with the bodybuilder, and without wasting time, jumps high in the air, preparing to deliver a crushing blow from above. Pakiso manages to get close to the monster, and, taking advantage of the moment, she begins to deliver a powerful series of kicks, bringing them down on the enemy one after another. The sect leader's massive body instantly erupts in bright bursts of blue energy, each blow intensifying his damage. Jerim joins the battle, unleashing his glowing battle chain and dealing a crushing blow to the cult leader. The massive monster begins to back away, its body engulfed in multiple bright explosions of energy. The bodybuilder and the young men do not let up their pressure and, acting in concert, continue to deliver powerful blows to the monster. The cult leader takes significant damage and, letting out a terrible scream, jumps back, trying to regain his strength. The huge monster stares at the people attacking it. Suddenly, despite the damage it has received, it begins to laugh loudly, making an eerie and ominous sound that echoes throughout the entire area. The cult leader raises his ugly paws to the sky and mockingly asks the attackers if they are capable of anything other than fruitless attacks. Hercules, observing this, considers the monster to be too arrogant and thinks that the monster has already received serious damage, and he has almost dealt with it. The cult leader quickly regenerates, recovering from all the wounds he received, and declares to the attackers that he will now show them the true power of God. A huge force field forms around the monster, and bright flashes of energy begin to sparkle on its surface. The cult leader begins casting spells, calling upon the life force of the immortal cult to aid him, seeking to increase his power and regain full control of the battle. Hercules declares that he is done with the cheap tricks and nonsense the monster is spouting, and then leaps into the air with determination, intending to deliver a powerful blow. The bodybuilder hits the monster's head with great force, causing a powerful explosion with a large release of energy. The cult leader is overcome with intense anger, shouting and ordering people to listen carefully to him when he speaks to them. However, the bodybuilder ignores the monster's statements and continues to attack him with incredible force, delivering a series of blows to the monster's body and head. A moment later, Hercules takes a crushing blow from the cult leader, so powerful that it deforms the man's face. Hercules flies off at great speed and falls to the ground with a crash. The young man immediately runs up to the bodybuilder and anxiously asks how he feels. Hercules calls the monster a bastard and says that he has become much stronger. The tentacles on the sect leader's head begin to move. The monster confirms the bodybuilder's words, declaring that he is indeed becoming stronger with each passing moment. The enormous monster realizes that the people attacking it continue to breathe the smoke of death, which is imperceptibly weakening their vital forces. The cult leader summons terrifying melting creatures to his aid and orders them to immediately attack the young people. The huge monster thinks it has had enough of hand-to-hand combat and decides to end it as quickly as possible. Jerim realizes that the moment has come and intends to use all his skills and abilities to stop the cult leader. The next moment, the young man activates all of his available skills, and the space around him is illuminated by flashes of lightning, which create a powerful energy field. A massive energy field rises into the air above Jerim's head, taking the form of a divine warrior radiating incredible power. The cult leader watches the transformation unfold in amazement, realizing that he is facing an unexpectedly powerful and mysterious enemy who is ready to fight to the last. Enormous streams of energy permeate Jerim's body, filling him with strength. The guy decides to check whether the monster is really as immortal as it claims. Using the power of hundreds of life forces, Jerim uncoils his brightly shining battle chain, preparing for a powerful attack. The sect leader watches in amazement as the boy activates a skill called Giant Transformation. His body begins to increase in size, causing confusion in the monster. The huge monster can't believe that this is possible, because only a bodybuilder possessed this technique. He has no idea about the existence of the skill transfer. Jerim, breaking through the protective fields, delivers a colossal blow with his hand directly to the head of the sect leader, putting all his strength into it. Realizing that he cannot stop for a moment, the young man continues to deliver a series of powerful blows, not giving the monster a chance to recover. The monster is unable to repel Jerim's furious attacks, and, taking numerous blows, he screams loudly and retreats back. Jerim is delighted to see the massive monster's defenses begin to crumble under his onslaught. and every blow brings him closer to victory. The leader of the sect, enraged by the young man's success, calls him a non-entity and decides to use his battle staff to destroy the enemy. The huge monster lets out a wild cry and swings its massive staff, aiming for a fatal blow. However, Jerem understands the enemy's intention and blocks the staff's blow, stopping it with his hand. The sect leader is deeply perplexed. He cannot believe that the young man was able to stop such a powerful blow with one hand, and he begins to lose confidence in his victory. The huge monster continues to press its staff on Jerem, but is surprised to find that the young man does not even flinch. Jerem smirks and tells the monster that he expected much more from his divine power. The sect leader, overcome with rage, screams loudly and appeals to his deity, asking to grant him more destructive divine power. At this moment, Jerem quickly approaches the monster and deals it a crushing blow with the fist on which his combat chain is wound, causing a huge explosion, accompanied by a bright flash of energy that illuminates everything around. The huge monster lets out a wild cry and flies back several tens of meters from the monstrous force of the blow. The cult leader, rising to his feet, ponders where the young man got so much strength from. Even after he was poisoned by the deadly fog, he realizes that Jerem poses a much greater threat than he expected. Manhwa immediately orders the nearby terrifying creatures to form a tight circle around him to protect him from Jerem's attacks. The terrifying creatures instantly carry out their master's command, forming several defensive rows around the sect leader. Hercules, noticing that Manhwa has been damaged and weakened, realizes that the moment to attack has come and immediately rushes at the creatures that are protecting him. The bodybuilder delivers powerful blows. The half-decayed bodies of the monsters fly in different directions from his strong blows. Hercules does not stop, continuing his persistent attack, with the goal of breaking through to the sect leader and dealing him a decisive blow. However, the bodies of the monsters he destroyed begin to regenerate, merging together and acquiring their previous form, which complicates the bodybuilder's task and creates a new threat for the team. Hercules watches in amazement as his defeated opponents, who had been reduced to a semi-liquid mass, regain their humanoid form, leaving him perplexed. At this point, Pakiso decides to join the bodybuilder's attack by activating the first form of the divine martial art Joseon and taking on a demonic form. The girl jumps into the thick of the monsters, and upon landing, a huge explosion occurs, accompanied by a bright flash of energy that turns the monsters into puddles of slime and scatters their remains in all directions. Hercules, pleased with Pakiso's fighting skills, tells her with approval that they will work well together in this fight. Jerem secretly watches his friends and feels joy from the fact that an atmosphere of friendship and mutual assistance reigns in his squad. He sees how Pakiso and Hercules work together, and this gives him confidence. Meanwhile, the sect leader addresses his monsters, contemptuously calling humans vile bugs, and orders his subjects to put an end to them once and for all. A moment later, a bright pentagram flares up under the feet of the huge monster, releasing a huge amount of energy that shakes the air around it. The cult leader begins his transformation, his body being permeated with streams of dark energy. Increasing his power, he declares that all who oppose God will meet a terrible end. Jerem becomes visibly tense, as he does not know how powerful his opponent can become after such a transformation, the likes of which he has never seen in his worst nightmares. The huge monster opens its terrible mouth and lets out a wild, inhuman scream that echoes across the entire area, and a dense beam of dark energy shoots out of its mouth, aimed directly at Jerem. Instantly, the boy finds himself enveloped in a dense field of dark energy, a poisonous, deadly fog penetrating his body, depriving him of the ability to breathe. The monster's eyes flash a bright red light. It tells Jerem that he was a powerful opponent, but now everything will end. The sect leader is convinced that the young man will not be able to resist for long and will soon die from his deadly breath. Suddenly, Jerem receives a message from the virtual system, which informs him that he may come into contact with alien energy. Jerem is surprised by the unexpected message from the virtual system and does not understand how to work with such an unfamiliar skill. But he realizes that the situation is critical and there is no other way out. The guy decides to accept the system's offer. A huge eye instantly appears in front of Jerem, eclipsing all space around him. This ominous eye tells him that they have met again. Without wasting any time, Jerem activates his Burst Strike skill, the metal chain wrapped around his arm flaring with bright blue energy. The links of the chain disintegrate into sparkling elements that rush at great speed towards the huge eye. Within a split second, the links reach their target, piercing the eye and causing a series of powerful explosions that tear apart the space around them. However, despite the strength of the attack, Jerem feels annoyed, realizing that even such a powerful attack did not cause serious damage to the monster. Dense currents of dark energy and deadly fog envelop Jerem. slowly lifting him into the air, seeking to completely subjugate his will. The young man experiences severe pain, finds it difficult to breathe, and feels his body being overcome by weakness. At this point, the virtual system reports that his vitality is significantly diminishing. Realizing that his life hangs by a thread, Jerem gathers all his will into a fist. He understands that if he does not resist, he will inevitably die. The guy calls upon an energy field in the form of a divine warrior. Even though his body is bound by streams of dark energy, a powerful field begins to form above his head, taking the form of a divine warrior ready to protect him. A huge, glittering divine warrior points his hands towards Jerem, the powerful energy emanating from him gradually destroying the dark, magical shackles that bound the young man. The huge monster begins to feel fear and surprise. Realizing that his most powerful attack could not defeat this enemy, he does not understand who Jerem is, who possesses such incredible power. At that moment, Jerem tells the monster his name with cold confidence, demanding that it remember it before the monster meets its doom. Horror grips the creature. It begins to back away, loudly saying that this is impossible, that such a thing simply cannot happen. A brightly glowing blue energy field, taking the form of a divine warrior, transforms into a powerful stream of energy that rushes at incredible speed straight towards the monster. The virtual system informs Jerem that he has collected all the knowledge of the divine demonic arts of Joseon, which enhances his combat capabilities. The cult leader curses him loudly and tries to laugh falsely, declaring that Jerem will now meet God himself in battle. The monster says that all the fights that came before were just warm-ups for the real horror. Hercules and Paquiso continue to fight the watery creatures, who, despite being destroyed, regain their form. The huge snake lets out a terrible cry that echoes throughout the area and rushes towards the young people, trying to destroy them. A group of warriors from a player's guild finds themselves surrounded by a large number of evil priests. Dongpei freezes in fear for a moment. Looking high into the sky, he realizes that something truly scary and powerful is approaching them. The player watches in horror as the cult leader, now transformed into a massive creature, turns his attention to him and begins to approach. The cult leader directs a field of dark energy towards the player, which instantly wraps around their neck and begins to choke them, making it impossible to breathe. Nearby players send curses towards the cult leader, greatly upset that they cannot help their comrade. The massive monster lifts Dongpei's body high into the air and brings it closer to its massive head. The monster asks the player if they have changed their mind. Gasping for breath and convulsing, Dongpei finds the strength to respond to the sect leader and, despite the mortal danger, demonstratively gives him an obscene middle finger gesture. The huge monster smirks and declares that the player has made their own choice, and threatens to slowly tear off all of their limbs, enjoying the fear and despair of the victim. Hercules begins to worry deeply about one of his best players as he sees Dongpei in grave danger. The sect leader brings a huge claw to Dongpei's eye and cruelly says that he will first take away his sight. The cult leader momentarily loses interest in the captured player as his attention is drawn to a powerful stream of energy emanating from the side. The huge monster turns to see Jerem confidently approaching him. The guy has a determined look, and the chains wrapped around his hands burn with a blinding light, emitting incredible energy. The cult leader is surprised that Jerem is nearby, and asks him in confusion how he was able to escape from the captivity of the deadly fog, as he thought it was impossible. Jerem completely ignores the question, ordering the cult leader to immediately release the captive player, demonstrating his willingness to fight to save him. The massive monster insults Jerem and contemptuously tells the young man that if he comes even one step closer, he will immediately kill the captive player. The next second, Jerem delivers a lightning-fast strike with his combat metal chain, which instantly cuts off the hand with which the huge monster was holding the captive player. The monster's severed arm flies far to the side. The beast lets out a loud cry of pain and rage that echoes throughout the area, causing fear in everyone who hears it. Dongpei falls down from a great height. Jerem manages to run up in time and catch him in his arms, preventing a fatal fall. The cult leader, in the guise of a monster, continues to shout loudly and curse the young man, expressing his hatred and desire to avenge the wound he received. Dongpei still can't believe that he was saved. He sincerely admires Jerem's fighting skills, recognizing his strength and courage in such a dangerous situation. The young man praises the players for their courage and heroism in the battle with the enormous monster, and states that thanks to their bravery, they were able to resist such a powerful enemy, and says that now he will destroy the monster once and for all. The huge monster looks closely at his severed arm, and is very surprised that it does not regenerate. Jerem looks forward with confidence and tells the cult leader that the time for retribution has come, thereby demonstrating his determination and readiness to put an end to his dark deeds. The monster curses angrily, raises its huge staff and rushes towards the young man, intending to deliver the decisive blow and restore its superiority in the battle. Jerim concentrates his power, surrounding himself with streams of bright blue energy, and prepares for his next attack. Jerim takes off, determinedly charging towards the massive monster, his movements quick and precise, every step bringing him closer to his target. A powerful stream of energy erupts from Jerim's hand, wrapped in a bright blue chain, rushing towards the monster. The explosion that follows the impact tears the monster's body in two, raising a powerful wave of energy around it. The zombies and mutants around him freeze for a moment. Dark energy begins to emerge from their bodies, all accompanied by a terrible scream. Jerim resolutely approaches one of the severed halves of the monster. The player nearby anxiously asks if it is really over. Suddenly, the sky becomes covered with thick and dark clouds, from which bright and numerous lightning bolts begin to fly, illuminating everything around with blinding flashes. The leader of the sect addresses his powerful deity, calling himself his faithful servant, and loudly announces that he is here. A powerful stream of energy suddenly descends from the sky and crashes into the monster's fallen body with incredible speed, blinding the entire surrounding space with a bright and dazzling light. At that very moment, the virtual system informs Jerim that the High Priest has descended from the heavens, warning him of the appearance of an even more powerful enemy. The young man moves forward fearlessly, despite the growing danger and a powerful enemy. The guy realizes that his new opponent will be incredibly strong, considering that it was extremely difficult for him to resist even his eye. Jerim looks at the terrible and huge monster, and in his soul, he has doubts whether he will be able to defeat it in the upcoming fight. The defeated cult leader, despite his wounds, claims to hear and sense the approach of the High Priest. Numerous energy vortices appear in the sky, merge into one, and begin to descend toward the body of the enormous monster into which the sect leader has transformed. The monster extends its massive hand towards the funnel, and thanks the deity that its faith has finally been fully rewarded. The combined energy vortices reach the body of the huge monster and lift it high into the air. Pakiso watches what is happening with tension and anxiety and asks the guy what exactly is happening now. Jerim slowly turns to the girl and informs her that it appears the god of the immortal cult himself has appeared before them. Pakiso, unable to hide her excitement, with concern in her eyes, asks the guy if he is capable of winning the battle with this powerful creature that inspires fear, even in the bravest warriors. Jerim believes that his new opponent probably has incredible power and will be extremely difficult to resist. But the young man hopes for victory, as he is convinced that this creature is not a true god. The virtual system informs the young man that the creature that has entered their world in its current form is violating the rules it has established, and therefore it intends to change its appearance and limit its power in order to restore the balance of power. Jerim ponders what this could mean. Suddenly, the huge monster is enveloped in numerous metal chains. The creature lets out a piercing scream. Dark energy begins to emanate from it, filling the surrounding space with a mystical aura. The chains of the virtual system begin to squeeze the monster's body even tighter. The monster furiously curses it for changing its power, adapting it to the limitations of this world. Jerim is extremely surprised by the system's actions. The guy stares intently at the monster hovering in the air, from which bright lightning bolts emanate, illuminating everything around. After some time, the body of the huge monster begins to transform and gradually takes on the appearance of a human, surprising Jerim with its unexpected metamorphosis and raising many questions about its true nature. A moment later, the chains of the virtual system dissolve into thin air, and the transformed being in human form falls rapidly to the ground. Jerim approaches the creature, which is loudly cursing the system for its constant interference. He watches it closely, trying to understand its intentions. The young man instantly activates his skill called Analytics, and discovers that the High Priest is standing in front of him. The High Priest approaches Jerim with an offer to join his great and powerful family, promising him unlimited power and knowledge in exchange for loyalty and cooperation. The creature approaches the young man, saying that it has recognized his enormous potential, and that if they join forces and cooperate, they can make significant changes to the world. Jerim asks the creature why he should agree to his offer and team up with such a monster. The guy expresses his distrust and doubts. The High Priest realizes that the young man perceives him as a villain, and tells Jerim that this is completely untrue. He is trying to change his mind about himself. Pakiso intervenes, asking the creature what it is talking about. The girl notes that the High Priest does not look like a good angel at all. Suddenly, huge wings materialize behind the mysterious creature, and he tells the young people that although he is not really an angel, he can offer them similar opportunities, hinting at powers beyond their understanding. The high priest tells Jerem that he knows his intentions, and that the young man seeks revenge on the one who initiated all these events. Jerem responds to the creature by stating that he does not understand what it is talking about. The high priest informs the young man that he is the same victim as Jerem, indicating the presence of a common enemy. The creature tells the young people that he is just a wanderer who lost his home, which was completely burned to the ground in a terrible disaster. The high priest looks down, takes a deep breath, and begins to tell the story of his past life. He tells the young people that he was born on the beautiful planet Camelin, which was famous for its amazing nature and harmony. On Camelin, all people lived in complete harmony with nature. They were blessed with mana, which granted them extraordinary abilities. Thanks to the vast reserves of mana, this priceless gift of the cosmos, their civilization flourished, reaching new heights. The bishop, accompanied by his subordinates, approaches a majestic temple, at the entrance of which a formidable dragon stands guard. The priest orders the monks to immediately kneel before the guardian of the Holy Empire named Estaros. The creature tells the young people that it was he who was the very powerful creature that guarded the peace of the empire. Jerem is extremely shocked that the monster that came from the sky actually turned out to be a guardian on a distant planet. Estaros reports that for 10,000 years he maintained peace and order on his home planet. And all of this collapsed in one single morning. On that fateful morning, a huge meteorite crashed right into the center of the capital of the great empire, and its streets were filled with destructive energy flames. The bishop rushes through the deserted corridor of a huge temple located in the heart of a capital engulfed in chaos and destruction. A powerful warrior in shining knightly armor suddenly runs out to meet him and orders the priest to flee immediately. The next moment, a huge crowd of zombies appears from around the corner and instantly pounces on the knight, biting him and tearing him to pieces. After the bloodthirsty monsters destroyed the knight, they surrounded the priest who, in horror, prayed to his god for mercy, not believing what was happening. Bloodthirsty zombies, who were once his subordinate monks, rush at the priest. The last thing he manages to shout is a call to the keeper for help. A huge full moon rises in the night sky, brightly illuminating the forest located near the city, giving it a mysterious look. Under the tree, there's a powerful guardian dragon, towards whom a mysterious stranger slowly approaches. The creature that approached the dragon tells him that from the very beginning of the invasion, his powers were significantly limited by the rules of the system. He curses the virtual system, pointing to his hands, which are bound in huge metal shackles, symbolizing his limitation. The creature tells the keeper that under normal circumstances, if the system had not intervened and limited their powers, they would have taken over this planet long ago. The dragon lets out a loud roar that echoes throughout the night forest and angrily asks the creature who he is and for what purpose he has come. The creature tells the keeper that he can simply be called the Invader and informs him that his beautiful world will soon fall under the onslaught of their legions. The huge dragon cannot contain his irritation. He hits the ground with his mighty paws, causing trembling, and lets out a deafening roar. The creature begins to laugh loudly, telling the keeper that he is the leader of an army that will very soon destroy his home planet. The guardian dragon tells the invader that this is impossible, since his planet is a civilization of a higher order with a well-organized security system. The invader continues to laugh, claiming that they have already captured and destroyed many planets whose representatives thought exactly the same as he did. The dragon asks the destroyer why he himself is not a zombie, like the ones that attacked the capital earlier. The invader explains that zombies are just tools in their hands, perfect for bringing hellish order to this planet. The guardian, in the form of a dragon, shouts loudly at the invader, demanding to know why they are destroying planets and what the true purpose of their actions is. The invader tells the keeper that he is not aware of the strategic plans and advises him to address these questions to his divine commanders. He adds that it would be a great pity for him to simply destroy such a powerful creature as a dragon. The creature begins to concentrate enormous energy in its hands, which turns into a force field that flashes with a bright red light. A moment later, the invader directs this concentrated force field towards the keeper, and the body of the huge dragon is enveloped in bright flashes of energy. The invader tells the keeper of the great empire that he is going to give him the only chance to escape. He offers the keeper to be reborn to a new level and become a loyal soldier of the Dark Legion. Estaros tells the young people that he has thus lost everything he had, and now intends to become stronger in order to take revenge on the invaders of his planet. The guardian extends his hand to Jerem, and tells him that their goals are completely aligned, and that his own aspirations are no different from the young man's. Jerem is convinced that the high priest cannot be trusted under any circumstances, as he is merely a puppet in the hands of powerful dark forces. Estaros says that if he gains greater power, he will one day be able to free himself from this body forever and break the evil shackles, For this, he needs to destroy this planet as soon as possible. Pakiso worriedly asks the high priest what will happen to them if he achieves his goal and destroys their planet. Estaros calms the young people and asks them not to worry. He says that under his protection they will be able to survive. Jerem understands that the high priest wants them to help him destroy and conquer other planets after being rescued. Estaros tells the young man that his attempts to save insignificant people are ridiculous, and that what he is trying to protect is absolutely worthless. The high priest asks the young man to make the right choice for the sake of a higher purpose, and save himself from death, persistently offering his help. Jerem realizes that the leader of the Wenmyeonho sect once succumbed to persuasion and agreed to the high priest's terms. Estaros reports that the leader of the sect was a devoted believer, and thanks to him, he was able to appear in this world so quickly. Jerem tells the high priest that his offer seems extremely tempting, much to the surprise of Pakiso, who is standing next to him. Estaros feels deep joy that the young man, as he believes, made the right choice. He promises to share his powerful strength with him, and says that together they can achieve great results. Estaros smiles, confident that the boy has agreed to his proposal, at which point Jerem tells the high priest that he actually rejects his proposal. Jerem finds this proposal completely unacceptable. He has no intention of abandoning his planet and betraying the few people who are still alive. Estaros's face is distorted with anger. The high priest asks the boy if he has really succumbed to the patronage and promises of the virtual system. Jerem answers the high priest that, although he does not fully know all the rules and laws of this universe, he believes that it is better to cooperate with the virtual system than with terrible monsters. Estaros addresses Jerem with disdain, calling him a stupid fool, and claims that the virtual system is merely a minor privilege granted to humans due to their utter weakness and insignificance. The high priest believes that the young man is completely unaware of the true power of the dark forces. He reminds that even his own planet, where people blessed with mana lived, was destroyed, and weak people like Jerem have absolutely no chance of survival. Jerem, tired of endless empty talk, decisively declares to the high priest that it is time to move on to action, and defiantly challenges Estaros to fight him in a fair duel. Estaros mockingly calls Jerem a fool, claiming that he will easily destroy him, as the pathetic limitations imposed by the virtual system on his own power are unable to stop him. The high priest begins to chant ominous incantations in an unknown language, and powerful streams of dark energy instantly form around his body, enveloping him like a seething vortex. A gigantic pillar of blinding energy suddenly descends from the sky and crashes with incredible force directly onto the body of the high priest. Jerem and Pakiso witness a massive explosion that shakes everything around them after this collision. Jerem watches intently as a massive energy field begins to form around Estaros, sparkling with all colors and emitting powerful pulses of force. From the very center of this colossal energy field, a giant hand of pure energy suddenly erupts and rushes towards Jerem. A terrible monster with several mouths full of sharp teeth appears before the young people. From each of them wild screams are heard, its snake-like tentacles writhing around its body. A vile monster, its body shrouded in a dark aura and electrical discharges, rises high into the sky above the young people, creating an ominous atmosphere and instilling fear. In his head, Jerem hears the voice of a monster, which tells him that he is a small man who made the wrong choice, and that now he will have to answer for it. Jerem addresses the ugly monster, asking him if he is truly confident in his claims and if he is willing to back up his words with action. The guy takes out his metal combat chain, which instantly flashes with a bright blue glow, and says that they will only learn the truth in battle. Hercules watches what is happening closely. He believes that he is very good at understanding people, and immediately realizes that Jerem is a good person with noble intentions. The bodybuilder approaches Jerem and tells him that friends are needed to help in the most difficult moments of life. After this, Hercules addresses his players, affectionately calling them kids and ordering them to prepare their weapons for battle. Quadruple realizes that they are about to face the ultimate monster lord and orders his team to prepare for battle. Quadruple, in his transforming car, drives up to his subordinates and tells them that they are now going to show the monster who is the real boss. The next moment he gives the order to his men, and they open heavy fire from their armored vehicles at the huge monster. The huge monster jumps back, roars loudly, and thinks that people are really stupid if they think that by uniting they can defeat him. The monster opens its many huge mouths and informs the attacking people that they are small insects that it will now crush. After this, the huge monster kicks the ground with colossal force. The ground under its feet cracks. These cracks begin to spread in different directions and instantly grow. The monster continues to kick the ground with fury. the cracks turning into huge, deep chasms that threaten to swallow everything around them. Hercules struggles to stay on his feet as the massive monster's powerful blows cause an earthquake of incredible force, threatening to knock him off his feet and send him crashing to the ground. Cracks in the ground, turning into huge abysses, are rapidly spreading in all directions. Armored vehicles and people begin to slide and fall into bottomless chasms. The soldiers immediately rush to the aid of their comrades, desperately trying to grab them and prevent them from falling into the abyss. They risk their own lives to save their friends. Tatiana decisively orders her robot bodyguard to immediately activate the spider robots to save people who are on the brink of death. The bodyguard robot connects to a network of spider robots, and the metal creatures instantly come to life and begin to act according to the orders received. The spider robots fearlessly rush into the resulting gaps, deftly descending the sheer walls. They release strong streams of synthetic web from their bodies, which can withstand heavy weights and serve as an ideal means of rescuing people. With incredible speed, the synthetic web reaches people falling into the abyss and securely captures them, stopping their fatal fall. In the final moments, a synthetic web released by the robots saves the soldier, who looks down in horror at the boiling magma seething in the deep abyss. Quadruple, inside his armored car, stubbornly climbs up, cursing the demonic god. The bodyguard robot, using its jet engines, flies up to the quadruple armored vehicle and firmly grabs it with its manipulators, preventing it from falling. Quadruple expresses deep gratitude to the bodyguard robot for saving him and declares that he now considers himself in his debt, promising to repay him for his help. Jareem, calling the huge monster a vile freak, jumps high into the air and boldly rushes to attack the monster, demonstrating his determination. The demon god opens his terrible jaws and mockingly tells the young man that everything is just beginning. A huge amount of lightning appears in the sky. Heading towards the demon god, the creature declares that it will now show people what the true wrath of the Lord is. The monster redirects powerful lightning bolts from the sky directly at nearby soldiers, the electrical discharges instantly striking people, causing chaos and panic. Quadruple watches intently as a huge black cloud rapidly approaches them, from which countless lightning bolts are erupting. A portion of the giant dark cloud transforms into a dense field of dark energy, which is directed at incredible speed directly towards the quadruple armored vehicle. A powerful explosion illuminates the space with blinding flashes. Bright streams of energy instantly fly in different directions, crushing everything in their path. Quadruple, straining with all his strength, resists the colossal energy pressure and warns the soldiers standing nearby to avoid the effects of these fields. A huge cloud hanging in the sky continues to release a huge amount of dense dark energy, which hits the soldiers, causing destructive explosions. Quadruple is shocked by the incredible power of the divine being. With one wave of its hand, it was able to scatter the battle formations of people in different directions. The enormous monster continues to writhe, filling the space with its eerie screams, continuously sending fields of dark energy into the army of people. The demon god observes the panic that reigns among the enemy's battle lines and declares that humans are nothing but vile insects. Jerem activates his skill called Analytics and begins to carefully scan the monster, trying to identify its weaknesses. The virtual system informs the young man that the monster is generating a super magic circle in the sky. Its powers are limited by the rules of the system, but it still possesses colossal power. Jerem realizes that this opponent is extremely strong and powerful. All those he fought before did not reach even half of his strength. The guy remembers that he was able to defeat the monster earlier, and realizes that he has become much stronger than he was before. Jerem believes that he is capable of dealing with the huge monster, because he has collected all the knowledge about the demonic divine martial art of Joseon. The young man is confident that he only needs to repeat what he did before, and he begins to concentrate a large amount of mana around himself. After some time, Jerem generates a powerful energy field around himself and rushes into attack, intending to destroy the super magic circle. Jerem is convinced that he can emerge victorious in this fight and strikes at the ominous energy pentagram. The next moment, a dense stream of destructive energy bursts from the young man's hand, directed straight at the target. For a second, the monster stops its attacks. It does not understand what happened, and feels that for a few moments it has completely lost control of the situation and its power. Jerem's appearance begins to rapidly change. His body takes on a menacing form. Gathering all his strength, he strikes the ground with all his might, causing a huge release of energy. At that very moment, a dense energy field forms above the young man, which takes the form of a divine warrior, shining with a blinding light. The demon god begins to feel a sense of fear. He cannot believe that Jerem was able to master such colossal power and ability. Jerem pushes off the ground and rises high into the air, quickly approaching the monster. raising his hand, wrapped in a metal chain, for the finishing blow. The demon god watches the young man approach with horror and calls him a worthless person who is unable to handle him, thus trying to hide his own insecurity. Jerem gets closer and closer to the huge monster, his body shrouded in flashes of bright energy that enhances his power. The monster tries to stop Jerem with the help of its dark protective fields, but all its attempts prove fruitless. The guy is inexorably getting closer and closer. Jerem steps into attack range, jumping high and raising his hand to deliver the finishing blow, focusing all his strength. The young man's body glows with bright blue energy as he tells Astaros, who is in the body of a divine monster, that his time has come to an end. Jerem, gathering all his strength, deals a powerful crushing blow to Astaros. The space is instantly illuminated by a blinding flash of a huge explosion, shaking everything around and causing the earth to tremble. The enormous monster loses its balance and begins to fall to the ground, its many eyes reflecting horror, and the realization that it is no match for Jerem's mighty power, which exceeds all its expectations. The sergeants give the order to their subordinates to begin the attack, and tell the soldiers that this is their chance. They ask the military to show everything they are capable of. Numerous armored vehicles open heavy fire on the monster. The beast tries to defend itself from the shells with its numerous paws and tentacles, but under the onslaught of fire, it slowly retreats back, realizing that the situation is getting out of control. Hercules activates his skill and instantly transforms into a massive giant, charging towards the monster, determined to use all his might to deliver a crushing blow. The bodybuilder approaches the monster at great speed, preparing to deliver a decisive blow, his giant steps shaking the ground, and his gaze is full of determination and courage. Paquiso joins the attack. The girl jumps high into the air and boldly informs the monster that he will now feel the power of those very insignificant insects that he so despised. The girl quickly approaches the demonic god and delivers a series of powerful kicks, each of which is accompanied by bright flashes of energy, and forces the monster to retreat under the onslaught of her power. The monster, shocked by the sudden attack, begins to retreat under the pressure of numerous attacks from people. Jerem understands that now is the moment for a decisive blow that can change the outcome of the battle. Gathering all his energy, Jerem activates his combat skills, and raising his hand forward, rushes towards the monster with incredible speed, leaving a bright trail of energy behind him. The demon god watches with horror in his eyes as Jerem rushes towards him, the monster desperately covering his hands, hoping to block the attack. Jerem reaches his opponent and delivers a colossal blow directly to the monster's head, causing a powerful explosion with the release of bright blue energy, instantly illuminating the entire battlefield and blinding everyone around. The demon god cannot believe what is happening. He finds it impossible that he could not defend himself against such a powerful attack from people who seemed weak and insignificant to him. Astaros realizes with horror that he is now unable to regenerate and restore his body after the damage he received. His strength is depleted, and his hopes for victory are fading. Jerem is joined by his friends. They silently watch the remains of the monster, which are scattered on the ground next to them. They realize that together they have accomplished the incredible. The monster's huge eye turns to Jerem, acknowledging that it is extremely surprising to realize his defeat, and suggests that the young man is much more powerful than he previously thought. Jerem tells Astaros that his end is now coming, and that his days of dominion and villainy will finally end. Astaros, in the body of the torn-apart monster, tells the young man that he is mistaken, and assures him that they will meet again one day. Jerem tells the monster that even if he manages to escape now, the next time they meet, he will definitely be destroyed, and will no longer be able to cause harm. Astaros asks the young man to consider his offer, as it still stands, but the monster's remains don't have time to finish speaking, as Jerem deals a powerful blow to them. A huge explosion occurs, releasing dark energy into the surrounding space, and the virtual system informs the young man that he has defeated the High Priest and will receive a special skill as a reward. Jerem remembers that his previous inherited skills are insufficient to fight powerful enemies, and he realizes the need to strengthen them. In order to gain new abilities, a young man had to gain the favor of the skill's owner, which required considerable effort. In the past, it took him a long time to play his role and gain the trust of the shield leader to pass on the skill. The guy overcame numerous trials. A huge amount of time and resources had previously been spent to get the lab director to warm up to Jerem, which was necessary for him to gain new skills. However, Jerem no longer needs to spend time and effort gaining the favor of skill bearers in order to master new abilities. Tatiana interrupts the young man's thoughts. She runs up to him and tells him that she was very frightened by what happened. Jerem calms the girl down. The guy says that she shouldn't worry, as she was under reliable protection and was constantly watched over. Tatiana admits that she was not afraid for herself, but was worried that the young man might succumb to temptation and join the powerful demon. The bodyguard robot turns to its owner and states that her faith is weak. He assures that their leader would never do such a thing. The robot bodyguard himself was more worried about the fact that the monster their leader was fighting turned out to be extremely powerful. Jerem tells the robot bodyguard that there is no reason for such worries, as their organization is not in danger, and they have the strength to deal with the most powerful opponents. He turns to his friends and asks if they were injured during the battle. The friends tell the young man that they are safe and sound, and that they are in excellent spirits, having defeated a powerful enemy. Jerem notes that they have come a very long way and are now very close to their main goal. The young man intends to send his armies to the island where the provisional government has settled in order to finish what they started. Jerem tells his friends that he recently met with the deputy director of the National Intelligence Agency. Jerem tells his comrades that he learned from an officer about the existence of a mysterious island where the provisional government, which is collaborating with an immortal cult, is located. He also reports that the president and high-ranking officials are closely connected to this demonic cult. This makes the young man wonder who could be controlling them. If the cult leader and Astaros have already been neutralized, Jerem comes to the conclusion that there could be some mysterious force behind all these actions that he has yet to learn about. His thoughts are interrupted by the appearance of a player named Dong Pei, who suddenly asks if Jerem has any contacts in the National Intelligence Agency. Jerem is genuinely surprised by Dong Pei's unexpected question, and immediately asks why he decided to ask such strange questions. Dong Pei informs Jerem that the deputy director of the intelligence agency has arrived at the temporary camp, along with the admiral, and they are looking for the young man. Jerem wonders who the unknown admiral is, and what the purpose of these people's visit is. The admiral asks Hanwanuk if the young man really has the abilities he told him about earlier. Jerem greets Hanwanuk. The guy says that he is glad to see him and asks who the admiral sitting next to him is. Hanwanuk tells the young man that the admiral is in charge of the Marine Defense Unit, which is stationed on the government island. The young man instantly activates his analyst skill, and the virtual system informs him that the admiral's name is Naxu. He poses no threat and has a high combat rank. Naxu tells the young man that he heard about his achievements from the deputy manager, which aroused his respect and interest. Jerem addresses the admiral, stating his name and emphasizing that he is the leader of a group called Unity. Hanwanuk approaches the young man, explaining that he has extremely important information that he feels needs to be shared immediately. Jerem is surprised to learn from an officer that the government island is currently without a functioning system of government, which leaves him perplexed. Hanwanuk sincerely thanks the young man for his actions, emphasizing that thanks to him, significant changes have taken place on the island. The officer explains that all these events began when the Unity Association, together with the Players Guild, began active military operations against the cult's followers. On an isolated island, the president of the Republic of Korea holds a meeting with government officials. His nerves are on edge. He slams his fist on the table in anger, demanding an explanation from the ministers as to why the immortal cult is in such a critical situation. One of the ministers, without hiding the seriousness of what is happening, informs the president that the situation is extremely dangerous, and in the event of the defeat of the immortal cult, they will be left without a supply of holy water. The president, in a rage, shouts loudly at his ministers and orders them to immediately send all available reinforcements to assist the immortal cult. One of the ministers notices with alarm that something strange is happening to the president, as dark energy begins to generate around him. The president, shrouded in dark power, ignores the minister's words and firmly declares that they must protect the immortal cult at any cost. The next moment, the president and the ministers sitting next to him are enveloped in an even more powerful dark energy. They throw back their heads and begin to emit loud, inhuman screams. The admiral, stunned by what is happening, turns to Hanwanuk and asks what this all means and what they should do now. Hanwanuk wastes no time in drawing his pistol from his holster and telling the admiral that this is their chance to eliminate the malignant tumor in the government once and for all. He points his gun at the president and the mutated ministers, declaring to the admiral that from now on, the army will operate under his command. Jerem realizes that the entire government, including the president, is now destroyed and no longer poses a threat. Hanwanuk hands Jerem a bottle of a drug obtained from a creature called the Root, and informs him that everyone who took the drug from the immortal cult, called Holy Water, is also dead. The admiral thanks the heavens that he stopped taking this drug in time, as he noticed strange sensations and changes in his body. Hanwanuk thanks Jerem for his help in allowing those who did not fall for the immortal cult's deception to restore civilization on the island. Naxu reports that the situation on the island is extremely grave, as government officials possessed by the immortal cult have caused a catastrophe there. The military turns to Jerem for help, hoping for his understanding and believing that he will help them restore order and stability. Naxu tells Jerem that he wants all the island's inhabitants to join the Unity organization, as he sees this as the only hope for salvation. Jerem decides to accept this offer, realizing that by helping the island's inhabitants, he will be able to control this strategically important territory without any problems. He smiles at the military and assures them that he will accept all residents into his union, promising to provide them with all possible support and assistance. Naxu thanks the young man, but expresses doubts about whether the organization has enough resources to accept such a large number of new people. Jerem asks not to worry, claiming that people's lives are far more valuable than any resources he has, and that they will find a way to cope with difficulties. The Admiral thanks the young man once again and promises to do everything possible to help in the joining process. He also reports that he is an awakened one with special abilities. Jerem is extremely pleased with the outcome of the negotiations, which will see him gain control of more territory and 2 more awakened allies. He extends his hand to the officers and tells them that he is glad to welcome new members of his organization and looks forward to fruitful cooperation. The virtual system informs the young man that he has fulfilled all the officers' requirements and can now thoroughly study their unique skills and abilities. Jerem can't hide his joy as he activates the virtual system to learn useful skills that will help him in future battles. Under the command of the Admiral on the island, there are a large number of ships and boats that can be used for various purposes. Jerem's first act was to send significant supplies to the island via ships, along with a team of cooks. He fed and calmed a huge number of people, restoring their faith in a better future. Using their extensive fleet, the Unity organization easily transported all the survivors from the island to the continent, ensuring their safe arrival. For 2 weeks, ships made regular trips to the mainland, delivering people to the main camp of the Unity organization, gradually increasing the number of those rescued. The Admiral, addressing his soldiers lined up in neat ranks, emphasizes that only continuous training will save their lives in future battles. The soldiers spent their days in intense physical training, running many kilometers every day to build their endurance. The training wasn't limited to just running. The soldiers also spent a lot of time on an obstacle course, honing their agility and coordination. The Admiral devoted a significant portion of the curriculum to the study and development of hand-to-hand combat skills, considering it vital to the survival of soldiers. Naxu watches hand-to-hand combat training with young men and reminds soldiers to remain constantly aware of enemy actions. Jerem admires the general's skills and abilities. He can't believe that in just a few weeks his unit has become a single team. The guy considers Naxu the best commander in the country. Pakiso tells Jerem that she also tried to train military personnel, but she was not as effective as the Admiral. The girl asks Jerem if he has adopted Hanwanuk's clairvoyance skill, and Pakiso is interested in his abilities. Pakiso wonders if he is now able to observe events at a great distance, or even travel through time. Jerem tells the girl that the possibilities that the skill of clairvoyance provides are truly limitless, but he needs to practice a lot to achieve high results. Jerem accesses the virtual system and then activates his skill called clairvoyance, preparing to test it in practice. Instantly, time freezes around the young man, and Jerem gains tunnel vision, which directs him to one of the areas overrun by zombies, allowing him to see what is happening in the distance. The guy sees bodybuilder Hercules and his team fighting a squad of zombies, the man using a huge tree trunk as a weapon, dealing powerful blows to the monsters. Dongpei supports his friends and orders them to follow their leader. He says that with a commander like theirs, they are incapable of losing and must show utmost determination. Jerem, using his clairvoyance skill, is able to observe actions over large distances, noticing even the smallest details and nuances of what is happening. The young man informs Pakiso that Hercules and his team are doing well. They are effectively clearing the area, and they are not in any danger at the moment. Jerem shares information that he can not only see events happening at a distance, but also hear what people are saying, which significantly expands his capabilities. The guy reports that he used his skill to scan the remaining surviving members of the government, and he has good news. These people have not undergone mutation and are reliable comrades. Pakiso believed that the immortal cult had managed to destroy the entire government, but now she is relieved to learn that many officials were not affected by the demonic influence. Jerem tells the girl that the world is not full of only bad people, and that there is always hope for a better future if they act together. The young man believes that they will not have any major problems if the Walking Fortress project is implemented in the near future. Pakiso considers the plan to move tens of thousands of people in this way insane, questioning its safety for everyone involved. Jerem suggests casting aside all doubts. He is confident that his project has enormous potential, and that its implementation is proceeding successfully thanks to joint efforts. Pakiso believes that even if the project is implemented, it will pose a risk, as development and operation may not go as planned. Jerem believes that such a complex structure should be managed by someone qualified. The guy is convinced that with the right approach, they will be able to overcome all difficulties. Pakiso was shocked when she heard from the young man that he intended to control a huge walking city fortress with the help of artificial intelligence. This idea seemed incredible to her. Tatiana greets the young people with a smile and happily announces that she has completed the initial stage of developing artificial intelligence, which leaves everyone amazed. Jerem is stunned by this news, as only a little less than 2 weeks have passed since the young man asked Tatiana to begin this task. Tatiana, with pride and confidence, assures young people that there are no barriers for her when it comes to creating robots or developing artificial intelligence. The robot bodyguard proudly tells the young people that he is a brilliant assistant and participated in all stages of development, helping the girl in her work. Tatiana warmly embraces her robot bodyguard and admits that she couldn't have managed without his help, adding that he became the starting point for the creation of a new artificial intelligence. Tatiana then invites the young people to come into her research lab so they can appreciate the results of her hard work and see new achievements. Young people come to the laboratory, where work on developing artificial intelligence modules is underway behind securely protected doors. The young people enter the laboratory and are confronted with a giant mechanical apparatus with numerous manipulators and control panels. Tatiana gives the command to the bodyguard robot to begin the demonstration, and it, with obvious enthusiasm, activates a mode called transformation. At the same time, artificial intelligence modules begin to appear in the air, slowly but surely joining together to form a single structure, demonstrating the complexity of the development. When the modules are assembled together, a device is activated in one of them, emitting a powerful field that covers the surrounding space. Within this energy field, a robot with artificial intelligence gradually begins to form, becoming more and more real with each passing moment. Pakiso watches the robot emerge from the force field with undisguised surprise. The girl clearly didn't expect the artificial intelligence to take on such an unusual and impressive form. Tatiana proudly shares that her new AI-powered robot has amazing abilities and unlimited potential for further development. Jerem, curious, asks the developer what special features the robot has, as he wants to see them in action. Tatiana decides that Jerem should test the features himself, and taking his hand, brings it to the robot, asking the artificial intelligence to register a new user in the system. The AI immediately registers Jerem, notifying him that he now has full access to all system functions, giving him unique capabilities. The virtual system informs Jerem that he has been given a special function called City Management, which allows him to not only control all processes in the city, but also instantly move to any point he wishes, simply by thinking about it. Jerem begins to smile, believing that the possibilities the virtual system promises him are overly exaggerated, and he treats its notifications with a degree of skepticism. But soon a huge virtual screen appears before his eyes, displaying the city's main camp, overflowing with a multitude of data and measurement indicators. Soon Jerem is surprised to realize that he can actually see everything that is happening in the city in real time, and also receives technical information that is invisible to the naked eye. The AI informs them that they can observe any part of the city, offering Jerem the choice of where to watch. The guy turns out to be stunned by such an offer, not knowing where to go first to try out all the system's capabilities and test its functionality. The artificial intelligence suggests that Jerem be decisive and simply imagine the place where he wants to go. Jerem, closing his eyes, concentrates on remembering one place that he would like to visit, trying to keep a clear image in his head. A moment later, opening his eyes, he sees before him a vivid picture of the third market district, where people are briskly selling vegetables. At that very moment, he realizes that he and the artificial intelligence are already right above this block, observing what is happening from above. Jerem is impressed, admitting that the teleportation skill amazed him, considering it an amazing achievement. However, the robot clarifies that this is not exactly teleportation. In reality, only his mind has moved, and only for a short period of time. The AI then points to a lantern below and, as if jokingly, suggests that Jerem try turning it off, asking if he is ready to use his abilities to manipulate objects. People in the square below are surprised to notice that a recently turned-on light that illuminated part of the street has suddenly gone out, causing them confusion. Jerem, hovering in the air next to an off-grid light, overhears a conversation between two passers-by who are discussing a malfunction and are about to call a repair crew. The AI, meanwhile, informs Jerem that the power outage function is only one of many it can control in the city's system. The robot also clarifies that Jerem can control not only electricity, but also water supply, engineering devices, and the city's defensive structures. At this point, Jerem decides to reactivate the power controls and turns on the extinguished lantern, which delights the people below, who begin to praise the city engineers for quickly fixing the problem, without even suspecting the real cause. Jerem, impressed by the system's functionality, asks the AI what other abilities it can test. The AI, with a touch of irony, tells Jerem that it was sure the boy would enjoy testing the system, and therefore prepared an empty residential area for him in advance for this purpose. In an instant, Jerem and the robot are transported to the 11th residential district, which is almost completed, but not yet inhabited by people. They slowly fly over new houses, examining the newness of the buildings and being amazed by their scale. Suddenly, Jerem stops at one of the buildings, decisively waves his hand and activates the function to control the defensive systems. At the same second, part of the roof opens, and an automatic machine gun mount rises from the attic of the building, ready to defend itself. Artificial intelligence adds that a person with access to a city's governance system can control it not only from within, but also from without, emphasizing the full scope of possible control. Jerem confidently tells the artificial intelligence that with such broad capabilities, it will not have to worry about the city's safety, because everything will be under control. The robot responds that it is already capable of managing most of the city automatically. But for full control, it is necessary to wait until the project is completed and the remaining nodes are integrated into a single network. The artificial intelligence clarifies that the construction of the walking fortress is currently 60% complete. Jerem, interested in the progress, expresses a desire to immediately visit the construction sites to personally see the progress of the work. In an instant, they are transported to the workshops where welders are working on metal structures, creating the foundation for the fortress. In the adjacent workshop, skilled carpenters are hard at work creating strong and aesthetically pleasing protective roofs for new homes. Jerem and the AI then move to a workshop where work is underway on giant legs for a walking city, the scale of the project astounding him. The young man notes that the work is proceeding very smoothly and productively, to which the artificial intelligence thanks him, emphasizing that the project's success is largely due to his leadership and support. The robot tells Jerem that to optimize the balance of the walking city, engineers decided to use 8 giant legs, inspired by the structure of an ant, which will make the structure stable. At this point, Jerem points his magic wand towards the workers and asks them to put their maximum effort into the process. A powerful energy is released from the girl's wand, which reaches the workers and instantly increases their physical capabilities, allowing them to easily lift multi-ton metal structures without any difficulty. The workers, understanding the importance of structural strength, add a large number of red magical stones to them, which enhance the strength and protection of the elements. Using magical stones and mana, they give the huge metal legs incredible strength, allowing them to move a huge city that will be stable on any terrain. Builders enthusiastically celebrate the successful results of their work, rejoicing in the successes achieved and feeling proud of their efforts and contribution to the project. The artificial intelligence confidently informs Jerem that all work is proceeding exactly according to schedule, and that testing will begin very soon. Jerem, without hiding his joy, admits to the robot that the excursion impressed him and fully met his expectations. Meanwhile, Astaros hovers above a massive sports stadium in central Seoul, intently watching the deserted playing field where an eerie silence reigns. The next moment, the high priest raises his hand, ordering his faithful servants to open their eyes and listen to what is happening. At the same moment, large cracks begin to appear in the stadium, and the ground in the stadium begins to move. Astaros quickly descends down to the cracks and touches them with his hand, calling upon ancient powers. Dark energy begins to flow out of these cracks, which gradually takes on the frightening shape of a huge skull. A moment later, the dark energy begins to transform into matter, and a huge skeleton materializes in the air, which gradually becomes covered in bright red robes, giving it a majestic and ominous appearance. The skeleton, bending one leg before the floating Astaros, calls himself a humble knight and greets the almighty guardian. Astaros can't hide his disappointment, looking at the skeleton with disbelief. He doesn't believe that the once powerful commander of the kingdom's holy knight stands before him. He considers this a ridiculous joke. The knight commander calmly explains that his time for reincarnation has not yet come, and asks why he was summoned to this world ahead of schedule. Astaros, feeling tense, admits that the situation has become extremely difficult, and reports that the Knight Commander must carry out an important task. In response, the Commander of the Knights declares that he will do everything possible to fulfill any will of his master, emphasizing his readiness for any action. Istaros extends his hand forward. At that moment, the image of Jerem appears in the mind of the Knight Commander. The Commander's body instantly flares with bright energy. He begins to absorb the memories of the Guardian, plunging into his past. Impressed by what he saw, the Knight's Commander remarks that his master's memories are astounding, and expresses surprise that a mere man could fight a divine being so effectively. Istaros states that this young man is undoubtedly an outstanding warrior, and that he definitely needs him to achieve his goals. The Guardian adds that he intends to grant the Knight Commander a power that will allow him to bypass the restrictions imposed by the virtual system. However, the skeleton is aware of the danger of this manipulation, realizing that if the Istaros make even the slightest mistake, they will not only lose to the enemy, but will also find themselves even more limited in their capabilities and powers. Istaros says that to achieve the desired result, sometimes it is necessary to take serious risks. Otherwise, great success will not be achieved. The High Priest once again reminds the Knight Captain that he has the ability to bypass the limitations of the virtual system. Istaros's words greatly surprise the Captain of the Knights. He does not understand how this can be done. The High Priest advises the Knight Captain not to think too much and to trust his plan completely, assuring him that all his actions are correct and will lead to success. The Knight Commander kneels before the Guardian and expresses his allegiance, at which moment a huge energy vortex forms in the sky above them, illuminating everything around with a bright red light. Istaros orders his vassal to destroy the Jerem base to the ground, leaving only ashes, completely wiping it off the face of the earth. A bright red glow flashes in the empty eye sockets of the Knight Captain, convinced that his actions are making a huge contribution to the great common cause. The skeleton adds with icy calm that for his faithful service he expects to receive a reward worthy of his efforts. The Knight Captain raises his massive sword high above himself, and at the same moment, demonic energy flares up around him, filling the entire space with a bright, bloody light. These flashes of demonic power awaken the zombies hiding underground in the stadium. They begin to emerge, emitting eerie, heart-rending screams. Istaros completes his demonic ritual, at which point the Knight Commander's body is covered in gleaming battle armor. Jerem carefully studies the information delivered by the intelligence unit. Hanwanuk tells the young man disturbing news. A huge number of zombies have begun to concentrate in one of the districts of Seoul. The officer says that the movements of these creatures have been monitored for several days, and therefore there can be no error in the data. The threat is real and requires immediate attention. Jerem asks the intelligence officer how many enemies are approaching their camp, to which he anxiously replies that there could be at least 100,000 of them. Hanwanuk, realizing the scale of the threat, tells Jerem that they only have two options: either leave the camp and retreat, or stay and try to stop the monster attack. Jerem firmly states that they cannot afford to abandon the main camp, because they only need to hold out for a week before the completion of the project, and retreat would be an unacceptable step. Hanwanuk agrees with Jerem, noting that building a new defensive city would require an incredible amount of time and resources, which they simply cannot afford under the current circumstances. Jerem is confident that they have every chance of successfully defending the camp, as the city is equipped with excellent defensive structures, and the garrison is well trained and ready for battle, which gives them a serious advantage in the upcoming battle. Jerem asks the intelligence officer to urgently contact the Gamers Union and ask for their support in the upcoming battle. Suddenly, Hercules enters the room and confidently declares that this is no longer necessary, as he has brought his people to the protective camp. Hanwanuk praises the bodybuilder, noting that he arrived very quickly, as less than half a day had passed since the message was sent. Hercules replies with a smile that he always acts quickly and decisively when his friends are in danger. Jerem tells Hercules that a tough battle awaits them ahead, as the estimated number of monsters reaches hundreds of thousands, and it will not be an easy battle. Hercules, hearing this, only grins. His eyes begin to sparkle. He declares that he has never been afraid of a large number of powerful opponents. Jerem sincerely thanks the bodybuilder for his courage and dedication, and promises that he will never forget how Hercules came to his aid in such a difficult moment. Jerem addresses his interlocutors with a statement that from this day on, the Unity Association is officially in a state of war, and asks them to immediately prepare all units for battle. The young man emphasizes the seriousness of the threat, and adds that in the current situation, even the slightest mistake cannot be allowed, as their future and the city's safety are at stake. A gigantic army of monsters gathered at a huge stadium in Seoul, filling the entire arena. The Knight Captain, clad in glittering golden armor, surveys his massive army of zombies and monsters. Naxu holds a meeting with unit commanders. The officer details the operational situation, telling from which directions the enemy is approaching. The admiral reports that the total number of enemy armies could reach about 1 million monsters. The officer believes that they will set up a blockade and try to take the city by storm. Elder Zhongyong, amazed by the size of the enemy army, expresses his concern, believing that such a number of attackers will be a serious challenge for their camp. Jerem tries to calm the elder. The boy assures him that, despite the huge numbers of the enemy, they will be able to withstand this battle. Chenaye supports Jerem, emphasizing that the Unity Alliance has already liberated many territories and annexed more than 200,000 survivors. Hercules asks the officer how many warriors are at the disposal of the combined forces of the Unity organization. Naxu replies that the city garrison consists of 10,000 soldiers, 2,000 of whom belong to the elite guard, the best in the country. Hercules, hearing this, considers the officer's words a challenge. He claims that his 2,000 fighters are in no way inferior to the elite guard. Pagdalbong adds that despite the small number of soldiers in the elite unit, they represent a formidable force, capable of facing even tens of thousands of monsters. The admiral clarifies that the problem is that the monsters' vanguard armies also consist of elite units, which significantly complicates the situation. Jerem reflects on how they only need to hold out for a week to complete the Walking Fortress project. Tatiana, realizing the seriousness of the situation, promises to work even harder to complete the project on time, understanding how important this is for their victory. At the end of the meeting, the unit commanders come to a unanimous decision. They will defend the city and must hold out for 1 week to complete important projects. The admiral confidently states that holding out against the zombies for a week won't be too difficult, but he worries that the vanguard of the monsters will consist of high-level mutants, which will make the task more difficult. Professor Sebastian confirms the admiral's fears, reporting that according to his intelligence, the Knight Captain is leading the zombie army into battle, and this poses a huge threat. He also adds that they have virtually no information about the monster leader, and they don't know how powerful the enemy's vanguard armies are. Paquiso proposes a bold plan to break through hordes of zombies and mutants, get close to the Knight Captain, and destroy him to deprive the enemy of control. Jerem agrees to this proposal, believing that after the commander is destroyed, the zombie horde will lose control and will be easier to eliminate. The admiral tells Jerem that he has a plan and wants to express his thoughts on it. Naxu informs unit commanders that they have enough weapons and materials to fight, but the main problem is the lack of personnel. The admiral emphasizes that the Unity organization needs significantly more soldiers if they plan to hold out for 1 week under siege. Jerem asks how many troops exactly he thinks are needed to successfully defend the city. Naxu replies that a minimum of 30,000 fighters, including all the awakened, are required for reliable defense. Jerem, realizing the seriousness of the situation, proposes solving the problem by recruiting volunteers from among civilians. Hercules supports this idea, arguing that now is the time to call upon everyone who is capable of holding a weapon, because if the monsters break into the city, the civilians will die anyway, and it is better to arm them to give them a chance of survival. Jerem opposes the idea of forced civilian recruitment, arguing that people without combat experience will die without providing any benefit. The admiral agrees with his reasoning, emphasizing that unmotivated and untrained soldiers can be much worse than the enemy and cause more problems than real help. Hercules agrees with the others' arguments, but notes that this would create a serious problem with the number of potential volunteers. Pagdalbong adds that risking one's life on the battlefield is a difficult decision, but the elder is confident that most people will try to avoid such a fate. Naxu remains optimistic that with the help of civilian volunteers, they will be able to recruit the necessary 30,000 fighters to defend the city. Tatiana expresses surprise that many people may not be motivated to fight, because if the monsters enter the city, they will all face destruction. Hercules responds to the girl by stating that humans are simple creatures, and most would prefer to avoid a threat. Chennai agrees with his words. The girl emphasizes that most people would rather choose to flee without thinking about how to defend themselves later. Suddenly, Jerem interrupts the argument, attracting the attention of everyone present, and informs the surprised unit commanders that he is taking on the solution to this problem. Jerem turns to a psychoanalyst with a request to gather all the city's residents in the central square to explain the situation and prepare them for the upcoming battle. The young man understands that there is no turning back, and now he must use all his skills to achieve victory in the coming battle. Jerem takes a seat on the platform set up in the main square of the camp, and numerous townspeople, overcome with anxiety, have gathered around him. People are scared and confused. They don't understand what's going on, and why they were all urgently gathered in the city center. Jerem begins his speech, announcing to the villagers that a huge army of zombies and mutants is approaching their camp. Fear and anxiety instantly spread among the townspeople, as many believed that the zombie threat was long gone and that peaceful life would no longer be threatened. Jerem informs the townspeople that they only have 4,000 elite, well-trained fighters at their disposal. But this is not enough to win, because the number of mutants is tens of times greater. This information shocks most of the people gathered. Many do not know what to do and intend to flee the camp. Jerem senses growing unrest in the crowd, realizing that people want to take the easy way out and just run away. He informs them that this is no longer possible, as the enemy has practically surrounded the camp. Hearing this, the townspeople begin to panic, believing that they have no chance of survival and that they are all doomed to die. Jerem confirms their fears, stating outright that they are all in grave danger and the situation is critical. Some of the townspeople are expressing dissatisfaction and demanding an explanation of what the camp's management has been doing all this time and why it allowed this state of affairs to continue. People start demanding that Jerem take full responsibility and solve their problems, because he is their leader. In response to the growing discontent, Jerem loudly stamps his foot, ordering those gathered to immediately stop their hysteria and be silent. The crowd instantly falls silent as Jerem addresses them, reminding them of the recent tragic events. Jerem reminds the townspeople that their parents, brothers, sisters, co-workers, and friends disappeared when monstrous monsters appeared and destroyed everyone indiscriminately. Jerem says that back then everyone was trying to run away from danger, but now they have finally found a way to unite and stand together in this place. He continues speaking, warning the inhabitants that mutant armies are about to destroy their only safe haven, and asks them the important question of where they will go when this place is no more. The people gathered in the square gradually fall silent. The vast space is plunged into complete silence. The townspeople realize that the guy's words are true. When their camp is destroyed, they really will have nowhere to run. Jerem informs the assembled group that at this very moment, as they stand here and talk, the troops of the Unity Alliance are fighting on the front lines, risking their lives. A young man addresses the assembled crowd and asks whether they are ready to lose everyone they hold dear again, right before their eyes, without a fight or resistance, or whether they will finally decide to stand up for their loved ones and their future. Jerem firmly declares to those gathered that he has already made a decision for himself. He will remain in the city and fight to the end, without retreating in the face of danger. The young man emotionally tries to convey to the townspeople the idea that they need to accept the fight and destroy the threat now, rather than run away from it, allowing the monsters to destroy them one by one. Jerem insistently asks those gathered to open their eyes and take a realistic look at the situation. If they do not overcome their fear and accept the fight, then they will all die, and along with them, the entire human civilization will be destroyed. The man standing near the podium clenches his fists and loudly declares that he hates with all his soul the monsters who destroyed his former life and no longer intends to stand aside. He informs everyone present that he is ready to immediately join the armed forces to protect the remaining survivors and avenge his dead relatives. A man remembers how his father saved him at the cost of his own life, holding off zombies that then destroyed him. Tears well up in the man's eyes as he declares with firm determination that he will fight fearlessly until his last breath to avenge the deaths of his loved ones who were brutally murdered by monsters. The man experiences deep emotional pain and says that he will never be able to forgive the death of his father, who gave his life protecting him from terrible creatures. The assembled townspeople realize that they have a golden opportunity to demonstrate their best human qualities and finally avenge their fallen comrades and relatives who fell victim to the monster invasion. A man decides that if fate has destined them all to die, he would rather die in battle defending his hometown than hide and await his inevitable death. More and more townspeople are beginning to share his opinion. They intend to join the defense forces and together repel the attack of the monster army. The townspeople arm themselves with whatever tools and equipment they have at hand, realizing they can't rely solely on the leader's protection all the time, and decide to take their fate into their own hands. The people loudly chant Jerem's name, asking him to lead them in battle, in which they intend to defeat the monsters and regain their freedom and safety. Jerem raises his arm high, wrapped in a battle metal chain, and tells the townspeople that when they are united, they become an invincible force capable of overcoming any obstacle. The admiral praises the young man for his brilliant oratorical skills, and admits that he did not expect Jerem to be able to unite such a large group of people in such a short time. Naxu reflects on how the young man is truly a natural-born leader. capable of inspiring and leading others in the most challenging situations. Pakiso, with admiration in his eyes, looks at Jerem and asks the admiral how many volunteers he thinks will join the armed forces after such an inspiring speech. Naxu tells the girl that he is confident that the number of volunteers in the unit will exceed 30,000 people, thanks to Jerem's efforts. The admiral stands before his elite unit and informs the girl that his soldiers are motivated and ready to be the first to take the blow. Naxu congratulates the citizens who decided to become volunteers and asks them to join his unit. Military personnel, along with civilian volunteers, begin to strengthen the massive city walls in preparation for the monster attack. Elder Zhongyong uses his architecture skill to strengthen defensive structures. He puts all his strength into this. The man is convinced that the monsters must be stopped at any cost in order to protect the camp from destruction. The young men stand confidently before the soldiers. They have no doubt in their strength and are ready to accept an unequal battle. Jerem understands that he has done everything possible to prepare, and now he can only rely on luck. Jerem's face turns stern as he senses the massive hordes of monsters approaching their main camp. A patrol group positioned on the camp's mighty walls sounds the alarm, reporting that enemy advance units are rapidly approaching them. A huge army of monsters, consisting of zombies, mutants, and monstrous creatures, is approaching the camp. Jerem orders his units to immediately raise the alarm and prepare everyone for the upcoming battle. Excitement spreads through the ranks of the soldiers, but they are determined to carry out the orders of their commanders, realizing that the fate of the entire camp depends on them. The military watches tensely as a huge number of evolved mutants, led by a knight captain in bright golden armor, approaches the walls of their camp. Jerem watches the captain closely. The guy immediately understands that in front of him is the leader of an army of monsters. The knight captain notices Jerem standing on the camp wall, his eyes glowing bright red. The knight announces to his zombies that the overlord has ordered that everyone be destroyed, and that only a handful of ashes be left of the camp. A huge horde of zombies and mutants begins to scream terribly, this ominous sound echoing for many kilometers around. The knight captain extends his hand, pointing towards the Unity Organization's camp, and orders his troops to launch a merciless attack. A massive army of mutants and zombies begins their advance, rushing towards the camp's massive walls. Jerem orders his troops to begin an immediate defense, calling on all defenders of the city to unite and destroy the advancing monsters in order to save their home and loved ones from certain death. Kwokdapal aims the guns mounted on his armored vehicle and says with a smile that now is the perfect time to test the power of his upgraded cannon in real combat. Armored vehicles simultaneously open massive fire on the approaching hordes of monsters, releasing hundreds of shells and bullets. A huge number of shells and bullets crash into the front rows of giant monsters, tearing their bodies into small pieces. A barrage of fire completely destroyed the first ranks of attacking monsters. However, the maddened hordes continue to advance, and the next wave instantly takes their place, without slowing the pace of the attack on the city. A huge menacing monster with the head of an elephant steps forward, throwing back its massive head and letting out a wild cry that shakes the air and strikes fear into the hearts of the defenders. His attack is joined by giant snakes swarming with mutated zombie spiders, creating a terrifying combination of enemies. A huge elephant-headed monster approaches the city walls and begins to violently destroy them, slamming its massive body into the stone structures and causing collapses. Soldiers stationed on the high walls open fire with small arms at the approaching giant snakes, trying to stop their advance and protect the city walls. Elder Zhongyong is confident that he has carefully prepared for the attack and thought through all the designs. He hopes that the fortifications will withstand an intense and long siege. Zhongyong summons his mana and activates the powerful skill wooden architecture. At the same moment, giant wooden roots begin to grow around the protective walls, wrapping themselves around the huge snakes, trying to strangle them. One of the elephant-headed monsters is desperately resisting, trying to fight off the roots that have captured him. Elder Zhongyong informs Karim that the time is right for a counterattack. Karim instantly activates her skill called Transformation, turning into a magical fairy. Karim, having transformed into a magical fairy, flies over the walls of the camp. The girl is surrounded by a bright magical glow. Waving her magic wand, she releases a powerful stream of energy that fills the space in front of the walls. Karim points his wand towards the monsters, and suddenly they are blinded by a bright light coming from it. The Admiral orders his special unit to immediately advance on the attack, realizing that now is the best time to take advantage of the monsters' confusion. Specially trained and prepared fighters, using ropes and special equipment, begin to rapidly descend to push the monsters away from the city wall. The huge mutated monsters immediately notice the descending fighters. They begin to emit loud screams and furiously rush at the soldiers, trying to stop their advance. Pakiso, at the forefront of the special squad, fearlessly rushes at the monsters bound by wooden roots and delivers powerful kicks, demonstrating her incredible strength and agility. One of the spider-like monsters manages to free itself from the grip of the wooden roots and quickly rushes at a soldier standing nearby, intending to deliver a fatal blow. Karim notices that the soldier's life is in serious danger. The girl immediately calls on her faithful friend Golem for help. The ground behind the soldier begins to shake violently, and after a few seconds, a huge stone creature appears from it, inspiring awe with its very appearance. The golem delivers a crushing blow with its massive stone fist directly to the attacking monster's head, instantly neutralizing the threat and saving the soldier's life. The soldier thanks the huge stone creature, realizing that it has just saved his life. Jerem watches the progress of the battle from a high defensive wall, carefully analyzing the situation. The young man notices that a huge stone creature is participating in the battle, and realizes that Karim has grown significantly in size and increased her skills during this time. Karim hovers in the air above the military. The girl invites them to experience the joy of flight and points her magic wand in their direction. Suddenly, the soldiers are engulfed in a field of bright pink energy. Their flight skill activates, and they begin to rise into the air, looking around in surprise. At this time, a huge mutated snake notices Karim and rushes towards her, opening its terrible mouth and preparing to attack. Pakiso sees a huge snake trying to attack Karim. The girl loudly shouts to it that there is a monster behind her. Karim reacts quickly, pointing her wand at the huge snake approaching her and commanding the monster to freeze. The huge snake is instantly covered in a layer of brightly glowing pink energy, after which a powerful explosion occurs, which blows the monster into tiny pieces. Karim praises herself for her skills, believing that she has already grown up and become a real sorceress worthy of respect. Suddenly, two huge snakes approach Karim from different sides. They open their terrible mouths, preparing to swallow the girl. Karim realizes that she doesn't have time to react. She is overcome by a terrible fear that paralyzes her ability to act. At that moment, Jerem appears next to her. The guy delivers a strong blow and throws the terrible monsters away from the girl, saving her. Jerem asks Karim to be careful in battle, and tells her that these monsters are very fast and strong. The boy tells the girl that even if she is a real sorceress, she should never let her guard down. Karim asks Jerem if he received any injuries. The young man tells the girl that he is completely fine. Jerem orders the little sorceress to follow him, after which he pushes off the wall with force and jumps down. The Knight Captain watches closely as his vanguard storms the city. He considers the result to be extremely unsatisfactory, as they have failed to break through the walls and the first units have already been destroyed. The military, along with civilian volunteers, successfully repel the monsters' attacks by dropping huge rocks on their heads, causing significant damage and slowing their advance. One of the commanders approaches the captain of the knights and informs his master that the human fortress turned out to be much stronger than they thought. The knight captain understands that the first detachment will not be able to take the city walls, but he is not upset about this, since only 1/10 of his army of monsters has been destroyed, and he still has many troops left. He orders his subordinates to continue the attack, continuously sending wave after wave of monsters to storm the walls, hoping to wear down the defenders. His eyes flashing a bright red, the knight captain thinks that the humans are fighting very well, and wonders how much longer they can resist. The entire ground near the walls of the main camp is covered with a huge number of dead zombies and mutants. Residents and soldiers have been fighting off endless enemy attacks for 3 days now. A mutated creature with a long tongue leaps high into the air and grabs a soldier standing on the defensive wall. Even women defend the city walls, throwing various objects at the monsters. A frying pan thrown by one of the women hits the head of a huge zombie that is trying to climb the wall. The monster, having received a blow to the head, lets out a terrible scream and begins to move towards the woman, intending to take revenge. Suddenly, the bodybuilder Hercules approaches the woman. He lifts a huge stone to throw it at the approaching monster and protect her. A huge rock hits a zombie with incredible speed, causing it to fall down after the powerful impact. Hercules states that he is already extremely tired after 3 days of fighting off the incessant attacks of mutants, and feels that his strength is running out. The air is torn apart by a metal combat chain rushing at great speed, which cuts off the head of a huge snake. Jerem asks the admiral how much ammunition they have left. The guy is worried about a possible lack of resources to continue the defense. The man answers the young man. He says that they have used almost all of their ammunition and have about 10% left. Jerem watches the endless hordes of monsters storm the city and realizes that if it weren't for the protective camp, they would have no chance of survival. Elder Jongyong informs the young man that they are constantly repairing the wall, but the monsters are destroying the walls too quickly. Jerem glances at the admiral standing next to him and is pleased to realize that, despite all the difficulties, the fighting spirit and determination of the people are still not broken. Naxu informs Jerem that most of the survivors have joined the construction, and he hopes that the Walking City project will be completed on time. Jerem realizes that they only need to hold out for 2 more days to complete construction and ensure the safety of all survivors. The ranks of attacking zombies part, and from behind their backs emerges a huge, jelly-like monster. Inspiring horror with its appearance and size, it slowly makes its way towards the city walls. The monster slowly moves towards the city walls, leaving behind puddles of vile liquid that dissolves everything it touches. Jerem immediately notices the mutant. He understands that he poses a mortal threat, and orders the military to immediately destroy him at any cost. The soldiers on the city wall immediately carry out the order. They aim their machine guns at the monster and open fire. Ordinary zombies and mutants rush forward, covering the huge jelly-like monster with their bodies. Several bullets still hit this monster, and it opens its terrible mouth and lets out a terrible howl. The next moment, the monster begins to expand, and a loud explosion is heard, scattering its parts and contents throughout the area. The liquid that made up this creature falls on nearby zombies and mutants, who instantly begin to melt under its influence. Jerem, worried about the situation, asks the battle group located in front of the jelly monster how they are doing. A military team reports that the protective walls are starting to melt due to the sludge, and they urgently need more workers to repair the damaged areas. A few seconds later, alarming messages come over the radio from Zone 7 and Zone 8. The military reporting that their walls are starting to melt under the influence of the liquid splashed by the huge monster. Jerem realizes that the Night Captain deliberately kept the acidic creature in reserve for 3 days, waiting for the men to become tired and weak. Elder Jongyong anxiously informs Jerem that his mana is nearly depleted, and he can no longer maintain the strength of the city walls. The boy realizes that most of the camp's population consists of civilians, and if the walls collapse, the monsters will break in and destroy everyone. Without wasting any time, Jerem issues an urgent order for all civilians to immediately head to the underground defensive structures. Jerem activates his city management skill, and a virtual screen instantly appears in front of him, broadcasting information about what is happening in real time. Naxu asks Jerem how safe the plan to hide underground is, and the man expresses doubt that it can protect them from the acid monsters. Jerem understands that the acid monsters can melt the ground and get inside, but he has no other choice in the current situation. Naxu reports that surviving underground for 2 days will be extremely difficult, even if the monsters don't use acid creatures. The Admiral informs Jerem that they will not be able to fight for long in the dungeon's conditions, and such conditions will significantly limit their combat capabilities. Jerem comes to the conclusion that it is necessary to eliminate the Knight's captain, in which case the zombie horde will turn into a poorly controlled mass that they can easily deal with. The Admiral believes this is the right strategic decision, despite the fact that completing this task will be extremely difficult and dangerous. Naxu orders his elite fighters to help the young man break through to the Knight Captain, providing cover fire and distracting the enemies. Hercules states that he has heard about the upcoming grand battle. The man does not hide his desire to join and contribute. Paquiso gracefully jumps over the protective wall and says that if they destroy the leader of the monsters, they will be able to destroy the rest of the creatures without any difficulty. Kiram flies up to the young man. The girl tells Jerem that she also wants to join this battle and make her contribution. Jerem gently strokes Kiram's head and promises the girl that he will definitely look after her during the battle and protect her from danger. Jerem's team approaches the massive armored city gates to head outside and fight their way to the Knight Captain. Jerem urges his friends to focus fully and tells them that they won't get a second chance, so they need to act with utmost concentration. Jerem's team slowly opens the heavy city gates and calmly steps out, preparing for the battle ahead. Leaving the city gates, Jerem quickly rushes towards the Knight Captain, destroying all the monsters in his path with the help of his metal chain. The Knight Captain sits on a huge throne and carefully watches the battle unfolding before him, analyzing every action of his opponents. One of the monster commanders reports to the Knight Captain that the people fought very hard, but the city walls are almost destroyed, and the defenders will soon be finished. Sometime later, the same commander informs the captain of the Knights that the defenders unexpectedly opened the main city gates of the city. He adds that a detachment of people has left the city limits and is now moving straight in their direction. After listening to his commander's reports, the Knight Captain falls silent and plunges into deep thought, pondering the unexpected turn of events. The armored column under the command of Kwakdupal confidently advances forward and attacks a huge number of monsters, not giving them time to react. The commanders of the monster squads are surprised by this human tactic. They do not understand why they left the protection of the city walls and intend to fight in open combat. Quadruple orders his subordinates not to stop under any circumstances, but to continue to advance forward and maintain a high tempo of attack. He activates his skill called Vehicle Change, and the orderly rows of armored vehicles instantly burst into a bright energy field. In an instant, the armored vehicles' structures transform, and huge circular saws appear on them. The column of armored vehicles continues to move forward, cutting through the monsters that get in their way with huge circular saws. Quadruple orders his subordinates to reform and begin to surround the enemy from two sides, creating a tactical advantage. The drivers of the armored vehicles immediately carry out the commander's orders and begin to press on the enemy from both flanks, tightening the encirclement ring. The armored vehicles continue to move forward confidently. The monsters cannot harm them, as the huge circular saws do not allow the monsters to get close to them. An armored column clears a passage to the Knight Captain, and Jerem's team immediately rushes into this corridor, ready for the decisive battle. The young man fearlessly rushes forward, jumping high into the air and striking with his metal chain at the huge snakes standing in his way. Jerem continues to move forward, striking with his metal battle chain and cutting off the heads of the huge snakes that try to stop him. The severed heads of the huge monsters fall to the ground, but continue to emit loud screams, creating an ominous atmosphere on the battlefield. A huge mutated ape, which has reached colossal proportions, comes out to meet Jerem's squad. The monster beats its chest with its paws with a wild roar, its cries carrying for hundreds of meters around. Hercules firmly declares to his friends that he can handle this monster himself, after which he runs up and leaps into the air with incredible force. Landing right on the monkey's head, he delivers a colossal blow that knocks it into the ground. Pakiso, using a secret technique of the Joseon martial art, deals multiple powerful kicks to the monsters, instantly incapacitating them. Kirim joins the attack, pointing his wand at the enemies, causing bright streams of pink plasma to erupt from it, incinerating the monsters. The flame that bursts out of the magic wand leaves the monsters no chance of survival. They instantly burn in a dense plasma field. Seeing the road ahead cleared by Jerem's team, the Special Forces combat unit shouts loudly with joy, and brandishing their bladed weapons rushes into the attack. The soldiers engage in a fierce battle with hordes of zombies, sparing neither themselves nor their enemies. They inflict crushing blows with swords and bladed weapons on the bodies of their opponents, but the zombies desperately try to break through, moving forward with every step. The Knight Captain had no idea that such a small group of brave attackers could so quickly and effectively overwhelm his carefully constructed defenses, jeopardizing his entire strategic plan. For a moment, the Knight Captain freezes and listens to his inner feelings. He notices the presence of an unusual energy permeating the air and causing him a vague uneasiness. One of the monster commanders asks for permission to send the next wave of creatures to attack the city, but the Knight Captain categorically forbids this, suddenly changing his original plans. He informs the monster commander that there is no need for this, hinting that the situation will soon change in their favor without any additional effort. The surprised monster asks the Knight Captain why they shouldn't continue the attacks, since they had originally planned to storm the city endlessly, wearing down the defenders. The Knight Captain replies that there is really no need for that, because he will be here soon. Jerem strikes with his glittering battle chains with colossal speed, destroying entire ranks of monsters in one fell swoop, clearing the way to his target. A powerful energy field appears above Jerem's head, taking the form of a divine warrior, shining with a bright light and instilling fear in his enemies. Jerem extends his arm, wrapped in a combat chain, forward, concentrating a colossal amount of energy in it, which begins to pulsate around him. The monster commander addresses his master, expressing disbelief that an ordinary man could wield such incredible power. The Knight Captain claps his hands and says that the young man possesses enormous power, worthy of respect, even among demons. The Knight Captain's eyes flash a bright red as he realizes that Jerem is gradually transcending the mortal realm, acquiring divine powers. Jerem looks intently towards the Knight Captain and declares that he will soon destroy him, putting an end to his evil deeds. The demonic creature responds to Jerem, saying that it will show him mercy just this once. Jerem has absolutely no idea what the Knight Captain is talking about, and asks him again what he means by his mysterious words. The hellish creature tells the boy that it intended to kill everyone except him, leaving Jerem alive for a special purpose that he will soon learn. The soldiers, hearing the alarming information, freeze in place, their faces expressing obvious fear and confusion. The players, hearing the monster's threatening words, are clearly confused and frightened, their faces expressing the horror that penetrates their hearts. The knight states that destroying all the camp's defenders would be a waste of resources. He claims to have seen people have the strength to crawl here on their knees and express his contempt. The knight captain looks at Jerem's friends and tells the young man that he is willing to spare his precious comrades and the awakened, but not selflessly. He will demand something in return. The knight warns Jerem that he will only offer this deal once, and asks the young man to consider his decision carefully before giving a final answer. The knight captain extends his hand forward, a bright yellow pentagram flashing next to it. He declares that in order to make an agreement, it is necessary to place a contract seal that will bind them to their obligations. The soldiers look at the knight captain with surprise and confusion, completely not understanding what he is talking about and what kind of contract he is proposing to conclude. Hercules scratches his head and admits that just like the soldiers, he doesn't understand what the knight is talking about. Then, without holding back, he gives the knight captain an obscene middle finger gesture and declares that he will never abandon his younger comrades or become his slave. The knight captain asks Jerem and his crew to consider his offer one last time, claiming that all awakened will be spared and accepted as equal comrades. Jerem's crew, without hiding their contempt, calls the knight a vile bastard and declares that they will never accept his terms. The hellish creature pauses for a moment, then calmly asks Jerem what decision he has made. Jerem resolutely refuses the offer, claiming that if they accept the terms, they will be nothing more than animals, deprived of rights and freedom. The knight's eyes flash a bright red light as he looks at Jerem and admits that he reminds him of himself in his youth. The knight captain begins to tell his story, revealing that many years ago he was a commander of the Holy Empire Knights named Caesar, who defended his planet from an invasion of vile monsters. Caesar saw his comrades, with whom he fought shoulder to shoulder, die one after another. His heart was full of bitterness and despair. One day he heard words in his head that said that his death was inevitable, and resistance was useless. The great guardian dragon Astaros addressed Caesar, saying that only he could bring salvation and end the war. Caesar, tormented by doubts, asked the guardian dragon what would happen to the villagers, to which he coldly replied that the fate of useless people should not concern the knight. The guardian dragon Astaros added that all his subordinates would be saved along with him, which should have convinced Caesar that he had made the right decision. However, Caesar looked closely at the dragon and declared that it was not Astaros in front of him, but a monster that had taken his form. In response, the guardian dragon opened his huge mouth and, changing his voice, said that he did not want to resort to such measures, but the knights themselves forced him to do so. Caesar was hit by a powerful energy attack, losing consciousness, and in his final moments he dimly saw the guardian dragon transform into a terrible, vile monster, revealing its true form. The entire space around Caesar sparkles with bright blue energy. The captain of the knights watches the approach of a terrible creature that slowly moves towards him. Caesar approaches the young man, stating that as a resident of the ruined world, he can give him very valuable advice, hinting at hidden knowledge and powers that he possesses. However, Jerem categorically rejects the captain's offer, assuring him that he does not need any advice, since he sees the captain only as a traitor who surrendered and joined the forces of evil, and that they will continue to fight for their lives until their last breath. Jerem casts a determined look at the military and players around him, ordering them to prepare for the coming battle. Dongpei points his huge club towards the knight captain and suggests that they smash his head as quickly as possible. Team Jerem looks fearlessly at their powerful opponents, preparing for the final battle and realizing the gravity of the situation. Caesar begins to realize that Jerem's team is not giving in to his persuasion and will refuse to make a deal with him. In a fit of desperation, Caesar orders the zombie commander to come closer to him so he can give the order, and demands that all humans be destroyed, leaving no one alive. Caesar tells Jerem that he had hoped for his prudence, but the boy chose his own path and would soon regret it when faced with the consequences of his decision. The monsters, hearing this order, let out a terrible laugh and are ready to carry out their commander's order with great joy. Caesar declares that he will now begin his ritual, and swinging his sword creates a dense dome of dark energy in the sky, which instantly envelops everything around. Jerem watches the approaching dome of dark energy carefully, unsure of what it could mean. Caesar addresses Jerem, calling him a young leader, and informs him that they are in his dungeon, hinting at more than just physical imprisonment. Jerem reacts instantly, rushing towards the dense walls made of dark matter and striking them with his combat metal chain, trying to destroy the barriers. The boy is surprised to realize that the chain strike did not cause any damage to the dome made of dark energy. Hercules, using all his strength, delivers powerful blows to the transparent walls, but even his incredible strength cannot destroy the barrier. Keirim, with the help of her magic wand and magic, tries to destroy the barrier, but her efforts also prove to be in vain. Jerem realizes that his friends are cut off by a powerful wall through which not even sound can pass. Caesar, mockingly calling Jerem a fool, states that he should have accepted the terms of the contract. The Knight Captain adds arrogantly that no creature can escape from his prison. Raising his massive sword, Caesar tells Jerem to watch carefully for what happens next. At this time, a huge number of monsters begin to approach the group of soldiers, intending to destroy them. The soldiers stand tensely in position, clutching their weapons tightly, their faces expressing excitement and anxiety in the face of the impending threat. Caesar tells the young man that he wants to see how long Jerem's comrades can endure without his help. Jerem tries to remain calm, but inside him there is a raging feeling of immense rage and malice towards the Knight Captain. Caesar picks up on the young man's mood and interprets his negative reactions as a compliment. Jerem begins to unwind his battle chain, reminding the Knight Captain that his excessive chatter is inappropriate for a creature that will soon meet its end. Caesar lets out a loud laugh, assuring the young man that he is not strong enough to deal with him in this battle. The Knight Captain extends his hand forward, and a bright red pentagram instantly flashes in front of him. A moment later, a fighting unicorn appears from the center of a huge pentagram. Caesar mounts his war unicorn and declares to the young man that he is a god within his prison. His eyes flash red as he tells Jerem that the young man will soon have to face boundless despair. Caesar and Jerem rush at each other in a furious fight, Caesar raising his huge sword, intending to deliver a crushing blow, while Jerem, chain in hand, confidently walks towards him, ready to meet his attack. A powerful blast of energy tears through space as Caesar and Jerem collide, waves of energy filling the space with flashes of light. The Knight Captain delivers a crushing sword blow to Jerem, but he skillfully blocks it with his battle metal chain. The boy immediately realizes that the Knight Captain is radically different from ordinary monsters, and possesses incredible combat skills and enormous strength. Caesar uses the power of his war unicorn. The huge animal lets out a loud cry, trying to strike Jerem with its front legs. The Knight Captain's eyes flash with hellish fire. He notes that Jerem is well prepared and holds his own in battle. Jerem confidently parries the enemy's attacks and delivers a series of rapid strikes with his chain, but Caesar easily repels these attacks. Suddenly, the Knight Captain delivers a powerful blow, sending Jerem flying several meters to the side. The Knight Captain immediately rushes towards Jerem, who is lying on the ground, trying to trample him with the hooves of his unicorn. Jerem dodges in time, jumping to the side and quickly taking an advantageous fighting position. Caesar, without weakening his pressure, continues his furious attacks, delivering powerful blows with his huge sword. Jerem struggles to fight them off, realizing that he is not facing a simple monster, but a formidable and skilled warrior. Caesar, riding on his war unicorn, increases the pressure, continuing his relentless slashing attacks. At some point, the captain of the knights extends his hand and asks Jerem to pay attention to the place he indicated. Jerem sees how a huge number of monsters continue to attack a small group of soldiers. The military is on the brink, and will hardly be able to hold out under such a monstrous onslaught. The enormous monster grabs the armored car with its giant tentacles, easily lifting it into the air. Meanwhile, Pakiso continues to desperately fight the endless stream of incoming monsters, preventing them from breaking through any further. Kirim hovers over the battlefield, waving his wand, which releases powerful streams of plasma that instantly incinerate mutants. The admiral remains firm and, despite the threat, orders his soldiers to hold on, not give in to fear, and continue to resist. The soldiers, inspired by their commander's speech, gain a second wind and deal numerous blows with their melee weapons to the zombies, effectively weakening their forces. Caesar tells the young man that he has assembled a worthy team, but warns that without his support, they will not be able to hold out for long. The Knight Captain reports that, despite the good training of the young man's men, they will not be able to cope with the superior forces of the enemy. Jerem feels a strong anger, realizing that the Knight Captain is right in his statements, and he needs to get out of this cage as quickly as possible to help his friends. Jerem looks closely at the Knight Captain and angrily realizes that he is much stronger than the boy had previously expected. The young man decides to act decisively and first destroy the captain of the knights. Caesar informs the young man that he cannot save his loved ones simply by fighting a massive army of monsters. The Knight Captain's war unicorn strikes a stone on the ground, causing it to shatter into pieces, and threatens the young man that he will destroy him just like the stone. Caesar laughs loudly and asks Jerem if he is beginning to feel fear and despair, to which the guy, despite the internal tension, smiles in response to the captain and declares that nothing is over yet. Impressed by the young man's resilience, Caesar notices that Jerem is still unbroken and continues to fight, which fuels his desire to finally put an end to the resistance. In response, Jerem unleashes his battle metal chain and furiously launches another attack on the Knight Captain, demonstrating his determination and readiness to fight to the last. Caesar declares that this will be his last attempt and raises his huge sword to deliver the finishing blow. Jerem deftly and swiftly dodges the powerful blow dealt by the knight. Then the guy carefully makes his way closer to the war unicorn and deals a powerful blow to it. The next moment, a powerful explosion is heard, releasing a large amount of bright blue energy, and the battle unicorn screams loudly and falls to the ground. The knight captain insults the young man, calling him a little bastard, and then suddenly lunges at him in an aggressive attack, demonstrating his rage and determination. Jerem skillfully repels the fierce attacks of the knight captain. And the boy gradually begins to understand that the captain does not want to kill him. The monster intends to leave him alive and make him one of his loyal minions. Jerem focuses all his inner strength and delivers a series of powerful blows with his hands, wrapped in strong metal battle chains. A powerful explosion occurs, after which the surrounding area is shrouded in pitch darkness. Jerem carefully watches the movement of the dark energy flow, analyzing its every change, and thinks that he has managed to destroy the monster. At this moment, Caesar suddenly appears behind the young man and informs him that he is well prepared for the upcoming fight. The knight captain addresses the boy, declaring that he is wasting his life and suggests that he seriously think about his future and his destiny. Jerem tells his opponent that as long as he is still standing and able to fight, he is not going to change his moral principles. The virtual system informs the young man that his stamina is less than 15%, after which the boy activates the accelerated recovery skill to restore his strength. Within moments, Jerem is fully restored to his full strength, his body enveloped in a dense field of bright blue energy, ready to continue the fight with renewed vigor. Jerem asks the knight captain if he is ready to follow his comrades straight to hell. Caesar calls the young man an arrogant idiot and invites him to join his army, trying to win him over to his side. The knight captain confidently declares to the young man that if he does not want to join his powerful army, he will inevitably become his slave. Jerem is overcome with an incredible feeling of rage. The guy focuses all his internal energy to deliver a decisive blow. His appearance changes, acquiring a terrifying demonic appearance. The knight captain delivers a powerful blow with his huge sword. The young man deftly blocks this attack using a metal combat chain. Caesar states that the opponents Jerem has defeated in previous battles have significantly less potential and strength than he does. The knight captain continues to relentlessly insult the young man, calling him a fool, and deals him a series of powerful blows in an attempt to break his resistance. Caesar believes that Jerem has great potential, but he is unable to properly apply his abilities in practice, which, in Caesar's opinion, prevents him from achieving his full power. Jerem asks the knight captain how he could give in to his weakness, betray his home planet, and stop resisting. Caesar calls the young man a fool, claiming that he does not understand the enormous opportunities that will be presented to him if he joins his ranks. The knight captain informs Jerem that if he signs the contract, he will receive incredible power. Jerem reflects on how his chances have evened out, as after he disabled the battle unicorn, the knight captain has lost the ability to quickly maneuver on the battlefield. The young man decides to continue his attacks in order to find the knight captain's weak spot. Caesar addresses the young man, assuring him that he is significantly overestimating his abilities and capabilities. The knight captain informs the young man that he will now demonstrate a level that surpasses the heavens, and begins the attack. The hellish creature deals a series of powerful blows to the young man. Jerem barely holds back the colossal onslaught. Jerem begins to use his fighting skills. The guy realizes that he is able to anticipate every move of his opponent, which significantly increases his chances in a fight. Caesar feels an inner turmoil, realizing that with every second of the fight, Jerem becomes stronger and more dangerous. The knight captain rushes into battle, swinging his massive sword for a powerful strike. But Jerem notices the subtle energy fields and anticipates his every move. Jerem decides not to waste a second and uses his state of heightened concentration to launch a decisive counterattack. The young man deftly dodges another powerful blow from his opponent and delivers a strong blow to the knight captain's body. Caesar flies back several meters. His empty eye sockets begin to glow bright red. He tells the young man that his attempts to resist are futile. Jerem doesn't let up on his enemy and decisively activates the explosive chain skill, instantly engulfing the battle chain in a bright flame and beginning to disintegrate into individual deadly links. The chain sections detach from the main weapon and are directed towards the knight captain at great speed, aiming to inflict maximum damage on the enemy. Jerem leaps high into the air, displaying his agility, and launches an aggressive attack behind a massive cloud of deadly chain links. Caesar watches in amazement at the powerful attacks his opponent is capable of, but he is certain that the young man does not have the strength to effectively counter his own powerful attacks. A moment later, the knight's captain is overcome with panic. He sees that the young man begins to move at incredible speed, and he is unable to fix the enemy's position in space. Caesar is surprised to find that the young man was able to defeat him in this attack, realizing that his own strength is insufficient to counter Jerem's growing power. Suddenly, Jerem finds himself behind the Knight Captain, confidently asking the monster to repeat what he said a couple of minutes ago. The young man's body glows with a bright blue aura, and he firmly informs Caesar that he will never fight shoulder to shoulder with him, as there is a huge difference in principles between them. After this, the young man delivers a colossal blow to the monster's body, causing the bright golden armor to crack. A moment later, a huge explosion occurs, throwing the monster several tens of meters away. Caesar holds onto his damaged armor, from under which thin streams of dark energy begin to emerge. The monster is very surprised by the fact that his opponent is becoming stronger with every second. The Knight Captain realizes that he had previously underestimated his opponent, and reflects that if the situation continues like this, he could be in serious trouble. Jerem realizes that the monster has suffered serious damage and watches closely as dark energy continues to leak from its damaged armor. Caesar's empty eye sockets glow bright red as he tells the young man that he had not planned to take advantage of this. The Knight Captain swings his sword sharply, and the next moment, a huge field of dark matter appears above him, which gradually takes the form of an evil and terrifying dragon. Jerem believes that the monster has already demonstrated all of its maximum strength and skills. The guy decides that it is time to finish it off once and for all. Caesar tells the young man that he will not be able to escape from him, and even if the boy dies in battle, Caesar will take his soul for himself. The Knight Captain swings his sword sharply again and sends a dragon-shaped energy being towards the young man. A huge dragon made of dark energy quickly approaches the young man, opens its huge mouth and lets out a heart-rending scream, filling the air with a terrifying echo. Jerem stands motionless, watching intently as a massive entity composed of dark energy, taking the form of a dragon, slowly approaches him. Sensing the growing danger, the boy activates his power, and suddenly an energy cloud appears above his head, which instantly turns into a divine warrior. Jerem confidently controls his energy warrior, directing it to attack. The most powerful blow dealt by this warrior falls on the huge dragon. This incredibly powerful blow throws the energy dragon back. It lets out a terrible scream, after which its form begins to gradually materialize, turning into something more tangible and dangerous. Jerem continues to attack the mystical creature without stopping, dealing it a series of incredibly powerful blows, each of which causes bright flashes and powerful bursts of energy. After another explosion, the area around is covered with a thick, ominous fog, which slowly begins to dissipate. Watching closely, Jerem sees the Knight Captain slowly approaching him from the fog. Their gazes meet, and at that moment, anger overcomes the young man, and he furiously screams at the monster that he is doomed and will soon meet his death. Jerem and the Knight Captain clash in a furious battle. Jerem with clenched fists rushing forward with determination, while the Knight Captain prepares to deliver a powerful blow with his huge sword. Quaktupal's armored vehicle is wrapped in giant tentacles of a mutated creature, completely blocking its movement and making any maneuver impossible. A huge and sinister monster, he treats people with contempt, considering them insignificant freaks and hopes that soon they will all be destroyed. Strengthening his grip with his powerful tentacles, he tries to tear apart the armored car in which the Hammer Leader is located. As a result of the brutal attack, the monster manages to tear off one of the machine's manipulators. Powerful electrical discharges immediately pass through it, and the onboard computer informs Quaktupal that the left manipulator is completely disabled. A deafening roar pierces the space, causing Hercules to turn around sharply. He sees a giant monster in the form of a huge monkey landing next to him. A moment later, other giant apes join the first creature and begin to slowly surround the bodybuilder, intending to completely block his movements. The monster commander, with a sarcastic smile on his face, laughs loudly, confident in his strength, and declares that it is completely useless for people to resist, provoking fear and despair in his enemy. Countless monsters fill the space, approaching the people in a dense wall. Among them, huge monsters resembling monkeys stand out, as well as monstrous snakes and other mutants, all of them growling menacingly and preparing to attack, radiating bestial fury. The bodybuilder realizes that stopping such a gigantic army of zombies will be incredibly difficult, and he clenches his teeth in rage, preparing for battle. Dongpei watches in horror as his comrades die one after another under the onslaught of monsters, and he feels intense anger and despair at what is happening. The monster commander, with a mocking grin, announces to the remaining players that he will kill them very slowly, enjoying their suffering. Meanwhile, people and monsters outside the huge dark dome hear the sounds of a brutal battle inside. The dome, unable to withstand the powerful energy surges, begins to gradually become covered with cracks. The monster commander laughs loudly, assuring everyone that their leader has most likely already been destroyed. At this moment, a loud crack is heard. The cracks on the surface of the protective dome become larger and larger. It begins to slowly collapse, revealing what is happening inside. Caesar can hardly believe what is happening. Watching the huge dome collapse before his eyes, he considers this completely impossible. The knight captain realizes that the battle is over for him, and lets out a wild cry of rage, as giant chunks of the dark dome crash down around him. A moment later, the knight captain, realizing his inevitable defeat, throws down his sword and falls unconscious to the ground. Jerem slowly approaches his fallen opponent. The boy watches closely as thin streams of dark energy slowly emerge from the knight captain's glittering golden armor. Jerem considers his defeated opponent to be incredibly strong and reflects that if he had not regained his strength in time, he would have certainly lost this fight. The body of the knight captain gradually disintegrates, disintegrating into thin streams of dark energy, and inside his massive metal armor, a magical crystal begins to sparkle brightly, harboring hidden power. Jerem approaches the monster commander, who cannot believe that their powerful leader has truly died. The young man tells the monster with cold confidence that their mighty leader has indeed fallen, and to confirm his words, he displays a glowing blue magic crystal that he holds in his hand as proof of victory. Jerem clutches the crystal tightly in his hand, happy that he will now move on to the next level. He feels satisfaction from his victory. At this moment, a powerful flash of energy occurs, illuminating everything around. Dense streams of energy rush into the sky, filling all space. A bright aura envelops Jerem's body. His eyes begin to glow with a bright blue fire. The virtual system informs him that all of his basic skills have been significantly strengthened, and now he has risen to a new, higher rank. Gradually, the energy flash dissipates. Jerem comes to his senses and is fully ready to continue the battle. The guy is confident in his new powers. Jerem, using his skills, moves through space with lightning speed and suddenly finds himself behind the monster commander. The next moment, the young man delivers a powerful blow to the monster with incredible speed. He then turns to the soldiers standing behind him and confidently declares that the second round of the battle is about to begin, preparing them for a new attack. The guy notices that the monsters sensed the death of their leader and found themselves in confusion, disoriented and uncertain. They begin to slowly retreat back. Jerem realizes that this is the perfect moment to counterattack to break the enemy's resistance and completely destroy the monsters. He informs the admiral that he is going to distract the army of monsters and asks to organize a retreat for the troops. Naxu, worried about the young man, does not want to leave him alone and believes that fighting alone against an entire army of monsters is too dangerous and risky. Jerem tells the admiral that there is no need to worry about him. He concentrates a huge energy field around himself and says that he will join them in 2 days, as soon as they finish all the work with the fortress. The next moment, he pushes off the ground and jumps straight into the thick of the monsters, delivering numerous blows with his hands wrapped in combat metal chains. Jerem continues to relentlessly attack the dense ranks of monsters, which, weakened by the death of their leader, are unable to offer adequate resistance. He calls the huge monsters freaks, drawing their attention to himself to give the remaining people the opportunity to retreat calmly to the camp. Suddenly, the ranks of ominous monsters begin to part, and from behind them emerges a huge creature, carrying a giant axe on its mighty shoulder. The monster lets out a terrifying scream filled with anger, after which it rushes to attack the young man with incredible speed. The sound of metal chains rings through the air, and the monster notices a gleaming weapon approaching him, ready to strike. In a matter of moments, the young man quickly assesses the situation, and, with a precise blow of his chains, cuts off the head of the huge monster. Then, an even more terrible and huge monster attacks the young man, raising its powerful paw to strike, intending to destroy the guy. Jerem displays incredible agility, dodging a powerful blow and forcefully blocking the attack of the monster's huge paw with his hand. Jerem focuses all his strength and energy, intending to perform a powerful over-the-shoulder throw. With great force, the young man throws the huge monster aside, using all his physical strength to make an effective counter. After this, Jerem quickly runs up to the defeated monster and deals it a series of powerful blows that tear the monster's body into small pieces. Jerem laughs loudly, satisfied with his victory, and tells the defeated monster that he is very surprised that the monster was unable to properly resist him. The huge zombie giants and gorilla monsters, watching this fight, begin to slowly back away, clearly afraid of Jerem's strength. Jerem addresses the ranks of giant zombies and says that he did not expect these vile creatures to tremble in fear. The monsters open their terrible mouths, from which terrible screams filled with anger and despair are heard. Jerim's metal battle chain suddenly bursts into a bright blue flame, signaling his readiness for battle. The young man determined to launch a counterattack against the advancing monsters. The guy, in a mocking manner, addresses the zombie horde, stating that he has been expecting their attack for long enough, and urges them to begin the attack as soon as possible. A huge horde of vicious monsters instantly attacks the young man with frantic rage. The Admiral watches intently as Jerim single-handedly faces off against a colossal number of deadly monsters, admiring his bravery and skill in battle. Pakiso is worried about the young man, and is convinced that Jerim should not be left alone in this dangerous situation, arguing that someone should stay to help the boy fight the monsters. The Admiral assures them that Jerim should be fine, and adds that they are obliged to carry out his orders. Naxu is convinced that everyone must have faith in their commander, and informs the young men that Jerim is the chosen awakened. However, the bodybuilder grumbles, thinking that the young man will take all the glory for himself. Kwak Dupal, in his armored car, informs his friends that he completely agrees with the Admiral and has no reason to worry, as their leader's talent knows no bounds, and they can count on his abilities. The Admiral orders his units to immediately begin retreating and take cover behind the walls of the main camp. The military unit, along with members of the Hammer movement, begin an organized retreat and advance towards the huge city gates, seeking to reach a safe place. 2 days have passed. Jerim is in the destroyed camp. The guy is immersed in his thoughts and carefully examines the destroyed base camp, which was once a thriving city. Suddenly, the young man is attracted by a loud noise. Jerim turns his head sharply. He looks carefully towards the source of the sound. Jerim watches as huge crowds of aggressive monsters slowly roam the ruined streets of the camp. Suddenly, a trained raven approaches the young man. The bird confidently flies towards him and begins to call loudly, attracting Jerim's attention. Jerim notices that in the clutches of the clever bird, there is a secret message that the raven brought to him. The raven gently lands on the young man's shoulder. Jerim tells him that he is glad to see him. The bird brought Jerim good news. The young man learned from a note that the fortress was completely ready, and he was asked to join the team as soon as possible to strengthen the defense. The zombies, who slowly wander the deserted streets, are attracted by a loud noise and immediately turn towards Jerim. A huge walking fortification, resembling a fortress, moves slowly through the streets of the ruined camp, its massive legs pounding the broken roads, making a rumbling sound. Jerim stands on the roof of a tall, ruined building, watching with glee as a huge mechanical structure moves towards him, his eyes shining with admiration. Seeing the approaching walking fortress, the zombie monsters instantly rush towards it, surrounding it and trying to stop the powerful mechanism as quickly as possible or get inside. At the control center of the walking fortress is an artificial intelligence that closely monitors the approaching horde of monsters, analyzing their behavior and developing strategies to repel the attack. Tatiana tells the robot that it's time to show the vile monsters the full power of their walking fortress. The artificial intelligence announces that it is activating the destruction mode, at which point a huge skull-shaped smiley face lights up on its head, symbolizing the activation of aggressive defense mechanisms. Powerful hydraulic drives power the fortress's protective shell, which slides open to reveal rocket launchers, ready to deal a devastating blow to the advancing monsters. At the same moment, the rocket launchers fire a salvo that turns the horde of terrible monsters into a field of explosions, destroying them into pieces. In the place where the horde of monsters stood, real hell breaks loose. The massive zombie stood frozen in place, watching as the giant foot of the walking fortress fell from the sky, ready to crush him under its weight. The mutants, possessing strong and long tongues, desperately try to stop the fortress's movement by wrapping their flexible tongues around the huge metal legs. Mutant snakes coil around massive metal legs, trying to penetrate the moving fortress. The artificial intelligence immediately notices the emerging threat and activates the burn mode, instantly changing its smiley face to a flame icon. The defensive structure of the walking fortress expands, and huge nozzles appear from its lower part, from which powerful streams of flame burst forth. The huge snakes that were trying to get inside the walking fortress suddenly find themselves engulfed in a powerful plasma field. This field burns them with incredible force, leaving no chance for salvation, and destroys their bodies under the pressure of the highest temperature and energy. Jerim watches the battle unfolding intently, and before him, amidst the fire and destruction, a majestic walking fortress rises. Jerim admires the enormous engineering feat, realizing that the enormous amount of time and resources were not wasted. The young man thanks Tatiana for creating a truly brilliant and greatest creation, expressing his appreciation for her contribution and support in their common cause. The artificial intelligence approaches a young man, asking him to set a route for their walking fortress. Jareem intends to carry out some minor organizational and repair work before heading to Seoul to continue his mission. The virtual system informs the young man that a new task has been received. It is necessary to neutralize Astaros as quickly as possible, since due to his recent defeat, he is now extremely weak, which makes him vulnerable and increases the chances of a successful mission. Jerem finds the virtual system's arguments extremely compelling, as Astaros has lost a very powerful subordinate and should be greatly weakened. The guy increasingly comes to the conclusion that now is the time to attack Astaros. Jerem asks the AI to gather all unit leaders for an important meeting, emphasizing the need for coordinated action in the upcoming mission. The young man informs the unit commanders of his intention to go to Seoul, and expresses a desire to hear their opinions and suggestions for further actions. Chennai expresses doubts about the timeliness of such a move, believing that they need to first rebuild their forces and carry out extensive repairs to improve their combat capability. Jerem informs the unit commanders that their enemy is currently extremely weakened, and that the best time to attack has come. He convinces them of the need to take advantage of this advantage. Pak Dalbong fully supports the young man, reminding the commanders that a huge army of zombies and monsters has just suffered a crushing defeat. Hercules informs those present that his men are determined to join the battle and cannot wait to avenge the deaths of their comrades. Quadruple claims that the Hammer unit has no problem with this either, and he fully supports the decision to head to Seoul. Pagdalbong believes they have a high chance of winning, especially considering the walking fortress is fully operational. The Admiral believes that the time has come to repay the debt to the zombie monsters and avenge his fallen comrades. The commander of the second team reports that his men will be ready as soon as possible. Professor Sebastian announces that he will conduct reconnaissance and collect as much useful information as possible in the near future. Chennai believes that the decision has already been made, since most people supported it. The girl says that there is nothing to be done, and she will go to inform and reassure the people in the walking fortress. Jareem thanks the unit commanders, noting that they are a good and friendly team, and officially announces that they are heading to Seoul. The southern district of Seoul is filled with a huge number of terrifying zombies and mutants. These vile creatures roam the deserted streets, constantly emitting eerie screams. A huge flock of mutated bats has turned into zombies, constantly flying over the ruined city, tirelessly searching for their prey. One of the creepy bats spots a strange mechanical structure approaching the southern district of Seoul. It instantly changes its trajectory and begins to descend on the residential areas of the walking fortress. The vile creature quickly descends, opens its terrible mouth, and lets out a piercing scream. Jerem notices the approach of this terrifying monster in time, and strikes the huge flying bat with colossal force, instantly destroying it. The young man looks ahead confidently, realizing that the battle for Seoul has begun. The zombies in the southern part of the city begin to become noticeably nervous as they hear loud mechanical noise and vibrations. But they cannot figure out where the source of this sound is coming from, causing them confusion and anxiety. The man looks closely at the street, which is overrun by numerous hordes of zombies, and comes to the conclusion that if this situation continues, they will die of hunger very soon. His heavy thoughts are suddenly interrupted by a loud child's cry. The man instantly turns around. Next to him in the apartment is his wife, who is trying to calm the small child and insistently asking him to stop crying. A skinny little girl approaches her mother and tells her that she is very hungry. The man apologizes to his daughter, explaining that he would like to give her something to eat, but unfortunately they have no food left. He starts looking outside again and realizes that if nothing changes, they won't be able to survive long without food and will soon die. The man realizes he needs to go outside to get the food he needs, so he wraps his hands in a thick layer of tape and grabs his backpack and a golf club. Addressing his wife, the man affectionately calls her darling and says that he will return soon. The woman tries to discuss his decision with the man, telling him that the street is very dangerous and that she doesn't want to be left alone if he gets eaten by bloodthirsty zombies. The man tells his wife that he has no other choice and he cannot just sit back and watch him and his family die of hunger. He decides to go out into the streets in search of food for the sake of his children. The man turns to his family, assuring them that he will be okay and urging them not to worry about him. He says that he will definitely return home alive. He slowly opens the front door and carefully steps out into the street, where the corpses of decapitated zombies are scattered all over the hallway. The man continues to slowly descend the stairs, trying to leave the entrance, and on his way, he encounters a huge number of corpses of murdered people. He carefully walks outside and notices that the number of zombies in the city has increased significantly. The man tries to calm down and pull himself together, realizing that he must find as much food as possible for the sake of his children, despite the dangers that lurk around every step. The man moves slowly, hiding behind various shelters, and carefully approaches the trash can, hoping to find the necessary food there. Suddenly, due to carelessness, the man touches an empty juice can, which immediately makes a loud metallic sound that spreads throughout the surrounding area, attracting the attention of the zombies. The zombies instantly react to the sound, and turning towards the man, open their terrible mouths and begin to emit a wild roar. The man realizes that he has found himself in an extremely difficult and dangerous situation. He freezes for a moment, carefully considering how best to react in order to save his life. He realizes that he is unable to cope with the superior forces of zombies, and decides that the best way to get rid of the threat is to escape. The zombies immediately rush after him, uttering wild cries and waving their arms furiously. Suddenly, another zombie jumps out in his path, but the man doesn't lose his composure and immediately deals him a powerful blow with a golf club. Zombies begin to surround him from all sides, and he realizes that he will have to fight, since his escape route has been cut off. At that moment, a loud stomping sound is heard, and the man sees a huge mutant zombie approaching the zombies that have already surrounded him. Panic is evident on the man's face. He seems to be aware of the danger of the situation and is on the verge of despair, but internally he is preparing for the next step. The mutant zombie screams loudly and strikes the man with incredible force with his huge fist. Realizing that he won't be able to cope with the giant monster, the man closes his eyes and mentally says goodbye to his loved ones, preparing for the inevitable end. At that moment, a deafening sound of impact is heard, but nothing happens to the man. In complete confusion, he opens his eyes and begins to look around, not understanding why the blow passed him by. What the man sees before him greatly surprises him. A huge mechanical spider furiously attacks the mutant zombie, inflicting numerous blows on him with its powerful metal legs. The man watches in amazement as he never expected to see a giant robot fighting zombies. Following this, units of the armed forces of the Unity organization appear on the streets. The soldiers immediately enter the battle, delivering precise and powerful blows with melee weapons to the zombies. The man begins to wonder who these brave survivors are, who are clearly not ordinary people but members of a well-organized group. One of the soldiers asks him if he is okay, to which the man answers in the affirmative. He is very surprised at how these soldiers remain completely fearless in the face of the mutants attacking them. The man speculates that the soldiers belong to a government rescue group. The soldier, realizing that explaining the details would take a long time and that the man would not understand all the subtleties, briefly confirms that they are indeed government representatives. The soldiers assure the astonished man that they will soon restore order and be able to revive the devastated soul. One of the soldiers picks up a loudspeaker and turns it up to maximum volume, preparing to broadcast the message throughout the area. The man tries to stop him, warning that the loud noise will attract hordes of zombies. The soldier's voice echoes throughout the neighborhood, calling for survivors to signal, as a rescue operation is underway in the area, and military personnel have arrived to help anyone left alive. The man again warns the military against using loud noises, but they tell him that they do this on purpose, so that the zombies themselves come to them, and there is no need to look for each creature separately. A few minutes later, a deafening roar is heard, and a huge horde of zombies and mutants rushes from around the corner towards the group of people. The soldiers immediately take up fighting stances, encouraging themselves with positive phrases and jokes, clearly not feeling any fear of the enemy. The man can't hide his surprise as he watches the strength and skill with which the soldiers destroy numerous zombies. He recalls the soldiers mentioning some kind of group that seems to be called Unity. The soldiers deal with the zombies that attack them quite quickly and consider them to be quite weak. At this moment, one of the soldiers notices a survivor waving at them from an upper floor window, and the military immediately decides to begin a rescue operation. The AI activates anchoring mode, and the icon on its head changes to an image of a huge drill. At the same moment, platforms with numerous powerful metal drills begin to emerge from the lower part of the walking city. The giant fortress cuts deep into the ground with a loud roar, its massive drilling rigs working hard, and in an instant it turns into a secure temporary camp. The survivors watch this in amazement, not believing their eyes and wondering if what is happening is just an illusion and not reality. The military opens the massive doors of the fortress city and informs the survivors that they are now under the protection of the Unity organization. People who have been through months of horror and nightmare enter the temporary camp, feeling that this place is like a real paradise on Earth. At this time, Astaros sits on a huge throne erected on a mountain of skulls, immersed in his deep thoughts. A dense dark energy is concentrated around him, filling the space with gloomy power. Suddenly, he begins to feel strange energy fluctuations, and realizes that there is an unusual energy in the southern part of Seoul. Astaros reaches out his hand and touches a weak energy flow that comes from the southern quarter of Seoul. This energy attracts his attention. A large flock of mutated bats is rapidly approaching a fortress city that has firmly established itself in the soil. Jerem leaps high into the air and masterfully uses his metal combat chains to quickly dispatch the bloodthirsty flying creatures. At this time, Astaros senses a powerful force destroying a huge group of flying monsters and instantly understands who is the source of this force. He remarks with a grin that the guy has found himself a very interesting and fun activity. Astaros still can't believe that the southern part of the city was captured by humans in just one day. He reflects on the fact that he needs time to recover, because the failure of the Knight Captain turned out to be too painful and a heavy blow for him. His thoughts are interrupted by the invader, who slowly approaches his throne and smirks at the fact that Astaros looks extremely dejected, as if something has greatly upset him. Astaros coldly asks for what purpose the invader came to him and what he is doing in this place. The invader calmly reports that he is aware of the latest defeat of his vast legion. He says that he has come to offer help, realizing that Astaros is in a very difficult situation. Astaros cannot understand how the invader can help him, because his powers in this world are severely limited by the virtual system. The invader pauses, then smiles, and declares that he knows a way to bypass the virtual system's restrictions. He adds that he is concerned about how quickly people are moving towards victory, and considers this a serious problem that needs to be addressed as quickly as possible. Astaros suspiciously asks the invader why he is now concerned about the state of affairs and what his true intentions are. The invader replies with cold confidence that they must capture this planet at any cost. Otherwise, they themselves will find themselves in grave danger. Astaros, realizing that the invader's help is not selfless, wonders what the price will be. The invader casts an evil glance towards Astaros and announces that his reward will be Jerem. Hearing this, Astaros bursts into loud laughter, realizing the invader's true motives, and hears him ordering him to destroy the young man. The invader raises his hand and releases a huge stream of dark energy, which illuminates everything around him with a bright red light. Astaros' body is engulfed in a bright red flame of energy, the invader informing him with satisfaction that he will now have enough power to carry out their sinister plans. Astaros' eyes flash with the demonic fire of madness, and he declares with dark relish that he looks forward to meeting Jerem. At this time, the Admiral holds a meeting, informing those present that they have completely liberated the southern region, which is strategically important for further advancement into the city. Suddenly, Professor Sebastian bursts into the meeting room, excitedly announcing that he has urgent news. He says that the zombies have started moving towards the city center, and this looks extremely strange. Jerem, listening to the professor, guesses that the zombies most likely intend to perform some kind of terrible and sinister hellish ritual that could change the course of events. The guy realizes that the zombies' movements cannot be random, and understands that Astaros is behind this, having sensed their presence. The Admiral curiously asks Jerem what his plans are for this matter. The guy replies that he doesn't know exactly what the zombies are planning yet, but he's sure that it doesn't bode well. After some thought, Jerem announces that they are heading to the city center to figure out what is going on. Several rivers flow through the city, and one of them separates the southern region from the central one, which makes their advancement more difficult. Artificial intelligence informs Jerem that the water level in the river has risen significantly recently. The Admiral explains that this is not surprising, since a week ago there were heavy rains in the neighboring province, which caused the water level to rise. Professor Sebastian warns Jerem. He asks him to be extremely careful, as there are dangerous mutants in the river. Jerem is very surprised by this information, because before this, he did not know that mutants can live not only on land, but also underwater. The professor adds that he himself was surprised to learn about this only recently, and clarifies that the rank of these mutants is low, but one should still be vigilant. Jerem thanks the professor for the valuable information and promises to exercise utmost caution. He understands that the route across the river is the fastest to the city center, and despite the threat, they will have to cross it. Jerem orders the AI to begin crossing the river and to be extremely careful to avoid possible mutant attacks. A huge mechanical fortress, reminiscent of a spider, moves confidently forward, its massive legs stepping into the water. An entire settlement located on its back, with many buildings, streets, and fortifications. The mechanical fortress, propelled by massive legs, carefully traverses the water, its limbs firmly immersed in the water, allowing the device to confidently move forward despite obstacles. Two bright lights suddenly begin to glow from the water, piercing the darkness, the water around them seething and sparkling, indicating that something huge and powerful is approaching from the depths. Artificial intelligence alerts the Admiral to strange movements in the water column that it has just detected. The water next to the walking fortress begins to seethe more and more, as if something huge and dangerous is awakening in its depths. Suddenly, mutated fish with terrifying appearances jump out of the river, their bodies disfigured and their toothy mouths wide open in search of prey. Without wasting any time, the artificial intelligence instantly activates the destruction system, and a huge skull-shaped smiley appears on its head. The gun turrets located around the perimeter of the walking fortress immediately open fire on the hellish fish jumping out of the water. The explosive bullets effectively hit their target, and the walking city fortress manages to repel the first wave of attack. However, the artificial intelligence detects even larger movements underwater and immediately activates the saw mode. The bottom of the fortress city suddenly opens up, and a multitude of massive manipulators emerge, each equipped with a circular saw. These powerful machines are ready to crush anything that stands in their way, including underwater monsters. A giant monster suddenly attempts to grab the walking city fortress by its massive steel legs, but the artificial intelligence quickly activates a defense system, directing circular saws at the enemy. The saw-wielding manipulators rush towards the giant creature and begin to deal powerful blows to it, cutting off its tentacles. Having lost some of its limbs, the monster opens its terrible mouth in rage and begins to emit deafening, heart-rending screams, filling the air with eerie sounds. In a frenzy, the monster rushes to the feet of the fortress city, opening its mouth and trying to cling to the metal. However, its attempts to bite and tear apart strong steel structures prove unsuccessful. The metal remains unharmed, despite all the creature's efforts. The irritated monster lets out even more terrible screams, but cannot cope with the strength of the metal legs. Jerem watches with satisfaction how the fortress's defensive system worked. He believes that their defense systems are quite capable of withstanding an attack from such a powerful enemy. Jerem orders the AI to prepare all available weapons in the fortress city's arsenal to be ready for any attack. Tatiana suddenly runs into the room and says that they have a unique tool to fight such a huge monster. She explains that they created an underwater combat robot specifically for situations like these. Jerem looks at the girl in surprise. The guy didn't expect that she could develop such a powerful combat device. Tatiana explains that when creating the walking city fortress, she considered various options to conserve resources and avoid wasting large amounts of ammunition on such threats. The AI warns that while the robot shark is combat ready, it has not yet undergone testing, so its functionality cannot be guaranteed to be 100%. Tatiana confidently replies that now is an excellent opportunity to test the new mechanism in real combat conditions. The young man supports her, stating that he is eager to see what this robot is capable of. The sounds of hydraulic mechanisms fill the air, and numerous floodgates begin to open at the bottom of the fortress city. The next moment, underwater robots, resembling angry fish, are shot out of the open airlocks at incredible speed. They rush into the river, plunging into its depths with lightning speed. Almost immediately after diving, the robots detect a huge octopus, activate combat mode, and begin rapidly approaching it, transmitting a message to the control center indicating their readiness to attack. The metallic creatures open their huge toothy mouths, each composed of several layers of alloyed metal. The robots rush at the giant mutant with incredible speed, their mechanical bodies moving in unison, aiming to deliver powerful blows to its vulnerable points. Fear grips the octopus and he screams loudly, realizing that he is unable to repel the attack of such numerous and dangerous opponents. The battle lasts only a few minutes, and soon numerous bodies of destroyed underwater mutants begin to float to the surface. Jerem watches the battle unfold on the big screen, amazed at how quickly and effectively the new robots have dealt with the underwater threats. The young man cannot contain his joy when he sees the underwater robots returning with rich loot, a large number of green magic crystals. Jerem enthusiastically notes that this development has proven extremely promising, as it significantly increases their reserves of magic stones. The fortress city continues to cross the river, and gradually approaches the city's center, where a huge protective dome made of dark matter is located. Jerem begins to think about how they can overcome this massive barrier. After some time, he orders the artificial intelligence to activate long-range weapons. The floodgates at the bottom of the walking fortress city open, and massive missile launchers emerge. A salvo of powerful missiles rains down on the surface of the protective dome, turning it into one bright, blinding flash of light that illuminates everything around. After a powerful missile strike, the smoke slowly clears, and the people in the control center realize that the dome has proven incredibly strong. Their attempts to destroy it with conventional weapons have been unsuccessful. Jerem quickly realizes that it is impossible to destroy this protective barrier using standard methods, and decides to use alternative means, such as magical power. Together with his friends, he goes out onto the high city wall and begins to carefully observe the huge dome. By activating his mana, Jerem creates a powerful energy field around himself. Gradually, the pressure of his energy becomes so strong that the protective dome begins to crack. And through these cracks, a man can be seen sitting majestically on a huge throne. Jerem's friends watch the scene closely and wonder what kind of creature is inside the protective dome. Astaros, sitting on his throne, which rises on a mountain of human skulls, with a grim grin declares that everything is ready for the sacrifice. Jerem is furious, calling Astaros a terrible bastard, and confidently declares that his end is near. Astaros, looking closely at the huge fortress city standing before him, mockingly remarks that Jerem has a pretty good toy now. The high priest adds that he was finally able to see with his own eyes the structure that was emitting unusual energy. Jerem's body flares with bright streams of energy, warning that the high priest will soon receive a good beating. Astaros is amazed that life on such a low level as this planet has achieved such colossal technological and energetic advances. Jerem ponders the words of the high priest when he disdainfully stated that life on Earth exists at a low level of development and has no real power or potential. Astaros argues that without skills, talents, or special powers like mana, the inhabitants of Earth are simply petty losers, unworthy of attention. These words really hurt Quaktapal, especially the part where people are called losers. Astaros calmly asks him to calm down, noting that the truth is always unpleasant. Jerem, turning to his friends, says that the high priest talks too much for a man who will soon perish. Astaros admits with slight sadness that he will have to kill Jerem, since he made a promise to the invader. Jerem does not understand what the high priest is talking about, and what promises he made and to whom. Astaros, with cold confidence, states that the fate of this planet has already been decided, and mentions a certain being who was the initiator of everything that is happening. From the mountain of human skulls on which the throne of the high priest stands, dense streams of dark energy begin to rise, instantly enveloping him. Astaros confidently tells people that they will witness the destruction of this world, after which he lets out a creepy, sinister laugh and states that he has not assumed his true form for a long time. Within moments, his body begins to transform into a massive creature whose shadow covers the entire walking city fortress, filling the space with oppressive and ominous energy. The sky above the walking city is covered with dark clouds. A huge and terrifying monster hangs over it, opening its terrifying mouth, studded with many sharp teeth. Jerem's team watches the colossal monster appear, stunned by its size, until suddenly the silence is broken by a bodybuilder who, noticing his friend's amazement, expresses his surprise at the monster's size. The monster slowly begins to open its giant eye, uttering ominous words about how people will soon experience true despair. The giant monster lets out a deafening cry, informing those present that the high priest of Astaros will decide the fate of this planet. The soldiers look at the monster. They are stunned by its incredible size. The military look frightened and confused, realizing the full power of the threat that this huge creature represents. The admiral orders his subordinates to immediately stop panicking and pull themselves together. He reminds the military that they have been training all this time for this very day. Naxu activates his skill called Command. A protective aura instantly envelops the soldiers standing on the city wall. The virtual system informs him that the morale of his subordinates has increased significantly. Jerem watches closely as the high priest performs his horrific transformation, and is alarmed to feel that he has become significantly stronger in recent times. The guy glances towards Quaktapal. The leader of the Hammer Squad understands that this will be a battle to the death. Quaktapal addresses his subordinates decisively, ordering them to open fire immediately and show this vicious creature the full power of their weapons. A vast walking city fortress rises above the ruined city, its massive machinery and fortifications ready for battle. A powerful army of battle-ready tanks stands in neat rows, each equipped with massive tracks and heavy armament, ready to crush any enemy that crosses their path. The AI instantly activates combat mode, and the smiley face on its head transforms, once again taking the form of a sinister skull. The shafts located below the fortress city open with a loud roar, and numerous missile launchers emerge from them, ready to unleash their destructive potential on the enemy. Jerem gives the order to immediately open fire with all the weapons they have, determined to crush the enemy with the might of the entire arsenal of the fortress city. Enormous explosions tear through the space as missile launchers open fire on the enemy, the blasts erupting one after another, illuminating the darkness with bright flashes of light. Astaros mockingly tells the people that he can't wait to hear their cries of despair and pain. The huge monster, using its magical power, stops in midair numerous projectiles flying towards it. With a terrifying scream, The monster turns the projectiles around and fires them back towards the walking fortress. Artificial intelligence instantly analyzes the situation, calculating the trajectory of incoming projectiles, and immediately activates an interception system to prevent an attack on the fortress. Numerous explosions erupt around the walking fortress. Blinding flashes of light illuminate the sky. Despite the power of these explosions, the fortress continues to stand, its defense mechanisms working at the limit of their capabilities, repelling the attacking projectiles. Estaro slowly approaches the fortress city, stretching out its giant arms, intent on destroying it. Jerem, without hesitation, rushes to attack the monster, declaring that he will not allow it to touch the city. However, Estaros blocks his movement with his magical energy and says with cold confidence that he has finally found him. Dense tentacles instantly envelop Jerem, rendering him unable to move and restricting his actions. Estaros admires the young man's power and energy potential, extending his giant hand towards him. The AI quickly reacts, deploying massive metal columns to protect Jerem, attempting to stop the monster's hand. The artificial intelligence uses all available means, determined to protect its leader from a mortal threat at any cost. Tatiana insistently asks the artificial intelligence not to let up the pressure under any circumstances, explaining that otherwise the huge hand will instantly destroy the young man. The bodybuilder immediately rushes to Jerem's aid, calling the monster a vile beast and moving towards the huge fingers of the hand to help stop her. During the flight, the bodybuilder activates his transformation skill, increasing in size several times. Hercules reaches for one of the monster's giant hand's fingers, grabs it, and holds on with all his might, trying to prevent the boy from being destroyed. Even using all his strength and skills, a bodybuilder has no chance of moving his huge arm even a centimeter. Kairam enters the battle. The girl points her magic wand towards Estaros, from which a dense stream of magical energy erupts. Estaros lets out a loud laugh and assures people that he can easily defeat them even with one hand. The monster smiles evilly, calls people insignificant creatures, and points numerous tentacles that grow on its head towards them. Quadruple, in the cabin of his armored vehicle, rushes to the aid of his comrades. The man is ready to support them at a critical moment. He quickly reaches the monster's tentacles and delivers a series of powerful blows to them with the manipulators of his armored car, trying to neutralize the threat. Kiram points his wand at the ground and calls upon his friend Golem, hoping that he can provide the necessary support in the battle. At that very moment, a huge stone creature suddenly emerges from the ground and immediately rushes into a fierce battle, trying to repel the attack of numerous tentacles directed against the city's defenders. The golem fearlessly lunges at one of the tentacles, grabbing it with incredible force and preventing the tentacle from reaching the protagonist. The sergeant addresses his soldiers, informing them that it is time to show themselves, and orders the soldiers to aim towards the monster with the intention of firing special hooks. To aid the defenders, combat robotic spiders come to the rescue, launching their durable synthetic webs at the enemy, creating additional pressure on the monster and helping the defenders hold their ground. Mechanical devices and soldiers desperately fight against giant tentacles, using everything possible to defeat the powerful enemy. The soldiers continue to desperately strike at the numerous tentacles and the giant hand of the monster that stretches out towards Jerem, but their melee weapons are unable to penetrate the monster's strong defense. The spider robots fire at the monster without success, reporting to the AI that its defenses are too strong and their attacks have no effect. Estaros, in the body of a giant monster, falls into a wild rage and contemptuously calls people vile insects, after which he throws them away with incredible force. The attacking soldiers are thrown back, crashing into buildings and the ground with enormous force, the people unable to withstand the enemy's might. Jerem is overcome with rage as he sees his comrades, who fearlessly rush to his aid, die in an unequal battle. The young man activates his mana and is determined to use all his strength to free himself from the tentacle that binds him and prevents him from moving. After a while, Jerem successfully breaks the death grip. Screaming loudly, he immediately rushes to counterattack the huge monster. The bodybuilder, with the last of his strength, continues to hold back the giant hand of the monster, grabbing one of its massive fingers, and makes every effort to prevent the monster from striking. Estaros watches in horror as Jerem rushes towards him. The monster, outraged by the youth's insolence, calls him a disgusting insect. The guy, moving at great speed, crashes into the monster's hand. The next moment, a bright explosion occurs, which throws out a large amount of energy around. A bright blue aura erupts above Jerem, transforming into the image of a divine warrior as he enters a second circle, continuing his deadly attack. The giant monster begins to feel fear as he watches the young man approach him under the protection of a dense energy field. Jerem reaches his target and crashes into the head of the massive beast. causing a powerful explosion that blinds everyone nearby. At the last moment, Astaros was able to protect the eye located on his head with his hand, which in the process received serious damage. Jerem looks at Astaros with hatred and tells the High Priest, who has taken the form of a huge monster, that this place will become his grave. Astaros' massive body erupts in a bright blue energy, instantly triggering a regeneration process, and his damaged giant arms begin to rapidly heal from their wounds. Jerem is very surprised by the incredible speed with which the monster recovers. The guy tries to understand the reason for such rapid regeneration. Astaros informs the young man that he has just touched upon the great secret of immortality, which had previously been hidden from the world. The cluster of buildings houses the United States National Intelligence Agency, which serves as the center for coordinating and analyzing global events. Dozens of operators are on duty in the massive control center, continuously monitoring the situation around the world. A man, apparently an officer, asks one of the operators what the current situation is in China. The operator informs the officer that the organization they analyzed in the previous report is rapidly strengthening its position, which is causing serious concerns among all personnel. The officer seeks more detailed information and asks the operator how many members of this group are awakened or mutants. The operator reports that he has extremely limited information on this matter, since they only have 2 satellites operating in China. The officer is well aware that their technical capabilities are seriously limited, since 90% of all satellites are out of order. The officers continue their duty in front of numerous monitors, when one of them suddenly informs the officer that he needs to pay attention to the events taking place in Korea. A colleague addresses the operator with the remark that monitoring what is happening in Korea is not part of their current tasks and duties. The operator replies that the same events are constantly happening in China, and so he decided to inspect the surrounding area himself, hoping to spot any anomalies or changes. A man with a clear expression of pride on his face announces that, in his opinion, he has discovered something extremely interesting that could have a significant impact on the current situation. The operator brings up an image on the screen showing a giant octopus-like monster battling a walking fortress. The officer is amazed by the mutant's incredible size and considers it to be the largest organism they have ever encountered. The officer's attention is drawn to Jerem, who is engaged in an intense fight with a huge monster. The man asks the operator to enlarge the image on the monitor to get a better look at what is happening. The intelligence center staff watches as a giant with the ability to fly and a child who breathes fire fearlessly engage in combat with a massive monster, demonstrating impressive fighting skills. The scout realizes that this team is significantly superior in combat characteristics to all of their awakened ones, which causes him concern. The operator reports that the situation has changed, and now they will apparently have to worry about more than just China's actions. The officer peers intently at the screen monitor, clearly showing interest in something special happening on the battlefield. The operators don't understand what's going on. They watch as a huge monster attacks a multitude of awakened ones, after which the monster recovers in just a few seconds. This gigantic creature, having regenerated from serious wounds, continues to attack the walking city fortress, not allowing the defenders to recover. In his heart, the officer feels deep concern for the defenders of the fortress city. He hopes that the people will not suffer defeat and will become victors in this unequal battle. He understands that if such huge monsters continue to run amok, the United States will soon also come under attack. The officer continues to watch the battle and comes to the conclusion that even if they drop a nuclear bomb on the huge monster, it will not die. In contrast, the operator is extremely pessimistic, convinced that they don't have the slightest chance against such monsters, and is certain that they are all doomed to inevitable defeat. Suddenly, he is very surprised by what he sees on the screen of a huge monitor. It attracts his attention. The operator notices a bright flash of light near the walking city fortress and immediately reports it to management. The virtual system informs the defenders of the fortress city that Astaros' forces have exceeded the limits of the current timeline, which could upset the balance of power and requires immediate intervention. Therefore, an intervention will now be carried out to adjust the necessary parameters to restore the stability of the timeline. For the next 2 hours, all members of the Unity organization will be granted special privileges that will allow them to more effectively respond to the emerging threat and take advantage of additional resources to bolster the defense of the fortress city. A defender standing on a fortress wall suddenly gains a bright protective aura that envelops his body. He feels powerful changes in his body that lead to a sudden influx of strength, filling him with energy and increasing his physical strength to unprecedented heights. The bodybuilder expresses great surprise that his wounds heal almost instantly, and he states that he feels more powerful than ever before. A huge amount of energy permeates Pakiso, creating a powerful energy flow around her that fills her with strength. the girl realizes that she is at the pinnacle of her fighting skills. A bright blue explosion erupts around Jerem's body, emitting intense energy and creating a blinding light. The boy feels an influx of colossal amounts of energy that fills his body with strength and endurance. Now he is ready to continue the fight with even greater fury and strength, intending to use all his new power against the enemy. The young man suddenly develops enormous angelic wings behind his back, which spread out majestically, giving him a divine appearance and new abilities in battle. Pakiso and Kerim watch Jerem's transformation in amazement. After a while, Pakiso breaks the silence and says that he has wings like an angel. Jerem feels the immense power with every cell of his body, realizing that this is a privilege of the system that gives him incredible abilities in combat. The young man addresses his friends, declaring that the heavens themselves desire their victory, and with determination, he rushes forward to attack the huge monster, demonstrating his new strength. The huge monster is clearly frightened and realizes that victory has slipped from his grasp due to the intervention of the virtual system, which weakens his confidence and allows the young man to go on the offensive. Estaros, in the body of a massive monster, screams loudly and curses the system, while simultaneously extending his massive paws to grab the young man approaching him and stop his attacks. Estaros's attempts to capture the boy remain unsuccessful, as he is unable to destroy the protective energy dome that completely surrounds the young man and provides him with reliable protection from any attacks. The artificial intelligence controlling the fortress city reports the detection of an anomaly, and all damaged devices and mechanisms begin to rapidly recover, returning to their original energy levels. Electrical discharges sparkle around the massive metal leg of the manipulator, damaged by the attack of the enormous monster, indicating the activation of the self-healing system. Within a short time, the damaged components and assemblies of the fortress are fully restored to their original state, and the enormous mechanism, having acquired new strength, confidently begins to move towards the monster. The artificial intelligence activates annihilation mode, after which a giant manipulator emerges from one of the fortress's airlocks, taking the form of a huge sword, ready to deliver a decisive blow to the enemy. Estaros curses the virtual system and orders it to leave the battlefield immediately. Clearly displeased with its interference in the midst of the battle, a group of Marines fire strong metal cables to attach themselves to the monster's massive tentacles and rush forward with the aim of reaching the monster's head. The soldiers slowly move forward along the numerous tentacles, delivering powerful blows with their melee weapons, trying to undermine the enemy's strength and weaken his defenses. Kwakdupal believes it's his time to show off his power. His armored transforming car accelerates sharply and jumps high into the air towards the monster. In flight, Kwakdupal activates the automatic cannons located on the manipulators of his vehicle and opens fire on Estaros. Kwakdupal contacts the artificial intelligence of the fortress city and informs it that now is the time for a decisive strike. The artificial intelligence receives the man's message and immediately activates a huge manipulator with a giant sword at the end. The manipulator, equipped with a giant sword, strikes the monster with colossal force. Estaros lets out terrifying screams, unable to dodge or parry the manipulator's sword strike, as the fortress city continues to relentlessly strike the monster multiple times. Jerem's friends notice that the monster has suffered serious damage from the blow of the manipulator's sword, and decide to rush forward to finish off the enemy. The bodybuilder moves in close and delivers a series of colossal blows to the monster's head, aiming to inflict fatal damage. Hercules sees the monster falter under the powerful attacks and alerts everyone around him to immediately increase the pressure on the enemy. Pakiso appears behind the bodybuilder, and the girl quickly approaches the monster to deliver her signature blow and help her allies in the battle. Asteros steps back. He notices the girl flying towards him and realizes that he doesn't have time to block her attack. The monster tries with all its might to crush Jerem, but all its efforts prove futile, as the boy is reliably protected by a strong energy sphere. Jerem realizes that the monster's recovery system cannot keep up with the damage inflicted, and decides to take advantage of this weakness, intending to deal a devastating blow. He flaps his huge angelic wings and approaches the monster's head at incredible speed, preparing for the decisive blow. Jerem screams loudly and tells Estaros that he will now answer for all his crimes. After this, the young man, protected by a dense energy field, crashes into the monster at great speed. Having pierced the formidable enemy, Jerem flies out from behind the monster and enters a second round of attack, continuing his advance. The monster screams loudly, filling the surrounding space with heart-rending cries, and a huge hole gapes in the middle of its body. The monster summons dark energy to repair its wound, but its regeneration rate is significantly slowed by the virtual system's interference. Estaros realizes that he is starting to take critical damage and, in a fit of anger, sends a curse towards Jerem. The young man feels satisfaction that the situation is working in their favor. He is convinced that very soon they will be able to finally destroy the monster and put an end to its destructive actions. The fortress city does not let up its pressure and continues to strike Astaros with its massive manipulator in the form of a giant sword. Astaros doesn't have time to dodge and misses another powerful blow dealt to him by the manipulator's giant sword, which causes serious damage to his body. Kairam points his wand towards Astaros and commands the monster to freeze. In the next moments, a huge number of energy cones form around Kairam's wand, which rush towards the monster with incredible speed. Dozens of energy cones crash into Astaros, causing massive explosions on the monster's surface and significantly weakening its resistance in the ongoing battle. The energy cones noticeably slow down Astaros' movement, which the sword manipulator immediately takes advantage of, continuing to deal devastating blows to the monster. Astaros retreats back, covering his huge eye with his hands. In a state of impotent rage, he contemptuously calls people small insects. The bodybuilder jumps high into the air, preparing to deliver a powerful blow. He informs Astaros that he will soon feel the force of a small insect's strike. While Astaros tries to fend off the bodybuilder's attack, Paquiso sneaks up behind him and delivers a powerful blow using a devastating Joseon fighting technique. Astaros loses his composure, his mind filled with wild terror as he realizes that he is unable to withstand a powerful group attack from humans. The space around him lights up with a bright flash of energy. Jerem, flapping his angelic wings, prepares for the next attack. Astaros' mind is filled with impotent rage and malice, and in despair he sends out a curse, realizing that he can no longer maintain his divine form. At that moment, Jerem crashes into Astaros at high speed, piercing his demonic body through and through, completely destroying his form. Astaros, having suffered serious damage in battle, barely holds its shape, its massive body falling apart, and its eye, burning red, blazing with rage and impotence. The monster lets out a heart-rending scream as its body begins to disintegrate and lose shape, turning into a formless cloud of dark energy. The next moment, a huge explosion occurs, illuminating the entire surrounding space with a bright flash. Astaros takes on a human form, in which form he slowly falls to the ground, surrounded by the torn parts of his demonic form. The High Priest realizes that he has lost and that the consequences of his defeat will be catastrophic. So he opens his huge mouth and sends a curse towards the virtual system. Astaros considers what happened to be a curse. He finds it unfair that the virtual system constantly interferes in his affairs and constantly hinders him. The High Priest is confident that sooner or later he will be able to bypass the system's restrictions and avenge his loss and shame. The bodybuilder approaches Astaros and says that he constantly complains and acts like a little girl, which makes him look pathetic. Astaros turns to Jerem. He says that if he ever sees him again, he will definitely take revenge and promises that the young man will meet the most cruel death. Suddenly, a huge crack appears in the sky which continuously widens, turning into a wide passage leading to parallel dimensions. The passage continues to widen, revealing a lifeless desert that ends in a ridge of high mountains. Jerem instantly remembers this ominous place. He will never forget the world of the monster's mind, which he once visited with the psychoanalyst. Astaros rushes into the spatial portal with incredible speed, and in an instant crosses it, finding himself in the world of the monster's mind. Jerem understands that the High Priest may run away and hide in the dark worlds, so the young man immediately gives chase, trying to prevent him from leaving. Suddenly, a strange creature appears on the young man's path and tells him that he cannot go any further. The young man sees a girl with unusual mechanical wings in front of him, who explains to him that further on, there is a dimension in which Astaros' body is sealed. The girl tells Jerem that the time has not yet come, but in the future he will definitely have a chance to meet Astaros again. Astaros notices that the pursuit of him has stopped. He turns towards the spatial portal and declares that the damned creature will hinder him until the very end. The mysterious girl calls the High Priest a loser. She orders him to shut up immediately, then waves her hand and seals the dimensional portal. The huge cracks begin to instantly disappear. The spatial portal quickly decreases in size. The young people watch as the High Priest watches them closely from inside. The mysterious girl addresses Jerem, calling him a human, and says that she is glad to see him, adding that the young man did an excellent job with the task. The girl adds that the young man turned out to be a promising target, after which she loudly snaps her fingers. A virtual system screen appears near Jerem, informing him that the young man has completed the task, and the reward is calculated. A mysterious girl approaches a guy, telling him that she is what people call the system. Jerem cannot hide his surprise, as he clearly did not expect that the virtual system he had been communicating with for so long would suddenly appear before him in such an unexpected and tangible form. The virtual system approaches the young man, informing him that it has been observing him for a very long time, and now offers to discuss something important that could significantly influence his future actions. Jerem asks the virtual system a direct question, asking what exactly it wants to talk to him about. The virtual system informs the boy that he must learn about the Holy Empire, which is engaged in the conquest of other planets. The system begins to project a hologram from her hand. An image of a huge, three-dimensional spaceship appears in the air. A giant space station is slowly approaching a huge planet, surrounded by a dense ring of asteroids. Dozens of shuttles depart from this giant space station and slowly head towards the planet. A giant creature stands in a vast, deserted hall, intently observing a three-dimensional hologram of the planet to which transport shuttles have departed. This monstrous creature contacts the crews of shuttles, ordering them to kill and pillage in the name of the Great Empire. Shuttles approaching the planet launch a massive missile and bomb attack, causing enormous explosions of gigantic power that cover the entire surface of the planet. After a powerful missile attack by space shuttles, the planet's surface turned into a real hell. Fire engulfed everything around. Raging tongues of flame engulfed buildings. After a horrific missile attack, shuttles land on the planet's surface, and monstrous landing forces begin to emerge from them. Terrifying creatures with a terrifying appearance, intent on destroying all remaining inhabitants. The few defenders, armed only with melee weapons, desperately try to repel these formidable creatures, but their efforts prove futile. The monsters, possessing enormous strength and cruelty, move forward, crushing any resistance in their path. A giant monster approaches the enormous Tree of Life, located on the edge of a virgin forest. The multi-ton creature opens its bottomless tooth-filled mouth with the intent of destroying the Tree of Life. The monster bites off a large piece of the tree trunk and slowly consumes it. The inhabitants of the planet, observing this, cannot hold back their tears and watch helplessly as giant monsters destroy their sacred Tree of Life. The leader of the invaders, sitting on the main spaceship, watches as the planet plunges into chaos, engulfed in fires and destruction. The monster believes that every bit of this planet's energy flow must be absorbed by its terrifying army. The holographic presentation greatly impresses Jerem, who asks the virtual system about what he just saw. The system reports that a huge number of planets are currently being destroyed, after which it declares that it is a dimensional administrator helping such planets. Pakiso asks the virtual system why, despite the invaders possessing such power, they have not yet conquered the Earth. The virtual system responds to the girl, explaining that Earth is a low-ranking planet that is of little interest to invaders due to its limited amount of useful resources and low dimensional density, which significantly limits the power of more powerful beings. Pakiso asks the system a clarifying question about what the term measurement density means. The system replies that this is the amount of mana, and adds that for conquerors, mana plays a role similar to oxygen for people. From the system's story, Jerem understands that the larger and more powerful a creature, the more mana it needs to function and maintain its strength. The bodybuilder wonders how Astaros ended up here, considering he is a very powerful being, and according to the system, shouldn't have been on Earth. The system responds to the man, explaining that given the full power of the Holy Empire, the High Priest is not all that powerful, which is what allowed Astaros to infiltrate Earth. Jerem understands that the High Priest is at best on the level of an officer in the Imperial Army. The virtual system reports that the Empire cannot send forces that exceed the planet's dimensional rank. The system tells people that if the Holy Empire sends forces that are not appropriate for the rank of the planet, it will be able to interfere with this dimension. Now the young man clearly understands why the virtual system helped them in this battle. The guy asks the virtual system how many planets were able to repel the invaders. The system reports that, unfortunately, no planet other than Earth has been able to successfully repel the invaders, emphasizing the uniqueness and significance of Earth as the first planet where the population demonstrates such potential. The virtual system looks closely at the enormous mechanism of the walking city fortress and informs people that they are the first to achieve such results. Kwakdupal, in the cockpit of his armored vehicle, lands behind the virtual system. The man, with undisguised malice in his voice, says that it would be great if the virtual system helped them before the world turned into a zombie apocalypse. The system tells Kwakdupal that at that moment her capabilities were limited, so she could not do anything. The virtual system says that it deeply regrets that it was unable to restore the balance that the Holy Empire had disrupted in time, and expresses its regret. As compensation, the system decides to share its powers with representatives of the Unity organization. Jerem receives a skill called Awakening, which allows him to use mana to enter a state of awakening, which will enhance his capabilities in battle. The system reports that this skill was recently used by humans during the battle with Astaros, It allows one to use mana to enter an awakening state, which greatly increases combat abilities. The virtual system says it has reset the skill's cooldown, and it has also prepared several gifts for the people, giving them additional tools to successfully fight the invaders. Jerem learns that he is entitled to a reward called the Tower of Babel and a ticket to the global broadcast. Both rewards were successfully added to his inventory pouch. At that very moment, a small bag of goods suddenly appears in front of the young man, which he looks at carefully. The inventory pouch carefully sucks in two artifacts, named the Tower of Babel and a ticket to the general broadcast. The Tower of Babel provides all members of the Unity group with the unique ability to understand and communicate in all languages of the world, eliminating language barriers. The global broadcast ticket has limited functionality and can only be used once. This ticket allows you to broadcast globally, with the language automatically converted for viewers. The virtual system contacts the guy, informing him that the artifacts he receives will help his alliance become more famous and influential throughout the world. The system adds that it has one more piece of great news to share. The virtual system reports that the Holy Empire is currently too busy dealing with the aftermath of countless attacks. So from now on it will devote more time to planet Earth, ensuring its protection and support. The system adds that it will be extremely difficult for powerful beings to interfere in the affairs of planet Earth. The virtual system reports that an invader named Balkan is currently showing a strong interest in taking over Earth and is making significant efforts to realize his ambitious plans. She explains that Balkan is the commander of the Third Corps of the Holy Empire's army, emphasizing that this being is among the most ardent fanatics of war and occupies a high position in the main echelon of the Empire's forces. Jerem asks the virtual system what exactly the term main echelon means. The system replies that the main echelon consists of those who advocate war and plunder, and this group has gained widespread notoriety within the Empire in recent years, becoming a symbol of aggressive military policy. This group marched victoriously across the galaxy, destroying entire planets, and throughout its entire existence, it never suffered a defeat. In a short period of time, Balkan was able to rapidly expand his influence in the Empire, gaining the trust and support of high-ranking officials. The virtual system reports that just one defeat that could befall this organization could seriously damage the reputation of its leader. The system adds that if this were to happen on a low-ranking planet like Earth, it would be a real nightmare for them, as the loss of authority on an insignificant planet could negatively impact their plans. Pakiso wonders if they should expect attacks from powerful enemies in the future who want to invade Earth. The virtual system reports that this is unlikely, as the invaders will be too busy fighting wars in other dimensions. But humans need to finish off the Holy Empire officers remaining on Earth to ensure the planet's safety. Jerem is very surprised by this information and learns that there are other powerful opponents on Earth besides Estaros. The system confirms the young man's suspicions, reporting that there are 7 such creatures, and an organization called Unity must deal with them soon. The system tells people that its time is up. It expresses hope that people will cope with the task, after which the creature flies high into the sky at great speed. Pakiso tells the young man that ultimately it all came down to an alien invasion of Earth. After the virtual system left the dimension of planet Earth, the Jerem team continued the merciless destruction of monsters that were left without their leader. The Human Alliance then focused on rescuing the surviving people in the city of Seoul, and in a short period of time they managed to liberate a significant part of the capital, which became an important step in restoring normal life. Jerem is in his office, carefully studying the documents located on his tablet. The young man believes that the monster occupation of Seoul is almost over, and it is time to expand his organization's sphere of influence. Jerem holds a glowing ticket to the global broadcast and believes that the time has come to tell the whole world about their alliance. The virtual system asks the guy if he is ready to use the artifact, to which he answers affirmatively, demonstrating his readiness to carry out an important mission. A huge virtual screen appears high in the sky in front of the guards at a secret military base in Los Angeles. In the suburbs of Paris, cleared of monsters, a huge virtual screen also appears, broadcasting a speech by Jerem, who addresses the surviving residents. All surviving people on all continents have the opportunity to observe a huge virtual screen in the sky, on which the leader of the Unity organization is broadcast. The head of the United Defense Alliance, based in China, looks closely at the image of Jerem displayed on a large screen. Jerem introduces himself to all the surviving humans and explains in detail about his organization, Unity, as well as his future plans and strategies for freeing the planet from the remaining monsters. The leader of a powerful Chinese organization understands that there is a competing structure next to them, that is not inferior to them in influence and resources. A novice runs up to him quickly, excitedly asking his teacher if he had just seen the broadcast that was being shown in the sky. The elder asks the man not to panic and assures him that their organization will stick to its original plan of action despite the challenges that arise. The man shows the elder signs of respect by bowing and expressing his gratitude, and also asks him to forgive him for his intemperate behavior. The elder orders the acolyte to act quickly, informing him that the being is awaiting its resurrection and believes that the heavenly council will soon be reborn. The novice bows low before the elder and confidently states that he will carry out all his orders as quickly as possible. The Japanese Prime Minister, while in Tokyo, paces nervously from side to side on the wide balcony. Suddenly, a subordinate approaches him and informs him that he has urgent information that could influence future government decisions. The man tells the Prime Minister that their operation to destroy the powerful monster has failed, and reports that no one has returned from the mission except for a few awakened ones. The Prime Minister is shocked by this information. He understands that in this operation they lost a huge number of military and awakened fighters. He is overcome by heavy thoughts. He does not want to believe that this is how Japan's history will end, and he feels despair. The Prime Minister is distracted from his heavy thoughts by a strange phenomenon occurring in the sky. He raises his head to the sky and sees a huge screen above him, on which the speech of the leader of the Unity organization is being broadcast. Jerem recounts how he and his comrades liberated much of Korea and emerged victorious in a brutal battle against a powerful monster. The young man demonstrates various scenes from the final battle, where he uses his unique skills to deal fatal blows to the huge monster. The Prime Minister is very surprised by this information. He cannot believe that people are capable of destroying such a gigantic monster. Jerem informs all the inhabitants of Earth that this is only the beginning and many more battles lie ahead. The guy suggests that all survivors unite in order to overcome the threat. He believes that all survivors should create a world union. The Japanese Prime Minister ponders the young man's words and becomes deeply immersed in thought, weighing the possibilities of working with the Unity organization to save his country. A few minutes later, he informs his assistant that they need the help of this organization in order to save Japan, and gives him the order to immediately prepare the ships. The virtual system informs Jerem that the allocated broadcast time has been exhausted and it has stopped. Chenai praises the young man, noting that he has done a great job and asks if he is confident that they will be able to create the world union. Jerem turns to the girl. The guy says that at present many countries are in dire straits, and, having assessed the strength of their alliance, they themselves will come to them for help and support. The therapist asks the guy whether he deliberately kept silent about the Holy Empire. Jerem reminds the girl that the virtual system informed them of the existence of 7 more creatures similar to Esteros on Earth. The girl understands that these creatures operate in different countries, and such information could inform them that their actions have been exposed. The psychoanalyst praises the young man for his intelligence, and notes that this is a wise decision, since many countries could have learned of the existence of a huge threat and voluntarily surrendered. Jerem tells the girl that all countries will learn about the existence of this threat, but this will not happen now. The guy says that there is a good proverb for this case, which says that the less you know, the better you sleep. Before the disaster, the port of Busan was a major industrial facility, but now it is completely abandoned, and a few zombies wander along its platforms in search of victims. A huge military submarine slowly sails onto the pier and begins to carefully moor to one of the piers. After some time, a special forces group emerges from the submarine and immediately begins clearing the area of zombies. The Prime Minister, while with a group of special forces, notices that a significant number of zombies and mutants have gathered at the pier. A large number of mutants begin to gather at the pier. Various creepy creatures with distorted bodies and terrifying faces rush towards the source of the noise. The sound of the submarine attracts the attention of the vile monsters, who turn their creepy heads towards the pier, carefully studying the source of the noise. A special forces officer informs the Japanese Prime Minister that their group is unlikely to be able to get past the monsters without attracting their attention. The Japanese Prime Minister asks the special forces not to worry, informing them that he has brought with him the most powerful awakened in the country. The huge cat yawns loudly and quietly informs its owner that Baldy called her the strongest awakened in Japan. The girl turns to her cat and quietly informs him that it is unacceptable to call the Prime Minister bald, as he will be very offended if he hears it. The Japanese Prime Minister calls the girl with the cat Anim and tells her that he wants to talk to her. Anim tells the man that she is listening to him carefully and apologizes for being distracted. The man bows low to the girl as a sign of deep respect and tells her that she is the only one he trusts. Then he adds that he needs to get to Seoul as quickly as possible. The talking cat informs Anim that the man is quite stupid, since it was immediately obvious why they were taken on this trip with the military. Anim has a strong fear of fighting, as it is not her element. She really does not want to fight, but decides to do it to save her home country of Japan. The girl says that she will help the Prime Minister reach Seoul and is ready to protect him from monsters. After speaking, Anim lifts a strange object into the air, around which a barely noticeable energy aura instantly flares up. A Special Forces soldier turns to his partner and claims that they are now likely to see what has been rumored. The partner asks the fighter what he means, to which he replies that Anim was the head priestess at the cat shrine. The fighters continue to discuss the girl and speculate that thanks to her, Anim acquired magical skills associated with the cat deity. A Special Forces soldier approaches his skeptical comrade, informing him that the cat accompanying the girl is most likely a powerful deity with special abilities and influence. He tells his comrade that there have been rumors for a very long time that the cat Anim possesses colossal power and occupies a high place in the pantheon of deities. His colleague has a hard time accepting this information. He doesn't believe that an ordinary cat can be a powerful deity with two tails, and asks where such a rumor came from. The Special Forces soldier replies that it doesn't matter. He says that his partner will soon see everything for himself. Deep down, the soldier hopes that this is true, because the world is overrun by zombies and monsters, and it would be wonderful if a powerful creature stood up to protect them. Anim extends her hand to the cat, her movements calm and confident. The girl announces that she is completely ready for the upcoming transformation. The talking cat glows with a bright pink energy aura, saying that he is happy that the girl is ready to have fun. The Special Forces, observing this transformation, are greatly shocked to realize that the cat is indeed a powerful two-tailed deity named Nekomata. The energy field around the cat gradually takes the form of a giant two-tailed creature, after which it easily jumps into the girl and dissolves into her. Anim has become the embodiment of the power of the two-tailed deity. The girl is ready to use her new power against enemies. At that moment, a huge mutant crept up to Anim, emitting a terrible scream. He pushed off the ground and rushed at the girl with the intention of striking. Anim reacts instantly to the mutant's attack, turning sharply and grabbing the monster's lower jaw with his cat paw-like hand. Anim's body suddenly takes on a demonic appearance as she delivers a powerful blow with her other hand towards the monster, slicing its body in half with impressive force. The military watches the girl closely, noticing that Anim has two tails, indicating that she is indeed a divine being with extraordinary abilities. Anim begins to deal deadly blows with his two tails to the zombies and mutants that try to surround him, effectively repelling enemy attacks and protecting his team. The girl feels an unusual high-level mutant approaching her at great speed. Anim's pupil turns into a cat's. The girl is very worried, but convinces herself not to be afraid and to enjoy the moment of transformation. Anim, moving like a cat, rushes to attack the mutant with incredible speed, demonstrating his newfound strength and agility. She approaches the monster at attacking range and strikes it with colossal force with her hand, the palm of which has transformed into a huge cat's paw. The blow sends the huge monster flying tens of meters away and crashing into a metal column with a roar. At that moment, the girl hears a voice in her head that says that this always brings joy. The voice in her head assures Anim that she has nothing to fear and encourages her to enjoy the process of destroying the monsters that continue to surround them. Anim turns towards the zombies and mutants, licking his lips and making a loud meow, as if anticipating the upcoming hunt. She rushes along the highway at incredible speed towards the capital of Korea, moving easily and gracefully, like a predator stalking its prey. Suddenly, a group of monstrous monsters and mutants appears on her path, looking in surprise at the girl rapidly approaching them. Anim then unleashes a colossal blow, slicing the massive gorilla-shaped monster in half, demonstrating his impeccable strength and deadly abilities. The girl stops behind the monsters, and in a matter of seconds she manages to destroy a group of zombies and mutants who didn't even have time to react to her lightning-fast attack. A huge black SUV is driving behind the girl, and its driver is surprised to see mutants cut into pieces in front of him. The Special Forces are amazed at the incredible speed with which the girl moves along the highway. The SUV driver reports that he is pushing the gas pedal to the floor, but is still unable to catch up with her. The military continues to move after Anim, encountering numerous corpses of zombies and mutants cut into small pieces along the way. Pakiso jumps high into the air, showing off his fighting skills, and delivers a powerful kick to the head of his sparring partner, but the latter manages to block it in time. The young men's training is interrupted by loud sounds. They immediately turn towards the source of the noise, after which the girl notes that it is very similar to the sounds of battle. Jerem instantly activates his skill called clairvoyance, allowing him to effectively scan his surroundings and identify potential threats in the immediate vicinity. The guy notices that a strange creature, half human and half cat, is moving in their direction. The guy peers closely into the face of a strange creature that is quickly approaching him. Jerem is clearly shocked by what he saw, his face expressing confusion and concern. Pakiso turns to the young man, asking him about what happened and what he saw with his skill. At this moment, a strange creature appears in front of the young people, rushing towards them at incredible speed. Anim is in an altered state of consciousness. The cat girl lets out a loud battle cry and quickly rushes at the young people. Jerem watches in horror as a cat girl flies up to him, screaming loudly about how delicious he smells. Pakiso is clearly alarmed by the situation. The girl pushes the young man away and steps forward to defend herself from the sudden attack. The cat girl yells loudly at Pakiso and orders her to immediately get out of her way and not interfere with her, after which she delivers a series of powerful blows with her cat paws. Anim is greatly surprised and stops her attack, amazed that her opponent was able to block her deadly blows. Pakiso grabs the cat girl's paw, blocks her movement, and tells her that she is crazy. Anim breaks free from the hold and begins to attack Pakiso with fury again, to which the girl responds with a series of powerful blows. The cat girl failed to defeat her opponent. She jumps back to a safe distance and freezes, waiting for the moment to continue the attack. Anim points his cat paw at the girl and says that she is really annoying her. Jerem cautiously approaches the mysterious stranger and asks the girl who she is and what she is doing here. Anim introduces herself to the young men with a slight smile, explaining that she is an envoy from the land of the rising sun. The cat girl tells the young man that she has an important message for him. She explains that the Japanese Prime Minister asked her to deliver this message and hands the young man a small envelope. Jerem is surprised to notice that despite the cat girl's outward aggression, he does not sense any hostility in her energy. The guy carefully examines the contents of the note that the cat girl gave him. At this moment, Anim approaches the young man and begins to lick his face like a cat. The young men are shocked by the cat girl's behavior and, in amazement, step back, demanding that she immediately stop such behavior. Anim hears a loud voice in her head telling her that it seems like time is up. The young men look in amazement at the cat girl, who loses her balance and falls dead to the ground. Jerem wipes his face. The guy is shocked by what is happening and sincerely does not understand what is happening here. A dense energy field begins to emerge from Anim, taking the form of a magical cat. A moment later, the energy field that came out of the girl materializes into a talking cat, who greets the young man. Pakiso is surprised by what is happening, as she never expected to see a talking cat next to her, which completely threw her off balance. Jerem informs the girl that the appearance of the talking cat is most likely a manifestation of a unique skill that Anim possesses. The young man, worried about the situation, turns to the talking cat and asks if everything is okay with his owner, to which the cat replies to the young man that his owner is completely fine and is now resting a little after experiencing excessive energy overload. Nekomata approaches his owner. He begins to shake her head with his paws and persistently asks the girl to wake up. Anim gradually regains consciousness, feeling very weak, and, having gathered her strength, asks the people nearby what happened and why she lost consciousness. Jerem, showing concern, asks the girl how she feels, to which she replies that she feels broken and has very vague memories of recent events. Suddenly, Anim begins to remember the last events leading up to her loss of consciousness. The girl begins to worry deeply about how she behaved before she passed out. Anim is visibly nervous. She turns to the young man, expressing regret and sincerely asking for forgiveness for her inappropriate behavior. At that moment, a huge armored SUV drives up to the young people at high speed. The car stops abruptly, and the Prime Minister of Japan gets out, which arouses the interest of the young people present. Nekomata dismissively calls the Prime Minister bald, after which he tells the young men that he will explain everything to them in detail soon. The Prime Minister approaches the young man, introduces himself formally, and states that he has come here to resolve an extremely serious issue. Jerem is extremely surprised at how quickly and effectively the effect of the worldwide broadcast has manifested itself. The Prime Minister falls to his knees before the young man and begins to bow. He says that he will not beat around the bush and urgently asks for help as quickly as possible for Japan, which is on the brink of destruction. The special forces quickly approach the Prime Minister, trying to help him to his feet, while simultaneously expressing surprise and interest in his actions. The Prime Minister reacts angrily to the soldiers' actions, expressing his displeasure and questioning them as to why they continue to stand on their feet. The Special Forces soldiers look at each other in bewilderment, and the Prime Minister's voice can be heard, reproaching them for their stupidity and failure to understand the seriousness of the situation. A moment later, the Special Forces soldiers join the Prime Minister. All of them begin to bow low, kneeling, and persistently ask for help. Jerem is clearly shocked by the men's behavior, and insistently asks them to immediately stop this behavior and get back on their feet. The Prime Minister and the Special Forces soldiers comply with the young man's request, only after he informs them that he will talk to them if they stop kneeling. The young man invites the Prime Minister to go inside to discuss matters in a more comfortable and private setting. Jerem is in the guest room with the Japanese representatives, sitting at a table and silently studying each other. A young man approaches the Prime Minister with a request to describe the current situation in Japan. The guy seeks a clear understanding of what is happening. The Prime Minister sadly tells the young man that Japan is now in complete chaos. Everything is overrun by marauders calling themselves the New People, and countless monsters have not gone away. Nekomata informs the guy that the main problem is a new monster, which is really very powerful, and they and Enim were unable to defeat it. Jerem asks the Japanese representatives to describe in more detail the new monster that poses a serious threat to them. The Prime Minister asks Anim to tell the young man in detail everything she learned in the last battle. The girl begins her story by explaining that the new powerful monster is capable of controlling elements such as wind, water, and lightning, making it a particularly dangerous and unpredictable opponent. Over the devastated city of Kagana, Japan, the sky is covered with dark clouds from which huge lightning bolts erupt. A huge monster in the guise of a samurai slowly begins to emerge from the city river, attracting attention with its impressive size. His body protrudes more than half above the water. He attracts powerful lightning bolts that crash into him and penetrate his body with multiple electrical discharges. Special Forces soldiers aim their machine guns at the enemy, and the sergeant's voice can be heard giving the order to prevent the monster from breaking through to the inner zone. Attack helicopters appear in the sky above the ruined city of Kaganawa, moving rapidly towards the enormous monster. One of the Special Forces soldiers tells the awakened girl that the monster will soon completely emerge from the water. A slight grin appears on the man's face. He notices that the monster's appearance seems overly serious to him. The man declares that defeat in this battle is impossible, because 3 of the best awakened from all over the country have gathered here. The awakened warrior, dressed in ninja attire, completely agrees with him, adding that this monster will not be able to withstand his ninjutsu technique for long. At this moment, a huge monster in the form of a samurai emerges completely from the water, and the sergeant immediately orders his subordinates to open fire. The sounds of hydraulic mechanisms are heard, and the artillery systems on the vehicles begin to move, preparing for a powerful blow. The projectiles crash into the monster's armor, causing powerful explosions, but the giant continues to move forward. Anim fearlessly rushes to attack the huge samurai monster. Her body quickly rising into the air, she jumps high, quickly approaching the enemy. But the huge samurai, without much effort, reflects her attack and forcefully throws the girl aside with a blow from his powerful hand. The next moment, a large number of ninjas appear behind the giant and rush to attack, hoping to break through his defense. The samurai begins to absorb the surrounding lightning, which pierces his body with numerous electrical discharges, charging his armor with enormous energy. The awakened ninja warrior watches in fury as the samurai's bolts of electricity destroy all of his ninja clones. The massive samurai concentrated his power and directed the lightning straight into the awakened ninja's body, causing an instant flash of bright electrical light. A powerful lightning strike throws the awakened ninja's body several dozen meters toward the river. The second awakened warrior draws his battle sword from its sheath and declares to the huge samurai that he will now avenge his fallen friend. The awakened warrior fearlessly rushes at the samurai, while the latter generates enormous energy in his body using lightning and prepares to strike back. The awakened warrior steps into the line of attack and delivers a powerful blow using his third sword technique. To his surprise, he discovers that the deadly and powerful blow had no effect on the huge samurai, and that the sword was broken on the huge warrior's armor. The huge samurai warrior lets out a loud cry and announces that he will destroy all the small insects. The next moment, the samurai directs a huge amount of lightning towards the awakened warrior. A second later, only the remains of his hat remain of the man. The military watching this battle begins to feel great fear and anxiety, realizing that they cannot stand against the huge monster, as even the powerful awakened were defeated in this battle. A group of helicopters approaches the huge samurai and immediately opens fire with machine guns at the monster, hoping to inflict at least some damage and stop it. Machine gun fire did not cause any harm to the huge samurai. He slowly begins to stretch his huge hand towards the aircraft, which glows with bright streams of electrical energy. Suddenly, the combat vehicles are struck by a large number of lightning bolts, which shatter them into small pieces, turning the helicopters into fiery debris falling from the sky. Anim stands in the pouring rain. The girl is broken and in despair. She understands that they cannot stop this monster on their own. The soldiers ask the girl to come to her senses and immediately flee while they distract the monster's attention, trying to buy time to save her. The girl looks at what is happening with anxiety and fear. She understands that her salvation will cost many soldiers their lives. Her heart is squeezed with pain. Annam leaves the battlefield, tears streaming down her cheeks, unable to contain her emotions as she realizes the gravity of what is happening. The Prime Minister sadly informs the young man that in the recent battle, they lost almost all of their military and the most powerful awakened, which greatly weakened their forces. Jerem confidently informs the Prime Minister that he will help him in this difficult situation, using all available resources. The man gets up from the table, sincerely thanks the young man, and asks him what he wants to receive in return for his help. The young man informs the Prime Minister that the primary goal of his union is to save as many survivors as possible, so he asks for nothing in return. The Prime Minister is shocked by the young man's response. He did not expect the guy to act so selflessly and truly want nothing in return. The man tries his best to hide his joy and thanks the young man for his help and his selflessness. He informs Jerem that Japan will always be a friend of the organization called Unity, and expresses his willingness to cooperate. The young man did not demand any reward for his help and tells the man that this is quite enough for him. The guy asks Nekomata what color the magic crystal of the huge samurai was. He replies that the monster was of a completely different level and had a blue magic crystal. Jerem intends to leave the fortress city for a while to destroy a huge samurai. The guy thinks that this will be a good opportunity to test his new skill called Awakening. The young man announces that he intends to travel to Japan alone and claims that he has enough strength to deal with the huge samurai on his own. This news greatly surprises the Prime Minister. He does not understand how he can single-handedly deal with a huge monster that has already destroyed his country's elite forces. Nekomata quietly tells the girl that he cannot estimate the young man's strength, but it is likely that the guy will be able to fulfill his promises. The Prime Minister recalls the worldwide address in which Jerem demonstrated his powerful technique by destroying Astaros. Jerem decides not to waste much time getting ready, and is going to leave for Japan as soon as possible, striving to act without delay.